everybody, and welcome back to SAL. It's week 3. It's crazy, actually, how quickly time passes. And here I am again with a face that is quite familiar. Last week we were saying this is Alphama, who is locked up in the golden cage. The reality is he's been sitting here in front of the camera the entire week. And it's just his clone that you saw on EML and on Prep Phase earlier in the week. Otherwise, he's literally just in his spot here, working on different broadcasts. How are you doing?
No, actually, they do let me out from time to time, but it is a very specific convoy that goes to the studio. I am allowed to work EML, and then they take me straight back here to the hotel room so I can work SL. I still haven't found the key, but eventually I will finish this escape game.
That's all right. You know what? I don't think Anne is home today, so I don't think you're getting out of the house on this specific Saturday. However, let's see what we got for you on this Saturday. 5 best of ones. Imperial taking on Fluxo. Liquid Alienware versus Furia. INTZ versus Loud. Black Dragons versus Loss. Finally, FaZe versus NIP. With SAL being as competitive as it is, every single game matters. The fight for the top 6 is the focus, and it really does add a lot now that we're so honed in on playday number 3. There's a lot that can change here. There's a lot of, when it comes to these tight matches, especially, really every single one of them has an impact overall, but especially the last 4, they can really throw around the top 6 within this region. And
yeah,
to me, it's really a free-for-all at this point. Even at the top, it's not as confirmed as one would think.
Yeah, I think to me, if we look at all of these fixtures, it feels like what we had on EML on Monday, which is what Anne called the 6-pointer day, which I think is so true, because if you go, from top to bottom, obviously Imperial and Fluxo W7M, you might think that, on paper, you have a giant versus a team that has struggled and has never won a tier 1 match before. The reality is Fluxo W7M have been struggling, and so it's 8th place against 10th place. It's 2 teams that are, looking for their first win. If you move on to Liquid Furia, it's the first time these 2 will be facing each other since the old Furia roster left to Team Liquid. It's Maya facing Hertz, his replacement, and if we just go down the line, it will be, other huge fixtures, either to depend on, I guess, decide the last 5 and 6 spots of playoff, in my opinion. And then also trying to avoid relegations, try to steal points for teams. Yep. I know it's early in the first stage, but those points matter just as much as the latest matches of Stage 2. So a lot at stake already in only the 3rd playday of SAL.
It is a 3rd playday out of 9 really to get you closer to those playoffs. And when even at this 3rd playday, you already have 4 teams that are equal at 6 points a pop, it really, really tells you that, hey, we don't really know how this one's going to go, so every single point matters here. Big teams going to overtime, that you can consider a negative game, because that loses you points that will then push you down from the top 2 spots that would get you a bye into the playoffs. Those are huge. We saw how beneficial they can be to teams in kickoff, but also in the regular stage.
Yeah, I believe, so I was checking this as well, because I believe I made the mistake on previous broadcast to say that thing, and from what I understand, the kickoff format is not the same as the playoff format for the stage, so realistically, the seeding of the first top 4 does not really matter. It will be likely, first against 4th and second against 3rd, and they will all be in the upper bracket, but there will be no bye. So it just guarantees that if you're top 4, you're going to get the upper bracket, which is still huge. And this is why today matters more than any other playday for these guys. It's because the top 4 is playing each other. So it's not only that you're taking 3 points, it's also that you're taking 3 points away from these guys. So obviously, very important game for Liquid Furia, for NIP FaZe.
And that impacts, of course, tomorrow, because you won't have time to reset and redo everything for the next playday unless you have a lot really working in the background, preparing for it. It requires a lot of effort to get through days like this. The entire week basically is spent preparing for the match today if you're one of those big teams that are fighting those 4 at the top. Though, that is from our side, however. There's been some changes going into our brand new season that started a couple weeks ago. So let's go through a little seasonal recap update.
Cassino!
Sábado com Gilberto Barros é sábado.
And we are live. Yeah, my friends, the system override updates are already online. So let's dive into some of them. The first one, even the great Gilberto Barros knows already. We got the Casino Map Edition, more specifically, Calypso Casino. And probably only the Brazilians will get this reference. Launched just now in Operation System Override and inspired by Rainbow Six Vegas, the new scenario is set in Las Vegas and features spots that scream a real gambling pit. Pool table, roulette, bar, tobacco shop, aquarium, internal security circuit, and even a vault. Actually, now that we're listening to it, there's a lot going on in this map, right?
Eu achei ele um pouco exagerado em questão do tamanho, não achei que é um mapa que entraria bem assim no competitivo, porque ele é gigantescamente gigante.
Eu tenho mais opiniões negativas, acho o mapa muito grande, muito quarto, muito sapão, é um mapa muito diferente e a saída dos spawns dos atacantes é muito longa também, tem uns spawns que você nasce muito longe. Tirando essa parte, eu acho que é um mapinha muito fácil de trocar tiro, então essa parte é divertida. Acho que pra parte casual ali do jogo, é um mapa bem divertido de jogar.
De primeira impressão, achei da hora. Parece ser um mapa que dá pra explorar bastante entrada, bastante estilos de táticas, então eu curti, mas tem que ver aí quando ele chegar futuramente para um competitivo para ver como vai ser.
Alright, and talking about controversial changes, we also got the Dokkaebi remaster, with the main tweak hitting her signature ability. It's no longer the logic bomb, it's the Jago charge. The gadget job is to trigger one enemy phone at a time, not all of them at once, forcing the defender to stand still and restart the device, because if they don't, they'll take a nice 40 HP damage. So, the question is this a buff or a nerf?
Tá louco, a Dokkaebi foi o maior buff do jogo que já existiu ali, comparado com o Shield, mano. Tá muito roubado, muito OP, tem muito pouco counter, basicamente só o mute. E eu tenho certeza que ela vai ser nerfada aí novamente, porque tá muito apelona. Ela já era do meta, acho que vai continuar ainda mais no meta. Acho que mudou um pouco o intuito do boneco, mas tá muito roubado. Já era um boneco muito forte e agora ficou extremamente forte.
Cara, eu acho que a Dokkaebi foi um buff bizarro assim, né? Eu acho que você conseguir ligar para operadores individualmente ali e até mesmo se o cara não desligar o telefone, quebrar o celular do cara e o cara tomar um dano ali, isso deixa muito mais chato para quem tá defendendo, mas eu acho que muito legal para quem tá atacando. Você consegue fazer vários combos de recurso, né? Seja ligar num time, com montanha armando um shield pro cara ter que desligar, ou algo do tipo assim. Então acho que é um operador que, porra, um buff da hora demais, mano.
Another cool new thing is also tied to the Dokkaebi. I'm talking about the XK-23 assault rifle, which, besides the South Korean attacker, can also be used by Sense and Rawara. The general stats on this new rifle, which our friend GC Gamer is showing you here, are mid-range with 49 base damage, 675 RPM, and a 35 round mag. It's a solid loadout pick, but maybe not enough to hype up the SAL pros.
Cara, a nova arma é boa, mas eu achei que ela acabou entrando no lugar dos operadores errados, assim. Eles têm DMR e a DMR é muito meta. Ela faz rombos enormes na parede, mata o cara, tipo, 2 tiros de raspão. Então, tipo, eu achei ela uma boa arma, mas não foi encaixada, assim, 100% no lugar perfeito.
Eu achei ela muito boa, ela tem muito dano. O recoil dela é bem tranquilo de controlar. Eu achei ela uma arma muito boa, só que ela concorre ali com a DMR, né? Na Dokka. Então acho que acaba que ela pode ser usada em outros bonecos, por exemplo, uma Rawara, que também tem DMR, ou um Sense.
Perfect. Lastly, and definitely not less important, we got the launch of Infamous Ranked 3.0. Basically, it works like this. First, you don't start from zero. Your rank depends on your previous season rank and your result in the best of 5 qualifiers. Each rank has 5 divisions, and you need 100 points to advance. Gain points when you win, lose points every loss. When queuing for a match, the system only looks at your actual rank, so no more hidden MMR, and team balance is done by squad level. If you win against stronger teams, you get more bonus points. If you win against weaker teams, you get less. They also changed the matchmaking criteria. From Bronze to Emerald, you can play with friends within 3 ranks. For Diamond and Champions, it's only 2 ranks. All of this makes you progress slower, based purely on wins and losses. no KD affecting your score anymore, which intentionally makes everything harder.
Eu acho que o revamp da Ranked foi muito bom, assim, o conceito que eles trouxeram. Ainda não tive a oportunidade de jogar o suficiente. A gente precisava dessa mudança na Ranked mesmo, estava muito monótono. O Champion era algo muito fácil, então tudo isso que está trazendo de novo é bem legal.
Sobre a Ranked nova, eu diria que o que mais agrada é ter o MMR antigo, né? Que você não ficar, tipo, puxando Ranked caindo com uma galera muito abaixo, mesmo tendo Champion, essas coisas que... Tanto pra eles é uma experiência ruim, quanto pra mim fica um bagulho muito fácil e é meio chato isso. Também a questão de subir de ranking não ser tão fácil, né? Eu vi a galera até falando sobre que você tá ganhando só 20 pontos, tá sendo mais difícil, mas eu prefiro desse jeito, que antigamente era, pô, você tinha que dar a vida pra pegar o Champion, enquanto ultimamente qualquer um pegava.
That's it, my friends. These were the main season's updates so far. Thanks, squad. See you next time. Peace!
Welcome back, friends. And yes, as you saw, a lot that has come into play with our latest operation. It's part of the things that we also kind of discussed with Calypso Casino earlier this week, a prep phase in EML. I think Leo had a couple pieces that were posted all over socials that you could see specifically about the map itself, which is always refreshing, having a map that really shakes things up. But of course, Dokkaebi, the biggest change, the rework that has shaken everybody to their core, and by core I mean their phones, because it's usually quite close to it. It's exploding.
Yeah, honestly, you know, we knew as soon as what I was going to call it a buff, but it was a buff, a very clear
it
buff.
is.
As soon as it came through, we knew it's gonna be super powerful, because it not only targets a player, it's just that the player has to make a very difficult choice. And just like when you had to make the choice when Lion forced you to stay static, forcing a player to be static or to take damage is just insane. And what's even more insane is that you can actually pair that operator with multiple other operators. And so if we could take a look at, you know, a couple of examples that we've gathered from EML playing Dokkaebi, you know, we notice that there are so many ways you can use it. You know, this is a roam clear, for example. You see Dokkaebi in bathroom. You see Denari in bathroom trying to go away. He's taken damage because of the Dokkaebi call. Now you use it for sound cue. You know someone is coming. Boom, one tap. That's beautiful. Now that's put in the hands of an expert player. And now this is in a clutch situation. Arun is alone. You can hear that she's taking damage, and she's getting chased by multiple people. And this is, again, another example of a roam clear. They've spotted Aruni. Aruni has to tank the damage because she's directly in a 1v1. So she's only 20 HP anymore, and then boom, a few bullets and she's dead. And so, as you can see here, you thought that was enough. Now imagine a 1v1 between Clash and another operator. Only Dokkaebi can bring EMPs onto the Clash so that he's not slowed down, into then calling the Clash so she has to take damage, which means basically there's nothing she can do here in this situation. She cannot slow down, she's low HP, and she's getting cold, which means she's going to explode. And so eventually, what do we learn here? We learn that Dokkaebi is powerful in entry to roam clear. It's useful to freeze anchors just before you execute. It's useful in clutch situation after you've defused. So effectively right now, it is super powerful at every stage in the round, and that's why you see the presence on your screen, 76% at pro level.
Great against specialists like you saw with Clash, great at crowd control overall, because you can always pull a linchpin away from a power position that they might be in. Dokkaebi, like we said, it is 100% no two ways around it. An insane buff to the operator through the rework. And it has had an impact on, obviously, Dokkaebi's professional ban rate. You're seeing it here. It's 50% win rate of our new Dokkaebi and who's most played by. And EML has been banned 9 times, so 22.5% of times. NAL 8 times, 16%. APAC North, that's Korea, Japan, 10 times at 31.2% ban rate. Asia 8 at 25%. And OS 19 times, 59.4%. The OS fans do not like having Dokkaebi on the line at all. However, there have been moments in different regions where Dokkaebi is not banned and she's actually not put into play. But that's kind of a rarity, I would say. Highly depends on which two teams are playing against one another and on one map.
And you can always imagine, you know, Lion, Deimos, paired with a Blitz, for example, paired it with an IQ, and the IQ can then shoot through the floor because someone has a phone. So right now, the synergy of Dokkaebi makes it not only super strong if you're playing it solo, but completely insane if you're using it alongside Solid Snake, Deimos, and all the crowd control operators.
It's an operator that excels once you put teamwork in the mix. That is for sure. But this is kind of a little look into Dokkaebi after the first couple of weeks. Of course, we're a bit further back here in SAL. We're only in the second week of competition. But let's take a look at our games for today. Imperial is taking on Fluxo W7M today as our opening match, and Imperial have not been able to collect a singular point or win really at all so far in this stage, and we're hoping that today might be the day. Again, difficulties in its own right, but Fluxo W7M have also had difficulties. The only game where they collected points out of it was against Black Dragons, and that was a huge upset to open the stage.
Yeah, this is a massive game for both of these teams. On one hand, obviously, you have Imperial, who are still looking to get a win, in Tier 1, still looking to win something, especially here in this first stage. And on the side of Fluxo W7M, you're looking at a team that has had a 5-loss streak across the last 2 months. Ever since they did the impossible. They beat FaZe in the BO3 at kickoff. Ever since then, nothing seems to go well for these guys. They had accomplished the hardest part, taking down the 2-time world champion in the BO3, something that was, not made by that many teams in the world. And eventually, after this, they just completely crumbled. And so we expected to see some kind of resurgence, a slap in the face after not making Salt Lake City. And we're still waiting to see that happen. We're waiting to see that happen, and realistically, they have disappointed quite a lot. And especially not playing against the same teams as Imperial. To put things in context, it would be easy for us to just say that Imperial are struggling and, to take the blame on them. Realistically, Imperial, they came up from Challenger Series and they had to play FaZe and Liquid. We don't expect them to take down these two teams, and that's why it explains the statistics here. On the side of Fluxo TLM, they lost to Black Dragons. There is no big excuse for that. And it's not one of these big teams as FaZe and Liquid that plays perfect. They actually need to step up here. And this is the moment for them to prove that they still belong inside the top 4 of SAL, because if they don't win against Imperial, I think their dreams will be crushed.
Absolutely. I think the way that they started this year, 2026, with how the invitational was, you make the main stage incredible, and then the fall-off was so hard after that. There is kind of that hunger. I hope that they can capitalize on it for themselves, but what map will we play on in this best of one? This here's our first one for the day. Reminder of our last play day. Imperial played on Border. On the other side, it was also Border for Fluxo W7M. We're playing against FaZe. We'll go through the bans, and we'll be left with Cafe Dostoyevsky. There you go. Fluxo on defense as they ban out Clubhouse. Imperial on the attack. They're the ones that selected an attack start on Cafe.
This is
not
very surprising. Very surprising for many reasons. They have one of the worst attacking win rate in SAL. And obviously, Fluxo W7M are such a strong gunfight heavy lineup that putting them on Cafe, on the defender side of the map, and starting defense is an insane advantage. And then on top of that, we haven't seen any of these teams play since kickoff. And all the times that these teams have played at kickoff, they lost it. But for Imperial, it was actually a game that was closed. They went all the way to overtime against Black Dragons then, which is a positive sign for these guys. And then on the side of Fluxo W7M, they also made it close against the current team Liquid, which is also a feat in itself. So excited to see these two teams going back on a map where they probably have been cooking a lot of things since kickoff.
I certainly hope so. For Imperial's sake, we're still waiting on them to collect a point. Game wins are not easy to come around for Imperial. We've seen it over the past year of competition. For Fluxo W7M, they've put themselves at the top over the past 2 years. We've been seeing them and expecting them to be in the top 4 of SAL, which immediately puts you in the top 10 in the world. Simple as that. And if they're not there, they're going to be disappointed by that. They set that entire precedent back in Reload a year ago with Palu joining the squad. And here we are a year later. They have to get back on that horse and keep it going. Speaking of the horse, that'll be Team Liquid later on against Furia. It's going to be a great game, but before we get... because it's a seahorse. Just to make it clear. Anyways, let's bring up our casters. Emmy, you were confused about it, but I hope I cleared it up for you. Demo, Emmy, come on in. Our two beauties are back. Their debut for Stage 1. How are we doing?
Good. I'm good. I'm excited. There's so many great games today. It's like skipping through a vineyard. Except we might have to start with some of the sour green grapes first before we get to the delicious purple ones. There's so many bangers today, Milosh.
Sour grapes are tasty. I don't know what you're on about. Mr. Demolad, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. I think Brazil, always one of the most competitive regions, Milosh. You look at the matches today, it screams competitive, doesn't it?
It does. It's screaming so loud that I'm going to put my headphones down for a moment and give it over to you. Demo and Emmy, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milosh and Leo. And here we are, Demo. It's our debut. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's us. It's us again. It's not really a debut. We've done this before a few times.
It's just talking, isn't it?
We're back. It's just talking. Just hanging out. Hanging out and watching the siege. Now, they covered some of the things there beautifully, might I add. Unfortunately and hilariously, I haven't had the chance to set you up for this. What's your thoughts on Dokkaebi? What's your thoughts on new Dokkaebi?
I'm happy you can ban her in rank now. We didn't get that luxury during the first few weeks there, and yeah, very, very difficult. I think the biggest issue is really the counterplay. You know, you have to be standing directly on a mute jammer for it not to work. It's not like the way it used to be, where if you Dokkaebi called, you could run onto the jammer, then it would deactivate it. You have to. There's literally one counter to it. You can't even tub yourself as well.
No.
It's very, very difficult. I think the thing is, with the Dokkaebi, you just have to let the phone blow up. And because a lot of people will do that, you'll probably see, you know, if we get to see some Dokkaebi, you'll see that players will just let the phone blow up. Because constantly being rung is very, very tricky. And you're always going to get value because of that. You're always going to get a damage buff.
Well, I mean, how we start to go on, and it's Mitrix, the Ram, being able to get an early take there outside. Well, they tried to be outside Bakery.
Smells a spawn pick now.
Yeah.
It's like
first pick, and yeah, on towards Bakery. Sort of said, maybe just round side of the van.
Aggro.
Yeah, they've got somebody else that wants to be a little bit aggro here on towards the stairs, but instead, feeling back. I mean, think about the site they're in now. Think about who they've lost quite early on, and how much that just buys a bit of safety here. You can see Fluxo W7 are trying to breathe out a bit, put some pressure back in towards Imperial. If they can get one more body, level things up 4 apiece, well, then maybe it's not so bad. But currently, it's kind of bad. Oh! I spoke too soon. There goes Ram.
Yeah, good pick. Only soft breach that Imperial have, and as we know for this kitchen bomb site, it's nice to have a bit of that soft destruction. But not going to have it now. I mean, obviously, Bakery is going to be the foremost objective here for Imperial. They've got the Barora, who's really, really good at blocking off that wedding double door, and he's just jump in the window and try and take in towards Bakery. Oh, no. Another pick. Love him down. However, good trade from Cons. Almost finds 2, but Furia just about survived. Big C4, no.
Doing their best, though. They're sort of level-headed best to hold on towards this. The approach was almost entirely stymied and shut down. Now, though, with a minute 10, a very direct fight here. And obviously, they haven't really gotten the verticalities. Single Raura door, a bit of the grenade and the control they could do from the side of the snake. But no more door. Raura goes down. They have the pings on the player. They're just going to see if they can try and mop him up. But they're worried, obviously, if they extend out, get caught out. They know there's a player else here on the side of Bakery. And Capital locks it in. But there's the swing round of dots. And there it is. Parlu cleans them up and pockets the final pair.
Yeah, I think for Fluxo W7M, they never allowed Imperial to have, like, any control of that Bakery, which is, I think, commendable from Fluxo W7M, considering that they lost their Bakery player instantly in that round too. So I think the fact that they win aggro, I mean, whenever you kind of look at that bottom floor, if you are going to go for that Bakery direct, you need to have that wall open in towards prep. You know, you can't allow that Cade to be as aggressive as what he was. You know, that's something that I think maybe Imperial needed to look at, was do the fundamentals right. You know, I think Bakery, it's certainly a much more difficult place to get in, because we know how much util from the defenders goes into that side of the map. So you do just have to kind of just play the game, slow, methodical, clear away utility, open up the walls, push in towards Bakery, and then start eyeing up the plant. And, you know, and if you kind of skip a step where you're not doing one of those steps that I've just mentioned, that's going to cause you problems with the aggression. And again, we know this region. We know how aggressive these players are. And certainly Fluxo W7M, no exceptions.
From this, though, a first step, how far can it take it? Obviously, when we've sort of looked across these games, right, the delicious spread of games that we have ahead of us, some at the top of the table, some at the bottom, it's still early doors and early days. It's still competitive. There's still so much possibility. 6-point day, 6-point day. We've said it multiple times. We may as well say it another couple, because that is where this is going to come together. Obviously, Imperials, they've had FaZe, they've had Liquid, they've had a tough 1-2 punch. This needs to be the one that they can sort of get a handle on, right? This needs to be the one where they're not pushed aside. And obviously, Fluxo W7M, they were able to get themselves all the way in towards OT, lost against Black Dragons. But still, that currently puts Black Dragons 6th, who otherwise lost their other game, right? That's the split, that is the jump in towards making it for the chance of playoffs. And that will come here against the teams that they're otherwise up against. A steady approach here. The Pulse obviously trying to get the read through. Nobody's caught immediately. They're fully aware of this watch, but they're not exactly going to start throwing themselves out the window for it.
D4.
Oh, they're in.
Oh,
and they're not.
Perfect. Did you see that? Perfect lineup right onto the windowsill as that Glass went for the peak. And, well, Imperial, they've still been able to get themselves in, but it's not looking too steady as they're missing players. I mean, the Pulse just sat on planks, able to find Furia, who's none the wiser. And that 4v3 that Imperial had is now gone. They're down 2 men.
At this point, another hold. Another situation when they've lost these opening bodies. They've sort of not been able to capitalize on their approaches just as they're setting up, just as they're getting things into motion. 2 rounds in a row. Fluxo W7 have gone, no, we disagree. There's the swing round, an easy pickup. The Fenrib trap, perfectly played. And that puts Yet alone in a 1 versus 3. The Kit is top of the red stairs. They're not really going to have an easy route round towards it. They'll fully know that it's there. He now knows someone's on the other side of this door because he saw the lasers disappear for just a split second. But hey, doesn't matter if they click first.
Well, it's starting off pretty good for Fluxo W7M, who I think we're going to have to mention as well, Amy. It's not been a great start for Fluxo W7M, you know, suffering 2 losses. And I think also off the back of the team not making it into the kickoff event into Salt Lake, I think that was a bit of a blow for this side. Because, I mean, I think Fluxo W7M, they've always been like a main staple team we always see at the events. And for them to not make Salt Lake City was a bit of a, oh, what's happened here moment, especially off the back of a 6th place finish at SI. So I think for Fluxo W7M, you need to start building up momentum, especially after how your first week has went. And this is a great opportunity, a good side to do it against.
At this point, slight stretch of distance. It's obviously, you know, Dostoevsky as well, right? It's a map that if you get yourself a strong opening half, especially on your defense, it often follows a sort of routine. You often find yourself being able to put the distance in. Although you have the tribulations of going on your own attack, it feels like a heavy map momentum-wise. It feels like one where you can sort of get that drained out of you, and then suddenly you've got to try and pick your head back up and get your way back in. And here, Imperial trying to just get a bit of a fight, get themselves here on what has been 2 failures to launch more than anything. Because it's kind of easy to argue that they haven't really impacted the map so much demo. They've been able to get themselves in and get some bodies, fine, but otherwise in terms of structural destruction of the approaches, the defenses, structural sort of pulling things apart, hasn't really been a connection. Dancing with a tree, but fortunately not the party they need to get to.
When you look at the lineup here for Imperial, got plenty of util. Zofia comes in, same with the Capitao. So in terms of execution operators, they have them in abundance. But for Fluxo W7M, I mean, equally, they have got a bit of counterplay to that util. They've got the Irunian, who's great at just blocking off those windows where a lot of that util wants to be sent in through. And oh no, look at this! Oh, Dots gets caught on his scanner. Great trade though from Collins. Was there ready to go to trade his teammate. But look at this, Florio inside a pillar already. But still a 3-on-3. This is such a scrappy round. Everyone's just scattered around the map.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? They just keep finding these different little fights off the top rope. There goes the kit. There goes Sexy Cake. And now what was that? Cons! Swung the corner and did a double take because even he couldn't believe it was so free. There's a 2 versus 1. But not for very long. I mean, again, if there is something I was sort of talking about there is structurally they're not taking a huge amount out of the defense. That was just hot fire all over the shop. And 3 rounds for Fluxo W7M.
Bit of a kind of shotgun spray of a round where the cartridges just go everywhere. And I mean, you kind of seen the idea from Imperial. It was very much like an opportunity spotting where they try and find the gap and then they just kind of flood through it. But they just didn't have the information. Like, they had no idea where any of the defenders were. And equally, I don't think the defenders had any idea where some of the attackers were based on some of the kills that we've seen. So, yeah, just lacking the information. And it did feel as though for Imperial, they just tried to do something completely different, and they tried to play too fast.
At this point, I think they're having to obviously immediately slow it down. There's sort of the line that they've not been a million miles away once or twice. They obviously got the opening body. They've been in some decent initial positions, but then haven't been able to capitalize upon it. They've tried going slow. They've tried going direct. They've tried going above. They've tried doing these takes and nothing has hit the board so far. So instead, peel ourselves back, see if they can try and rebuild elsewhere. Curious to see what the approach would be. It's doubling down on the safety, obviously, of the sort of soft on the top floor. And it was the Ram that got the opening kill last time round, but then when they lost the Ram immediately afterwards, on this kind of approach, on this site, you're very limited by what you can do next. Maybe they're just giving themselves potentially a plan B to operate with.
Well, we go back downstairs. Now, last time for Imperial, it was a very direct take. Looking to go for the kind of bakery side. They just missed a few key basic structural things. Like opening up prep wall, trying to stop the kind of aggression. And I think one thing straight away from Imperial with that timeout is surely they need to be saying that, look how aggressive our opponents are playing. I mean, Fluxo W7M have just been in their faces all the game. Like, it's just been non-stop aggression, which is kind of on brand for this team from what we've seen over the past number of years.
I think that's, yeah, it's the hard thing to sort of be like it's been their brand, but it's also the thing that's sort of, you know, it can deliver this region between a mix of success and failure, right? It's a region of gunners. It's a region of, moments like that. There's a take outside the window. Goodbye, Mitch.
And again, that's the Ram gone with no impact, same as it went last time. So they kind of approach where they're going to try and go above and work in all of the vertical operators. Well, they still have got the buck, but still, you're losing that operator in the Ram, who, as we know, is very safe. Because again, for the buck, there's free C4s I'm seeing on the Fluxo W7M lineup, so you have to be careful with that skeleton key in that regard. And Dots is the Ella, but however, the Ella mine has not went off, so the Blitz shouldn't really have anything to fear and will now go for the chase.
Some pressure through there. They've obviously been able to get themselves in safely, which feels like it's been an impossibility throughout this so far. Minute 30, floor by floor, though. It's, you know, hard to talk about the pace. Other than it maybe being a little bit too slow. They're being cautious, Demo. They really don't want to leave another body to chance, especially whilst they still have at least the box still on the board to get some work done.
Yeah, things have slowed right on down. I mean, they have been able to get what they wanted, which is that mid-floor control, and they can start using that buck. I'm just looking at the time here. I mean, a minute left. They haven't even kind of got themselves into the next stage, Emmy, where you're looking at targeting in towards VIP and restaurant. It doesn't give you a lot to play with. I mean, thankfully, there's no denial operators. You're not looking at a Smoke or a Goyo that could really hinder Imperial, but still, there's 5 players that you have to find and kill. And they're not even going to go for a VIP rest. They're actually flipping it over towards Bakery. But this is where all of the util is from Fluxo W7M. This is going to be really difficult for them.
It was exactly what they tried last time as well, right? Yex is able to find Dodes as they get themselves a little bit of damage and balance back, but with 25 seconds, the Bucks still above. They're rolling through the walls and hoping they can just cut their way here across Wedding and inside the side itself. You can see destruction all being thrown out towards the breach. A little bit more tucked around the shield, watching the side. They've got themselves toe-to-toe with the Blitz, who's going to get a team killing them amongst it. There goes the sense. Oh, no. Just as they tried to land, the wheels fall off, the engine stopped, everything's stalling. They're going to see if they can try and cement a plant, but the ones watching above itself holding on is able to get the coverage, and they do get the planter in the end. They must have.
Looks like it. I think Dots has been able to slip in there and find the picks just from the red holes that nobody was in position to hold. I mean, it was a really mad dash, as was expected. We've seen where they were with a minute left. We knew it was going to be hot and heavy from Imperial. But whenever you leave yourself up to that risk where if that diffuser doesn't go down, you're out of time, you're not going to have an opportunity to replant, and you have Fluxo W7M able to hold on, just about able to hold on. I mean, there was quite a kerfuffle there with that blitz, wasn't there? That was... that's always a fun one to see, but... yeah, we move 4-0. I mean, Fluxo W7M... This is Cafe, though. We've seen this before. This map, you could just steamroll very, very easily. You know, 1 round can lead into 5, possibly in a matter of seconds, and that's kind of what we're on track for.
4-0. No timeout success. No change of the band success. You could argue closest that they've sort of got so far, but still, it doesn't etch them anything other than a bit of a failure on the board there itself. They've now slipped as well towards being worse on the entry game. It was a back and forth. They've got to see if they can try and cement that. In the same time, you look towards the sort of standout performances currently, you know, against them. You've got Loban himself getting a very, very decent start here and towards the split and almost try to keep the trend going. Doubles down. Yex kind of wanted the smoke, but the only one that comes out of it bleeding.
Well, nobody's died yet, which is not usually what's happened by now. I mean, we've had already in 2 of the rounds, somebody's been dead by now. So it is a much more slower paced round here from Imperial, which is good to see. Try and keep that man advantage equal, or if not better, if you can. What they want to try and go for. I mean, you look at the lineup, again, it seems to be something similar to what we've seen. I mean, that Blitz has been a consistent kind of pick now for 2 rounds in a row, so they're certainly favoring the kind of roam hunting operator. Again, we know the power of shield still in this map might be different come next stage whenever a new operator who could, looks like potentially just blow the face off a shield comes in, then that's going to be my career over, I'll tell you that for free. But certainly Blitz and all the other shields still as strong in this meta as what they were previously.
They have the pulse. Pretty consistently been a decent read on all of the approaches. And, well, here it was actually the trade out early on. But remember how direct they tried to be towards the site last time. They're just feeding all of this slow approach. Going to see if they can maybe get up through the hatch, get some pressure in, drop right into the trap there. But in the meantime, it's Dodes with the back line, gets a body. They've got a sort of cross bit of pressure coming in on towards the window. But Dodes doesn't really seem to care. Drops a second with that DMR. That's now, once again, the kit cold. Top of red. Feel like I'm on repeat, but so is Loban. Gets the cross through. Now, Sexy Cake down. Florio, all that's left standing. Not for long, a flawless.
A little bit slower, but same result has happened again. Fluxo W7M, they are just tearing away here in Cafe. I mean, Loban, what a game he's having right now. He's got 8 kills, I think. I mean, what can you say? 8 kills in the 5 rounds. Very, very impressive. But really, for Imperial, it's not looking too good for them. and really, who can you pinpoint? You look at the kills, the highest kills is Florio, and he's on 3 kills, that's it. Certainly in a map like Cafe, where I think it's safe to argue that it's not as kind of slow, methodical, strat heavy. It's more, can you shoot straight better than the other team? This is the result of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's that sort of development of it, right? It's why Cafe is sometimes a bit awkward for teams to play. It's why, what I think the only 7-0 we've had of this split so far has been on Cafe. Which was Black Dragon's NIP. It's a map where, as I said, once you wrest control of it, once you sort of get your team on that more energetic step, that motivational step, the intricacies of this map come together much sharper and much sort of cleaner.
Well, they need something, Imperial. They cannot go in with a 6-0. I mean, I think a 5-1, look, it's still not great, but it's doable. We've seen 5-1 comebacks before, but 6-0, those very rarely happen. So it's very important that Imperial can get this round on the board. But we'll see in due time if they do or not. And looks to be favoring that Ram. I mean, that Ram has just been constantly chosen. I think every round but one. So it has been the most used operator, I believe, by this side. But I wouldn't say we've seen really too much value from that Ram, though. Mostly because I think the Ram was picked off in 2 of the rounds very early on. So it has been the main pick, but it just hasn't really done much. Gets the kill, but the Ram's dead without using the util again. It's a weird one today with this Ram.
I mean, I guess it's the importance of, like, sort of running in with that potential set, with running in with that gun, but also how important the utility is for this map. How important it is to sort of keep your Ram going, keep them in the fight itself. At this point, you know, they've sort of lost their energy, lost that position. They'll see if they can try and get themselves in elsewhere. On towards the top. The air jabs, to be fair, the sort of flanking game hasn't been the biggest bit of pressure. The flanking game hasn't been the biggest bit of a game, but at this point, what else can you really do? There's the pulse dead. That has been a big part of the game, but the trade out comes through from Dodes. Watched and crossed. Now, a 3 versus technically 2. Palu is in some ways gettable. They're going to take the risk and see if they can get the player up. They're able to get themselves in, but getting out is that dangerous sort of situation.
I mean, right now for Imperial, you kind of have to try and look for a plant now, and you're kind of headlocked into going for Fireplace. I mean, they don't have the time to start rotating in towards Pillar. Really good heads-up play, though, for Machina. The fact that you kind of know, okay, you've got a pulse, not going to be doing much. Oh, that is a punishing play there. Bonds thought he had the go-ahead to get a freebie in the window, but not the case, and there's the power of the Dokkaebi, know exactly who they're after. Paulo just doesn't have the HP, and yeah, Imperial finally get it on the board. I mean, Machina, he just had to make the play. He knew, right, somebody has to do something. I'm going to just run straight at this pulse and get that pick. He's very lucky, though, that I think Paulo didn't get the kill on him. Paulo was there to try and cover that pulse from 90, but he missed the shots, and because of that, Imperial able to get a foothold in the map and able to push on and get that round win.
Well, talking of rounds, let's talk to our wonderful desk.
Do you mean that I'm round shape-wise? I don't know what you're on about, Emmy. Anyways, here we are. 5-1 Fluxo over Imperial. Imperial able to get 1 round off of this first stacking half. We talked about it in the pregame, Leo, that it was going to be a tough side that they're picking regardless here on Cafe against Fluxo. What happened? How did Fluxo gain such a huge advantage in the first half?
I think it's once again a proof of the very questionable choice of starting on a weak side on Cafe against a team that has overall more experience, better gunners than you do. Usually when you do that side, when you try to go in attack, it's because you have prepped some rushes, prepped something that is unusual. I am lacking to see anything unusual yet. I think we see certain scenarios like that round 4, where it's a 4v4, they have the zone control that they need, they have bakery control, but it's just way too late. Getting into position, getting through the steps, everything basic takes a lot of time. And that's why they feel rushed. They feel like they have to go in like this kind of blind, not aware of certain players hiding corner onto the bomb site, not aware that there's so much resistance onto the bomb site despite having had top floor control. And so it's a bit late. They've lost it, and then we can just see the lack of just basic fundamentals to set up and execute. And that is time pressure here in this case, but in some other rounds, it's just missing the opening kill, and from there, just stalling and being way too predictable. And I think it's the classic scenario of every team that has been struggling. In general, it is going to show a lot in attacks in trying to do the basic stuff, right? Getting the entry kill, getting the zone control that you need, especially on Cafe, which is kind of hard, and then setting up the right execute. If you're trying to play too perfect and methodical and you cannot achieve the basic, you're going to be too slow and you're going to get punished. And I think this is why, once again, I feel like Imperial should try to play a bit less default and try to bring something new to the table.
That's exactly what we talked about last week, Leo, when it was about anybody playing against FaZe, for example, any of these big teams in SAL or all around the world, you know they're great at their fundamentals. They have their basics locked in. Don't try to outplay them at their own game. Try to play a different kind of game. Shift that over to your side. But our operator bands are in. We got Grim and Mira here in the first bit. Sorry, Leo, they're taking away your lovely Mira. What do you expect to see again?
I expect Azami. I think this should be smart. They're removing two of the strongest anchor on the side of on Cafe. I would be surprised to not see one of these operators being done. And yeah, there goes the Azami. I think on the side of Imperial, it's pretty clear. You know, it's target bans. Grim, so annoying, alone on that snow balcony towards Cocktail side. And then Twitch, obviously, you know, probably hinting that they're going to use a lot of utility.
Speaking of Twitch, Fluke Demo, take it away.
Okay, I can explain. Well, let me explain my terrible segue first. So we occasionally we'll throw it towards our wonderful desk during a thing, and I like to take what you say and turn it into a thing. Yeah. That's my habitual thing. I want us to, speaking of round, let's travel around the world and go back to our desk. But I panicked halfway through because I realized I was taking up a lot of their talking time, so I didn't say the payoff to my setup. My bad. I'll follow the bad one. So what was, and Milosh's was, speaking of Twitch, what was that other operator?
I don't know.
I don't know. Speaking of Twitch, I'm itching and twitching to get back into this Rainbow Six Siege
You did on Twitch cosplay, to be fair. Maybe that's
I did do a Twitch cosplay. People did not recognize me on broadcast. One person.
Jinxie clip was top there.
Yeah, I shot and killed Jinxie.
And then
it was me. It was me. I did it. Yeah. No, I do. There was treasured memory in the job that we had. Hey, Dokkaebi, she's still playable. She's still an option at this point, but instead the double shields.
Double shields. I think whenever you deal with a map where it's difficult to get into it and get a foothold, I think the shields are great for that. And certainly I think having two of them is just going to be very insufferable for anyone who could be playing, you know, back a Cocktail, for example, in towards Piano. Shields running at you, it is very, very difficult. Combo that with somebody at a window behind you, there's not a lot you can do. You're just going to get claustrophobic very, very quickly. And that's probably why they brought in an operator like the Clash, to give you that little bit of breathing room. You know, Clash is going to be great against these double shields, and that's something that obviously Fluxo W7M need to be prepared for. They don't really have a great counter to the shield. Nobody even with like impact EMPs, for example, which is very, very good against the Clash. So yeah, this is going to be the kind of problem solver for Fluxo W7M. How do you get past that Clash with the two shields?
At this point, and the longest we've been able to get into a round without somebody being caught out. They're ready to go for the quick break here on towards the side of the, you know, Heaven Door, Hell Door even. They're looking to see if they can force the Clash down. As they do, they've got somebody still playing on the white stairs as well. The sort of encircling of the defenders has gone pretty well without any blood shed, but they almost got a chance at a cash. Now the Clash is a bit isolated here. Sort of sat out. They're going to get rid of the power position. Spray over the top. They're expecting the fight itself, but they've been able to make that breach happen, which means that position is going to be very sticky to play. And again, Yachts is more and more isolated here.
He's okay, though. It's different if somebody starts pushing up his white stairs, then yeah, he's in for a bit of bother, but I think the main issue is, did you not see where all of the players were from Imperial? They were all in towards like mining. Nobody actually inside of reading. And because of that, they can just walk in and go for a plant. Yeah, it's easy. Oh, dear.
Oh, there's the zap, there's the shield. Parley's able to get a couple in the meantime. They're able to fight their way back in. The grenade will get rid of it, but there's the Gun Clash shield, and there's the drop of the shield player. 3 versus 2, but importantly, amongst the chaos, no kit planted. Oh, doesn't even know where they're being shot from, but now it's just the single player left on the second story instead. Get the plant cemented. Mitrix is the biggest possible clutch to make. You can quite see the side of the shield, and now at this point, with the blitz still standing, somebody just around the corner. Fluxo W7M, they get themselves up towards map point with their first attack.
Wow. I mean, that was a very scary moment, I think, there for Dots coming against that clash, and he was just being constantly tasered, and I don't know how he's alive. I do not know how X did not kill him. He killed Palu, which was the more incredible kill. You would have thought out of the two, what are you more likely to hit? A Blitz who doesn't have a shield from him because he's constantly being zapped, or a fadeaway shot on a sledge who's jiggle peeked you? What's, that's the way I look at it. It's a weird one. But yeah, I think the issue there for Imperial was they were all stacked into one site and they left reading completely open. I mean, nobody was like inside a laundry. It was just so easy for them to walk in and just plant default. So easy.
At this point, this could be, I'm not going to say an entire death knell in the split, but you look at the run of games Imperials could have had, right? If this one goes over as quick as it might potentially, it's 3 losses back-to-back. It's 3 quick bits of trouble, and it's a question of where do you start to look from here, right? Where do you start to go with this team, with this roster, this struggle to get themselves a bit of a win? And Fluxo W7M that have struggled since a meteoric performance. For them, it breaks a curse. For Imperials, they're living in it.
I think the issue is for Imperial is, well, I don't know if I'm going to fully agree with the statement I'm going to make here, but Fluxo W7M are beside them in the standings. You know, they're down there with them, and we usually say you need to beat the teams who are in and around you. Do I think Fluxo W7M is a bottom team in this league? No, I do not. So that's where I don't believe my own statement with that. It's just Fluxo haven't had a great start, but we know the quality of that team. But certainly for Imperial, you look at it now, it's going to be a lot of pressure now going into whenever they play against INTZ, who again is on 0 points. So there is now a kind of thought process for Imperial where if they're not going to win against Fluxo W7M, then who are they going to win against? And if it's INTZ, okay, then who else are you going to win against? And that's kind of the process that you're in now for Imperial, because they've still got tough games ahead.
At this point, they'll see if they can try and just get some more life, and towards the Dostoevsky, it'll be the 3rd map, obviously, that they've played throughout this rotation, and at least they're still in some ways stretching their pool, right? They haven't doubled down on club like teams like Lost have, who have otherwise struggled to get themselves through, or Loud as well, or the split of everything coming together. They've got to make sure that they can see if the depth of their map pool is what gets them a bit of extra ground. Mistimed. Sort of hurt his ankles. Comes around through for the 2nd time. They're getting themselves a decent bit of control here, and it feels like Imperial's defense is a bit more of a hands-off one. They did the same in the opening round. They gave a lot of space away. They let them in towards these positions, then tried to retake and bite back in, and it did almost work, that sort of double-up retake over the top and whatnot, but it didn't. And that's the important part. What can they change to make sure that it does?
Well, it's not a lot of time left here, 45 seconds, and then you start looking at going for the site here, and they have been able to force a player out, and now they can maybe go for the plant. I mean, Cons could easily walk in and go for it in behind the bomb chassis.
VODs takes a lot of damage. They're sort of trying to go for a bit of a hunt down here, but they've still got players into positions. Makina gets caught out inside 90. There's a bit of damage done on the verticalities. They've sort of cut their way across here. Lobin gets himself 2. Palu gets 1 for his trouble. And now that leaves 2 desperately biting back. Mitrix all alone. But not for very long. Fluxo W7M remind the league just who they are. And remind Imperials in some ways where they belong.
Yeah, very strong showing from Fluxo W7M. I mean, this is the issue, I think, with your map of Cafe. You know, it's how quickly the game can run away from you. And look, a 5-1 lead, I think, from Fluxo W7M set up nicely. They didn't really have to stress, but they didn't even drop the attacks. You know, they still were able to go in there, take the 2 attacks, and walk away with 7-1. Very, very, very dominant. And also good for the round difference. People forget, round difference, sometimes it does come down to that in these leagues.
Yeah, well, I mean, round difference is the reason that we have 2 teams on first and 2 teams on third. Currently, they're all on the same points, but that's the sort of split. And, well, we're taking a quick split as we dance our way over towards our desk.
Very good landing on that one, Fluke. Thank you very much. Yes, we are back in a fast match that we just saw on Cafe Dostoevsky. The first half really not lending any positives to Imperial in this case. Downhill, at least from our previous playday. But for Fluxo, they're going to be super happy that they collected not only all 3 points, but also a huge round differential. It's going to give them a lot of positives just in case. You never know, Leo, how tight SAL gets.
No, and you know, it's very important, I think, also for morale boost. We said it before, and although we reminded everyone that Fluxo W7M started this by being the 8th team in the standings, it was by no way supposed to be a game between 2 of the worst teams in SAL. You know, it's supposed to be Fluxo W7M, one of the best teams of SAL, against a team that just came into Tier 1 level, and that's what we saw today. We saw the clear gap. We saw a W7M that is back to the double. Fluxo W7M actually delivering the same kind of like high pacing, aggressive playstyle that we used to know, used to love, and had been waiting for a long time to see. And I think clearly they locked in. I don't know how much of that is on the back of Imperial being a weaker opponent or on them starting on such a strong side in defense. But clearly the momentum has built up throughout that game, and hopefully it can carry tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. Well, we have our winner interview ready to go. Let's bring him Cons to have a quick chat with him. Hello, Cons. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. First bit is, after kind of the tough start, you win 7-1. That's a huge boost for you. How do you feel after that? Hello. hello. What a lovely. It seems like spirits are up on the team.
Yeah, the feeling is very good. Like in the last week, the 2 match was kind of hard, you know. Like against BD, we played. I can say that, but we played very bad, especially on defense. And against FaZe, we just look how we are playing, like a lot of fear, bad decisions, you know, individually, especially. So in this week, we talk about it and change this.
Yeah, Cons, I'm quite curious about the trajectory of the team, because I remember watching you guys take on FaZe in a BO3 at kickoff, and I was like, wow, that's going to be like an insane match. And I thought that was going to be a great test of the team with you joining the team, you know, and really see if you guys had basically, if your arrival had basically broken the ceiling of that team. And I thought I saw that because you took down FaZe in that BO3, and I was like, wow, like they've really made it. And then after this moment came the BO3 against Lost and missing the Salt Lake City Major, and then the start of the stage was not so good for you guys. Can you talk to me about like the insides of the team from that rush of emotion of beating FaZe to such a slump after that?
Yeah, like we got a lot of disappointment. Like we knew it that FaZe was a tough match, so we don't care if we lose, you know. I think this was the most feeling playing this match, and when we play against Lost, was like we are not the underdog on this match, so they play without fear, playing very aggressive sometimes, and we didn't expect that, you know. So was a tough moment when you lose, and we talk a lot about it. So right now I think we are in the process, you know, to get confidence again. And like the last split was just 4 matches, and we are a very new team, you know. Especially I swapped my role in the game, and Dots as well. So we are in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can see that. I saw the double shields today, which is
Yeah.
one of the few things that you guys have that other teams don't have. That you have a strong shields player in you, a strong shields player in dots as well. You guys can play a lot with it. I thought I was surprised about this map because you guys chose the map, so I was expecting Imperial to go defense. Were you surprised that they picked attack? Because I was baffled when they picked attack on Cafe.
I think as well that attack is better than defense. Is because attack has a lot of operators that you can change the way you play. You know, like Green, Mounty, Solid Snake, and the new Dokkaebi. So me as well prefer to start attack. When Tuggy asked me if I want to start on overtime attack or defense, I pick attack as well. Like, it's very mixed the way you can play with the operators, you know?
Yeah. Very interesting point of view. Good to hear. Cons, my last bit is that tomorrow you're playing against NIP. It's basically the big highlight game of the day. What would you like to say to NIP ahead of that game?
Bro, I just want my revenge. In the last match, we played bad and lost against them, and like it was my last team. I want to win. I want to win very, 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 bro. I don't want to lose against them, so I will give everything for me and to win the match.
Very good. Very much looking forward to it tomorrow, Cons. But for today, you walk away with all 3 points, 7-1 massive victory against Imperial. Go rest up. We hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Huh?
Thank you. See you tomorrow. There it is. That's the confidence that we're looking for. Khan's looking very happy with his performance and the team's performance overall today. Seems like things were quite fixed up. It's interesting, the point on the attack. There is a lot of validity to it, I will say, especially on Cafe with the current metagame and operators on the attacking side. Regardless, Fluxo handled it well. No matter the side they were on, they played it well, they played it comfortable. Today is pretty much as good as it gets.
Yeah, I think I do think that the score doesn't tell the full story of the match. I thought that many of these rounds were actually closer than one might expect when watching that 7-1. I do think that they had the right game plan. They thought that, hey, we're just such a better team here. We should not feel the pressure. Let's play completely loose. Let's most of the time abuse trap operators and extended holds in defense. Let's put layers upon layers of utility that these guys have to face, and actually, be quite aggressive in the way that we defend the map. And I think when you're the better team and you've got the better gunners overall, that's always a sound game plan. On the side of Imperial, it's a tough start, a very tough one, and a very tough follow-up from kickoff. But at the same time, it's also a reminder that these guys have played FaZe, they've played Liquid, they've played Fluxo W7M, and as dire as the situation seems to be, they will still have opportunities to gather points when it comes to facing INTZ, to facing Loud, maybe lost on a bad day, maybe Black Dragons, who, as a reminder, had lost 7-0 on that map last playday. So, there are opportunities for these guys to grab a few points. However, this is going to start to cost them a lot, and they're going to start to think of relegations really early on. I know it's only the third playday of the first stage, but these points, they matter a lot. So they will need to eventually to put some points on the board. But back on the positives, though, really happy to see Fluxo W7M stepping back up and making it competitive. Because, Miloš, if we look at this, we have a top 4, and that top 4 is clearly Furia, Liquid, FaZe, NIP, and Fluxo W7M. They won their share of the top 4 here.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we hear Extra Troika, our wonderful Ollie, he's not even sold on the whole Liquid would be in the top 4. Why would they be in there? And honestly, given SAL, anybody can be in there. But you need MVP performances to consistently happen. Today, it was out of Loban. Incredible performance, 12-3, really showing up in this game. 171 EPS, 100% cost. The man was present in every single round. Obviously, after a 7-1 victory, you kind of expect it to have a high cost and high EPS for everybody on the team. Regardless, Loban is one of the best players in the world. I think we can agree very easily on that. He's been a rising star over the years, and we expect his star to keep on shining in SAL or internationally. Though, my friend Leo, we're going to have to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll continue on with our games, because next up, oh boy, I hope you guys grab some snacks. It's Liquid Alienware versus Furia. See you in a bit.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão
do Igor, não.
Pera aí.
Nunca tomou 7x0.
Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também.
Pra perder da FaZe. Perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o quê da FaZe? Já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase. Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Não.
Nunca caiu na primeira
Só
fase.
Fúria. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir Fronteira? Já baniu Fronteira?
Banir Fronteira.
Ah, baniu contra ali, que o jogo não valia nada ali, que queria jogar.
Queria
naquela
jogar,
época, né?
verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso.
Não fala não.
Gravar doc de bastidores. Sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
É, o bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato. Você
a gente nunca
tá
usou
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
A gente nunca
fora
usou a
do
palavra
jogo.
bastidor.
Como não usou, você não sabe o que é bastidor. Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor. Tipo, ali o vestiário, tá no vestiário, tá ali antes do
Levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Ah, isso aqui é
Já,
claro,
né?
isso aí
você
é louco.
Você presenciou bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão
do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, isso aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pausão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pausão?
Isso aí, não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve um.
Mas talvez o quê?
2.
Pausão do Igão?
3, 4. Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Oirá, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Tá foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou!
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É, bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Ó, mas isso aí. Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor. Já.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance porque a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada. 2 hours later. Não, pera aí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta e só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como.
Ah, então pode, né? Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Eu marco essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da Fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram?
É.
Mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo,
mano, tomar 7x0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
eu quero ficar de boa.
Se
sem
der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da Furia aí, mano. Tática suicida.
Always great music that we have here on SAL, where it be the show itself or within our different content pieces that we see. Brazilian team is definitely cooking up something down there in Sao Paulo. However, my friends, it is time for the serious one. Team Liquid Alienware versus Furia. Rosters that were friends before, that were on the same team not long ago. And it is a big civil affair in this one, though. Before we kick it off, there's at least two players that are kind of the elephants in the room players. Leo, would you like to bring them up?
Yeah, obviously it's going to be Herds and Maya. I think if you think of this face-off between the former Furia roster, who's now on Liquid, and the current Furia roster, there's one common element. Herds has been building the W7M roster since 2020, since 6 years ago. He built the entire team around him with Igor, and realistically, the 5 players that went eventually to do the complete incredible run of winning 2 majors and 1 SI, that W7 team that then became the Furia roster, they stayed together for more than 1,000 days. They stayed together for 3 full years. And when came the time where Liquid recruited that roster, they left Herds alone with Furia and chose to stay with Maya. And that's the story of these 2 players. On one hand, you've got Herds, who had to rebuild entirely, start from scratch, with 4 new players on the side of Furia. On the other hand, you have the team that left him alone and grabbed Maya, the best player on the side of Liquid. And to be honest, it might be a happy divorce. I think these guys were brothers in arms for so long. They won everything together. They're still brothers and they know it. And in the last interviews that we spoke about, both players were super excited to play each other. Maya has looked incredible with the current Liquid. Hurt has looked even better than he used to with the previous Furia roster. So overall, it seems that it works for the 2 of them. And Miloš, when I look at the 2 of them, they are absolutely incredible in SAL so far, with huge victories on their side, absolutely flawless. But that flawless moment, it ends today with one team winning and the other being proven wrong.
Absolutely. We have gone the way of the dodo ties-wise. Those existed many years ago, but no longer. And for the better. If you ask me, given matches like this, you want it to end well. JV, one of those players that have really picked up in Stage 1 after a bit of a middling kickoff. We talked about him ad nauseum last weekend, Leo. But the entire roster of Team Liquid Alienware, they are hungry to make it to an international tournament. They were very sad not to make it to kickoff. They spent the entire 2 months preparing and working very hard to make sure that their Stage 1 is successful. And they will be on the cusp of that. But now is a big test opponent that they go up against to see how good their metal actually is against a team like Furia that are playing very well as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge clash between the 2, who are, in my opinion, the 2 best contenders at taking down FaZe, the ruling kings of Brazil and of the world. And these 2 teams facing each other will be a direct election for who has the most potential to become the next big Brazilian team, and maybe the next team who is able to take down the champions. So looking at these 2 teams, very different style. I think that Liquid have went for something that is still aggression, but calculated aggression, smart, with a lot of tactical knowledge. On the side of Furia, on the back of having an incredible backline, and Diaz here on your screen, who's a top performer for the team, it is relentless aggression, chaos, but still they showed us that they can play with huge fundamentals, and that backline of Diaz is super strong. Why are we showing Diaz here? Also because he used to play for Liquid before this whole shakeup. He revealed himself, I think, not really in NA, but really in Brazil. When he came back, He became suddenly one of the best players on that roster. And one last missing player we haven't talked about, Volps. Volps is important. Volps played for W7M before they achieved everything together. Volps then played for Team Liquid and also struggled there. And now Volps is facing them, the former roster that got rid of him, his former organization, and now facing it with a revamped Furia. I'm excited for this one, Miloš.
When I say that this is our Captain America Civil War moment, it really is when it comes to SAL between Furia and Team Liquid Alienware. However, our veto is ready. Let's see what map we're going to be playing on in this series. As last week, Furia were on Lair, Liquid were on Border. Both won their games 7-3. What does it turn into on our play day? We'll go deeper. Nighthaven, Cafe, Consulate, and left with Lair. All right, very in-depth map. A lot of space for strategy and a lot of space for both attackers and defenders to really play the mind games all around it, Leo.
Yeah, and you just said it, right? We had seen Furia played against INTZ last week. It was a convincing 7-3. INTZ did make some of the rounds quite close and were able to pull some rounds away. Maybe enough information for Team Liquid to try and expose them. On the side of Team Liquid, you know, it's a map that, as Furia, they loved. It's a map that they played a lot at SI and that, you know, on which they beat Falcons, Daystar, Weibo. And now, as a new roster coming in as Team Liquid, we saw them playing at kickoff, and suddenly it was not that good of a map for them. You know, they got destroyed by NIP, they got destroyed by FaZe, was not even close. So it's exactly one of those maps that we expect they have been cooking during the time between kickoff and stage. They said they had been working a lot ever since missing Salt Lake City. And what better moment to show off a new map, newly reworked, than to do it in the stage against some of their biggest rival. It's probably the most interesting moment to do it.
And again, these are the matches between the top 4-ish teams, matches that we call 6-pointers. So it's always tough if you go to overtime in that game because you're losing out on precious points and a precious advantage against someone that, if they have one good day, the next one maybe knock you down 1 or 2 steps on the board.
Yeah.
Especially, you want to be in the upper bracket. It's the comfort zone. You'll have an extra life in the playoffs. Like, there's just so many benefits to it. Not everybody can be in there, of course, but still, it's where you would like to find yourself. Lair, defense for Furia, attack for Team Liquid. Alienware, we talked about kind of the highlights, the front lines that we need to really see performing. We compared them. What about the back line that enables them, Leo? Who needs to be in there and showing up today?
I think for Furia, we're speaking about Furia or we're speaking of Team Liquid on the backline?
Really, either or.
But both of the teams. I think for the backline of Furia, it's clearly Diaz on their side. I think on the side of Team Liquid, it's clearly Nade and Felipox who have taken a step back, really, and are letting their 3 fraggers on the side of KZ, Maya, and JV obviously do the work. I think looking at the starting side as well, I'm super excited to see Team Liquid start in attack and Fury start in defense. I think it's the best of both worlds. I think that Liquid have perfectly grasped, once again, they were such good innovators, but they've perfectly grasped how the meta is more attacker-sided right now. They're incredible at attacks. They won 83% of their attacks so far, which is an insane amount. And on the side of Furia, they're one of the best defensive teams. So it's going to be a good matchup between the two strong sides of two teams.
Absolutely is, and we're not going to dilly-dally longer. Please, Fluke Demo, take it away.
Oh, thank you very much, Milosh and Leo. King of the yaps, you could say. There's just got so much to talk about, Demo. So much.
Have I been dethroned?
I don't know. Well, we get an hour of certified time to talk now, I suppose. Hour 2. We will probably fill all 5 today because we're hoping for banger games, though that first one was a bit quick. Do you think this one will go the same way?
No, it shouldn't, in theory, considering both of these teams, I think, are very, very good at this game. I think they speak for themselves. Obviously, I think one side is a lot more storied in terms of silverware compared to maybe the other. I mean, you look, obviously, Team Liquid Alienware previously were the Furia side. But you still, you look at the majority of that team, it's the same for bar 1. And the bar 1 is who they're against. Herds is still on the Furia side. He's still here. Obviously, we've seen them last season in kickoff. We said, wow, look at this new quote-unquote super team that was built. You're bringing in some... you brought in Boxer, who's obviously the kind of new up-and-coming that a lot of people have talked about in Brazil. Then you bring in one of my favorite players, of course, from G2. You bring in Loira. And you start looking at this team and thinking, wow, they've got something to work with here. And then, obviously, Volps and Diaz, they speak for themselves, the amount of experience they have. Obviously, Diaz stints at NA, for example, too. So it's just it's a matchup with rosters who are just gleaming with talent.
Well, let's see if that talent can get itself in full display, or if there will be something a little bit more of a slow approach. Sorry, I could hear myself on the clean food for a second there. Let me just get rid of that, because otherwise my brain will stop working. We will instead go with our approach here over towards the top floor they've got themselves in. down on, eyes on towards the basement. It's a bit of a concern of anybody running out, right? They're just making sure that they're not going to get caught out early on by Furia's aggression outside.
Also, you look at the lineup from Furia. Plenty of denial for this top floor. So it will make things very difficult, of course, for Team Liquid Alienware if they want to try and go for the more plant approach. And, I mean, it's something that I think has been less and less common, is teams kind of orientating that plant. I've seen a lot of teams now really try and gun in through Art Window and in through Bathroom, and then try and take their way through that side of the map and more kind of kill focus rather than plants. But, again, it comes with its own set challenges. And certainly an opera that I really want to highlight, which I think doesn't get talked about enough, is the influence that Thorn now has in the meta. With that buff that happened, I think, was it last stage, where the Thorn gadget goes off instantaneously?
Yeah.
The pick rate, the rise in this operator is monumental. And also, if you're a shield player, that's also a really bad thing, because Ella and Thorn have both had kind of side buffs over the course of the past 6 months, and certainly the shields players can feel it quite a lot. So yeah, Thorn, big old issue now for teams who want to try and play that more quick-orientated siege, jumping in through windows, forcing those shields, those razor blooms, dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of hit the nail on the head there, right? There was always the question of, are shields getting too much? Are they becoming too powerful? You can obviously see that there's a double shield ban here, but Ella and Thorn, both of them sort of rising and getting themselves a bit more strength. That sort of shows and dictates the result, and the Blackbeard is the first to be removed. Loira gets the take outside the window itself. They put some pressure outside, and now with 40 seconds and a bit of an attempt on towards the breaching gun, but time's still slowed. They haven't really got their teeth in towards ops. They haven't got their teeth in towards the site or green. What are they going to do here? It seems to be a bit of a swing round on towards the Skybridge side. We'll see if they can try and drive themselves across, but is this just going to turn into, well, let's try and fight our way inside the site? Because, well, what else do they have? Tubarao almost gets the early take, dropped down and fired round. There's a lot of fire on towards Maya. But as Felipox takes even more damage, the 4 versus 3 lockout becomes a 4 versus nobody as Furia just hold it down.
Yeah, Furia, very, very solid. Obviously, the opening death being the Blackbeard, not going to help Team Liquid Alienware in terms of what they wanted to go for, which is obviously take in towards Bathroom, take in towards Art. Even you can have the shield and go for the flip execute, where then you start pushing in towards green. You lose that shield, you know you lose a lot of pushing power that you'd like to have for that top floor. So yeah, very early kill, helps out Furia. And really, for Team Liquid Alienware, they just never got anything going on the board. It was a very drawn-out kind of round, and very easy for Furia to sit back. Didn't even really need the util in the kind of end game. You know, Smoke didn't have to use his canisters, Goyo canisters weren't used, because again, they didn't get to the point where you had to pop them. So yeah, very easy round for Fury in the grand scheme of things.
With that being the opening round, I guess in this point it becomes that question of, well, how much of that was a false landing? How much of that was just a struggle on the sort of initial site? And how much of that is going to be par for the course? They've obviously still, you know, got themselves plenty of map to play around with. It's a big map that you can stretch yourself out, and with the execution of the Denari, with the doubling down of the Thorn as well, once again, they know the spaces they want to try and apply the pressure on towards. Castle can just get themselves a bit more option, but between the Flores and the Sledge really shouldn't be too much trouble. I'm just curious how much effect the Blackbeard can really have, right? Double ban on the shields, and it was the first off last time.
Play C4. Have any information? What has he got? Just going to use the default cam. That looks if someone does walk in towards tables. But the only issue is, if somebody doesn't go in towards tables, then that C4 is going to be null and void. So you may have to try and go and do the trick where you try and break the floor and it drops the C4 down. You can pick it up again. Maybe what he has to go for. But once again, for Team Liquid Alienware, nice and slow. Not wanting to rush anything. I mean, whenever you are dealing with this basement, you know, it will be more focused on gaining control in towards garage. Maybe you try and look to do a bit of soft destruction, get the vertical operators in and utilize them. They've got the sledge at the end of the day. Again, using the shield. I mean, just look at the way that the shield can just walk up the doorways, can pop off utility as well. I mean, using the nades to get rid of the Goyo fires. I mean, I think the timing is really key here for Team Liquid Alienware. They're moving through this really, really fast. They're already knocking on the door of the site, and they still got half the round to play with.
Yeah, I think that's obviously, you know, it's a different side of approach. They get inside the building and do a lot of work internally, whereas last time, I mean, we saw them toes in ops, and that was sort of about it before people started dying. And here, you said right up against the site itself. They're ready to try and go for the one quick punch. It's the sledge. Be able to make very quick work. The problem is he's the man with the kit. So if he drops out here on this swing doorway, then he's going to be the sort of support they need from the side of the Twitch itself. There's the leading of the Grimbees. They're going around right and direct. There's JV92 getting the opener on towards Volps itself. They've got themselves a split take, and this has been beautiful. Cutting across, Loira does a little bit to slow this sort of tide as Herds doubles down, gets themselves two, can't quite make it three on towards the Blackbeard, and now Boxera. All that is alone, a 2 versus 1. Philippox has recollected the kit, but they don't even need it.
Yeah, really good from Team Liquid Alienware. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They had everyone kind of set up in position A, B, and C. It's a simple 3-2-1. All of the util goes in. Everyone goes at the same time. You win your engagement. You win the round. I mean, Hertz, look, he gave a good try there to try and get his team back into it, but just wasn't enough. I mean, that's clinical, isn't it, from Team Liquid Alienware? That's what you expect to see from them with that level of coordination that we're so used to. Yeah, really good stuff. And hey, I think we definitely have a game in our hands. I think this will be a really close game.
It's everything you kind of wanted, right, from these two teams. I sort of made a very little joke about how it's a grapevine of games, and sometimes you've got to get through the slightly sour ones to get to the delicious ones, and this could be a fantastic vintage glass of wine.
Are you a forager? Do you have much experience with that?
No, I'm trying to become more cultured, so Milos and Leo like me.
Cultured, eh?
Yeah. You know how they probably drink wines and talk about books. I don't know. Demo, that's not us.
That's definitely not me. I'll tell you that now.
No. Monster Energy drinks and video games.
Oh, give me a lager and a game of footy. Give me that. That'll do it for me.
Instead, here we are, and here's not KZ. Gone immediately. Goodbye, Dokkaebi.
It's not a great start there for KZ. That Dokkaebi we know has just so much utility. You got 5 calls, which I think if 2 of them get taken away, I don't think anyone will complain. 5 is a lot, you know. It's especially whenever you kind of compare it to an operator such as Deimos, who is essentially the kind of same thing, where you track a single operator. Deimos can only do that 3 times, so there is, you know, quite a big gap in that regard. And certainly the fact that you've lost the Dokkaebi without getting any value at all, it's a great thing for Furia. Not so great for Team Liquid Alienware. Thankfully, though, they still have another operator who's really good with the roamers, that being Solo Snake, who I think is easily an S-tier operator in this current meta. The quick information that you can gain, especially on a very big map like Lair, where droning can sometimes be very tedious, that's where the Solo Snake can just pick up the pace even more so than what, you know, I think Team Liquid Alienware have already shown in that last round, how quickly they can move, but just having that Solo Snake can help out quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it was one of the sort of pickups of the operator where everyone went, okay, this is somebody who can be utilized well in a team, but also can just give themselves the quick read. They can get themselves into a building. They can be their own hot drone in certain regards. You can see how important that is in these tight corners, especially on a map like this when you're going for these kind of sticky approaches. Get themselves the breach across. They've obviously already lost that opening body, and, you know, with the snake, with the lion
swing
in the catch, and now with no ace, looks like Furia setting themselves up for a bit of success here. They're going to see if they can punch the site directly, get a bit of a surprise shock. There's one. They want to swing around for the second, but there's too many options. The third is there enough. And as a C4 gets 1-2, Furia get 2-1.
It's a great shot from Blade. I think it was almost kind of a hip fire kill, that second one. And then Loira upstairs just sat chilling, was prone. They had no idea that he was there. Yeah, not great from Team Liquid Alienware. I mean, there is a bit of a theme now approaching where whoever gets the opening pick seems to run away with the round. So that is certainly, I think, something we have to keep an eye on now, is how important that opening kill is. We've seen both teams now struggle. If they don't get that first pick, they don't really get themselves back into the round at all.
Oh, early timeout. It's 2 rounds gone away from them of the opening 3. They're just making sure that I guess they can sort of keep the pressure on. Team Liquid Alienware, they know how important this game can be. They want to try and improve upon, I guess, what's sort of pointed out by the desk, the history of this map. Furia obviously played this the other day against INTZ. Came out with a 7-3 win. Came out with a pretty decent performance. They want to try and put the pressure on towards their learned lessons. They want to try and ensure that what they get from this opening half is one where Furia don't build momentum, don't build the pace. They lost somebody on an early peak, fine. Then they lost 2 people on swing peaks, these positions. You cannot let that be an environment that Furia like to build up. Play in and amongst. 3 shields gone. Kel Supri. And the Warden as well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Obviously, I think for Team Liquid Alienware to call the timeout, I think they're kind of saying to themselves, look, we need to try and get these attacks on the board. We know we'll be fine with the defense, but we don't want to give Furia any more rounds than what they've already had. I think that's the kind of game plan here from Team Liquid Alienware, which, look, I get it. I think whenever you do look at Lair, I think it does tend to favor the kind of defensive side of things. I mean, we've mentioned before the denial operators. You know, you've went away from the kind of traditional default plant that you maybe look at for this top floor because it's just so difficult to get in free ops, get the walls open, especially if you kind of have to deal with many games such as Azami's Mira here, for example, in towards ops. That can be tricky. And then you have the kind of Tachanka Smoke who can sit in the back and really make things a bit of a nightmare. You do get yourself forced into going for those art attacks. And again, it can get very, very messy. It's not the cleanest way of siege. You just have to be very brutal and just trade kills back and forth. But as we know, it's never a guarantee. So yeah, I think for Team Liquid Alienware, they just want to try and get these attacks secured as much as they can. And look, we head in towards this top floor. We know they're going to, again, take their time with it. Certainly, those mirror windows, that's going to be a bit of an issue. They're going to have to try and get themselves in using the aces. But whenever you use the ace, this is the issue. The impact trick comes in.
Yeah, they've got pretty quick removal there, and I worry about the first round. We saw how slow it was. In effect, we saw them obviously struggle to get themselves in. They did lose the first body, but it was about a minute 20 left on the round itself. They only really got themselves in towards op. They're trying to find other routes in, other ways to sort of smash themselves through and cause some destruction elsewhere, but nothing's really being gifted.
Look. Yeah. The 2 calls have went in, one on the vaults, one on the herds. Both of them have let the phone blow up because constantly being called by the Dokkaebi is much more of a hindrance than just tanking 40 HP.
Well, there's at least the opener for them. Still around the same sort of time, but now with the 5 versus 4, Herds' gadgets already put a bit of work in. There's a couple of grenades. It's obviously the playoff, and you don't have a ward, and you expect blinds to be a big bit of the push, and the 4 flashes that they still have can be a bit of a nightmare here round on the swing. There's a narrow angle that's played right back out of art, and the painting is one with JV92's blood.
Love this guy. Just, since G2, I've just, guy's just so good, isn't he? Just, he does these swings that you just never think, how's he done that?
In the final minute, though. And they just try and find a direct route through. Volps and Diaz, neither of them has been able to get a kill yet, really. Herds is one of the big sort of body putters down. Has got themselves in, and that might be something that plays into it. Yes, they're 2-1 up, but yes, there's 2 of that because of 2 big players. Are we going to have a little bit more of a spread push? Maya, he's eyeing up towards that sort of default pocket plant spot. They have the cross angle, but they don't have anybody actively watching it. You can actually see a big rotate coming in from underneath them, going towards where the default plant is. There's a player that's gone for a bit of adventure. They're opening up with a shotgun as well. There's the C4 a little bit too early, but Volp might be able to secure this from below. KZ gets one, almost gets caught himself. Little bits of damage done either way. Diaz is almost caught out. Loira is. It is just potentially Volps. No, it isn't. No, it's nobody.
Yeah, fantastic. So, a really good heads-up play there from Team Liquid Alienware. What's the one thing we've been talking about? It's the fact that trying to go for that default plant position is just excruciating. Whenever you're dealing with any form of denial, the Tachanka was obviously the main cause of concern in that round for Team Liquid Alienware. Furia had that Tachanka set up. They had 40 seconds on the clock. They're ready to go. They can walk in for the default plant position, but they don't go for that because they know it's not going to work. He had a player in behind the couch with a C4. He missed that because what happened? We've seen players go aggressive. We've seen players take the lead. We've seen just KZ barrel in, looking for those kills. You then stop the Tachanka from playing with his gadget out. Remember, Tachanka, it's always one of the downsides with that operator is you have to either have the utility denial or have a gun in your hand. And if you have a utility denial in your hand, someone's just going to walk up and shoot you in the head, so you have to then play with your gun. Therefore, you're not stopping the plant. So a really clever play from Team Liquid Alienware to run deep, disrupt the plant denial from Furia, and just sweep them like a rain for a swamp. So easy for them.
So, at this point, now leveled up with obviously the team talk used. See if they can try and develop. You said it, the sweep up was easy for them, right? But you almost wonder where the sort of split of the difference was. Was that all built in the conversation? Or was that the difference of just being able to get themselves that one extra position they otherwise tried before? Here, the approach, this was the round that they were able to take. They got themselves in, pressure on towards Locker, pressure on towards the warehouse, and went from there itself. And I'm wondering if we'll get a little bit more of the stretch hold here from the side of Furia. They've obviously still got two players that haven't been able to get a kill. So focusing Team Liquid Alienware into a direct opposition, focusing them into maybe a little bit more of a choke. Be something that gives themselves a bit of a benefit. They're still being steady, but still trying to be a bit direct here.
Liquid Alienware, once again, very early entrance in towards Garage. And don't forget, don't have those shields, which is what they had the last time, and the Blackbeard kind of led the charge straight in towards Lockers and was able to take a very solid early beachhead control off the map. And now without that shield, you see that the pace is just slowed down ever so slightly for Team Liquid Alienware. Other than the smoke, there's not much denial. No Goyo being brought around this time. Liquid Alienware seems to be the same take again here, Amy, just pushing in through Lockers. Now it's up to, really, Furia. Can they adapt? We've seen this before. What can they do to stop it?
I think that's sort of the point, right? Is the adaptation going to be the sort of drive-through? How much needs to be done by a certain time? It's always that question that sort of bounces around, and as you enter into the final minute, I think the attacker is the one where that starts to have a little bit of a, sonic drowning piece of music to it that builds up the tension of the approach. They slip their way in, but they've got a shield that they've got to try and contend with, sort of pre-firing and hoping the bait is taken, but it isn't. They don't need to. Even with obviously all the Flores drones used, the grenades used as well, what they've got is what they've got to try and push against. And at this point, Furia, they've sort of got themselves locked in. Loira gets one. They almost get the second on the verticality, but they can't quite lengthen the fight. But the hatch itself is still solid. Trying to get the thread underneath the castle barricades, but who is there to take care of this at this point, Demo? They're trapped in that box. Nowhere to go. KZ's down. Nate has to punch his way through in the final 15 seconds, but can offer no support to anybody else. At this point, they're desperately trying to clutch at the hold that they've tried to make happen here, but with the final 5 seconds, Philippebox gets the blinder, but is all that is left in a 2 versus 1. They're going to see if they can try and get the plant, but the time is out.
Oh, KZ. Nice to the traps and the stairs. I mean, look, that's obviously a very common thing that we'll see a lot of Denaris do. Sadly, the backstabber is going to get caught out by that, so not great. Honestly, if that's probably a 2v2 and KZ's up, 9 times out of 10, I would say that diffuser probably gets stuck, no? So, yeah, just little things like that. Again, you can see the idea from Team Liquid Alienware, trying to just flood in through as many different doors as they can. I will say that certainly for Furia, they held their own a lot better. Also, we're 5 rounds in. Every round that has got the opening pick, whoever's got the opening pick, have went on to win the round. That is still happening right now. So, again, I can start saying whoever gets the opening pick, they're going to win the round. That's where we are.
I mean, the entry kill is always that sort of fun dynamic. I like when the statistic finds its way around and sort of keeps building and building, and the thread it goes on, because then you feel a little bit like a conspiracy theorist, where you're like, see, the opening kill, that's the one. We'll see. We'll see how much.
Do you ever do some of that? Do you have any conspiracy theories? I know
About-
that
about
Parker
the
has
world?
the whole. Parker has the whole birds are robots thing. I know he's
Birds
got
are
that one he
robots.
loves. He's got
Birds
that
are
one.
not real. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bird-based bad news, but birds are not real. Neither is Nade this round, who is removed by a C4.
Opening pick. Look,
Fast
Furia's
forward.
won the round. Furia's
Furia's
won the round. Done.
And they're having a good time about it in the all-chat.
That's a rough one. Impact tricked near a window, as we know. It's popped open. Even doing it on the other wall as well, over towards the pillar side. It's going to be an absolute nightmare to get these walls open, which I really like the idea from Furia. You don't have to use the mirror windows in a way of, defending a position, using it to get kills. It is great for this little bit of kind of denial that you can bring in without bringing in, a Cade or a Bandit. You can still deny the breach being opened up, which I just absolutely love about that operator, the way that you can play on 2 different ways. So, you look at the kill spread as well in Furia, it is pretty top heavy, isn't it? I mean, Loira and Herds are just carrying the other 3 players.
Yeah, it's kind of the worry when that sort of builds up, but when you go over to the attack, it becomes even worse. They're really desperately trying to get this man, and they just sort of full send on towards it. Volps finally finds the end, and Furia are 5 versus 3. With the chance at the finale of this round, the Candelas will roll their way out. The first sort of big bit of impact potentially towards a wardenless defense, but, well, they've already got themselves to a safety. There hasn't really been able to be an impact and to be a drive for it. At this point, the pressure comes around. The grenade will drive itself a bit deeper in. They've got the player close with the shotgun ready and waiting. Herds wants to try and find the first bite and does. And now in a 5 versus 2, a couple of Candelas and smokes. Sorry, no Candelas left. They may be able to put a call in, but they haven't even really cleared anything. Eyes on towards verticality. Eyes on towards Herds. 2 players above. Sorry, okay, a 2 versus 2. How has this happened? They make it a 1 versus 2. But we almost had all of this slip away there. There was a very important fadeaway shot, and they've made sure. Importantly here, both of them has filtered away. 20 seconds in the finale of this. Eyes on towards green. Has the kit fine. Has that to be able to get himself in towards the room, but they're just pre-firing the angle. Slips his way through. Slips their way towards a 4-2 half, and you and I slip our way over towards our very, very educated desk.
Thank you very much, my friends. And yeah, this first half very much going the way that we're expecting it, Leo. A very competitive half and a very competitive map between 2 top teams in SAL, Team Liquid Alienware, and Furia. How have things been going? Is collecting 2 rounds in the attack for TL is not too shabby at all on Lair.
No, but also, 4 on the side of the defense for Furia is also extremely impressive. I think their playstyle, their game plan is super smart. Loira, Herds really leading the way here with 18 kills in the first 6 rounds, by the way. Let's take an example of one round, round 4, where Team Liquid have to attack, and they're attacking quite late into the round. It's a 4v4, and they have very few control. Look on the left of your screen here. What do you see? You see the floor being shot by a mute. As soon as they notice this, they're like, okay, only 1 player downstairs. That's a 4v3 on site. So they rush the side. They decide to not go for the objective. A very smart move that Demo highlighted as well, by the way. The recognition that the plant was not going to happen here between the Tachenka, the C4, and the player downstairs. Very good idea. Oh, they're trying to play super slow and passive? Okay, smart. We'll just play against it. What's very interesting is the comeback on the side of Furia from that side. So if we roll a clip of the very next round, we're in a similar scenario. It's a 4v4 as well, and there's only 30 seconds left. But this time they do something different. Look at this setup. They use the castle to bait a nade into going into this, but he's effectively useless, completely boxed out. They use the Denari trap, who has injured this player and has slowed him down. They use all of the utility this time to abuse the time on their side. And yes, we know Furia for being a super aggressive, unpredictable, chaotic team, but look at this. They've reinvented themselves. They're able to play towards time. They're able to play around utility. And if you look at this lineup, you see trapped operators with Denari and with Thorn, but you also see the smoke. And just like at the round up top, they had the Tachenka. So they played into the game of Team Liquid. They played slow, methodical, behind their utility. And the two kings on the screen, Herd and Loira, played aggressive exactly when they needed. So far, it's a masterful plan and really well executed.
We can't wait to see what happens in the second half. Again, our casters talking about how top-heavy kills seem to be on Furia, but we know, we've seen it, we've all talked about it. Strategically, the entire team is set up for this way. It just so happens that these two have collected the kills, but that does not tell you the story of what's happening on the server. So keep your eyes out for what's going on, and keep your ears open for our commentary returning from Fluke and Demo.
Whoa, your ears are open and we are back in. Sorry, we fell in that time round. Or at least I did. Took a cheeky little mid-map skydive.
Nice.
I like that usually, okay, this is a little behind the scenes. There's a peek behind the scenes. We usually cannot see each other's cameras in online. I actually get to see people's briefly, though I currently have mine off. I'll turn mine back on for the moment of the bit. I like to see how disappointed you are in my bits. In my little gags and my goofs.
Whatever do you mean?
There's a little bit of sad head shaking. Anyway. 4-2. What did you think about their expert analysis?
I mean, it's... I do always sit there and listen to Leo, and... You know, a lot of the stuff that he says, I always like the way that Leo does his analysis, and it's like he can predict what's going to happen next as well. That's what I always love about him.
It's the biggest brain, you know? That's why he's the esports MVP. Yeah.
For you, to be fair.
Yeah, I was last year.
And you don't have one, so just give that to either branches.
It's true. Who's going to get it this year? I don't know. Time will tell.
Who's in the middle? What's the middle between you two? Who would it be?
Oh, between me and Leo.
Yeah.
So I'm,
you are on two ends of the spectrum.
Yeah. It's somebody who is mildly funny and mildly smart. Demo, do you accept?
No, Tim. Give it the Tim.
All right. Spoiler alert.
Making sure that all people can win the award as well, which I think would be great.
Wait, has nobody bald ever won? No, Pengu won. 4-2.
No. He had a bald stint. No, Tim is bald, not by choice.
That's true. Pengu has a big bushy beard now. They're gonna see if they can try and get themselves here on towards top green. Obviously, Blackbeard is gone, but that won't slow them down. Bringing on towards that Monty, just see if they can force them out. There's early use of the smoke canisters. Say early, a minute 30 still left on towards the site. But look at the take here compared to the takes that we've seen.
Green side.
See from, yeah, they've gone for the green side. KZ's going to see if he can slip his way up, but they had the drones. They're fully aware. They're just sort of watching for the position. Instead, actually going to reposition. Get themselves a bit more aggressive. Well, I say a bit more, a lot more. The Monty is on for the hunt. They know he's trapped around in the corner. There's the C4. Does do some of the damage, but can they get at least one out of this near-death situation?
What?
No! What? No! Are you kidding me? I thought 1, he disagreed for 3. We saw the grenade, the drone, the Monty, the intel, and it does not matter to a mirror holding it down.
Wow. I mean... Oh... Yeah, he's stuck in a corner. And somehow they must have lined up for him. Obviously, we've seen the one guy swing with the Monty, but there must be another guy just on down the corridor, and he got collateraled. And then the Monty swings and dies too. Oh, just what a disaster. We'll also say, opening pick to Team Liquid Alienware, so that means they're going to win the round anyway, so it didn't matter. All they do is get the one opening pick.
I mean, just...
Hang on a minute.
What? Oh, slow down.
It's okay. It's like, surely we're not going to have 2 clippable moments in the one round. Wow. I mean, I'm stunned.
Hey, we love our moments. We love our moments here in SAL Rainbow Six Siege. Twitch.tv/Rainbow6. Quarter 3. The gap gets a little bit tighter, a little bit less dangerous. We'll see if there can be, I guess, some of this progression, if we can get some of those traded rounds. Obviously, remember, Team Liquid Alienware have long since used their timeout. At this point, it will be the sort of growth of the pressure that goes on. The fact that those bodies all filtered and slipped away in the manner that they did, you do wonder, obviously, if that kill had gone the opposite way, if Furia had been able to actually not have, I think, a big whoops, as is the politest way of putting it.
The old banana peel. The old
banana peel.
Garden path.
Like,
yeah.
It happens to everybody at some point. It happens to your ranked stack all the time. You think about the times where you're like, we can 100% do do this. How have we all died?
That's just been my season this season. It's been...
Has it not been a good one?
It has been a disaster season.
We'll see if they can try and, I suppose, not have a disaster season.
You just need to bounce back. I think if you bounce back in this round and win this round after what happened, it shows good character. You know, that's what you need to have. You don't want to let that round kind of linger on your thoughts and it just spirals out of control and you just start losing round after round after round.
It's also the sort of idea of it all, obviously, where, as I said, Team Liquid Alienware have used their timeout. If this round goes away from them, which it might not, seeing as they've got the opening kill and we know that that is the 100% decider, well, then things might become even more monumentally bad. They get the trade, as he said. Good trade. There goes Loira, 10-4. He won't get himself any further in towards this round.
Now for Furia, they're in a good position because they still have got that full health Monty. Oh, Goyo's also on the Toxin door, which is really good information for Furia to find out, so you can easily slip a player into that position and just kind of try and walk into sight here. However, the Echo Throne is going to try and stun out that Monty as best as he can. Ops. Oh, obviously going to look for the plant because he knows about the Echo, but they need to try and find some kills here. Minute 20. He's going to try and pinch the guy in Toxin. Looks to be the case.
They got the Echo. Get the Echo out of the mix of it. They're just sort of toe-to-toeing with the final player. They know exactly where Maya is, and the swing comes around from the back. Furia. Brilliant close down.
Wow, really good. I mean, again, you just kind of looked at the setup there. No Goyo on the door and Toxin, which would have helped, I think, massively. For obviously the Goyo. And without that, you see how easy it was for them just to walk into sight and not really have to worry about much. I mean, even that, you know, there was a Goyo on the back from where Box Zera walked in from. That wasn't popped. You know, they're placing these really good canisters, obviously in good positions to stop these quick, fast approaches. And especially whenever you kind of look at that bomb site, there are like 4 doorways they get into it. And if you just put one in each of them, it's always going to give you that kind of failsafe. But to see them not pop any of the Goyos and not get that value, it's a little bit confusing.
Now, we talked about how the mentality could shift. Right, the idea of the bounce back, and the way they bounced back there was so solid. They sort of knew what they wanted to take. They took it very cleanly. They made sure there wasn't really anything to contend with, and you wonder if Team Liquid Alienware was sort of resting on utility laurels a little bit. And as you sort of pointed out there, the play amongst the fire, the position of the Echo throughout the round as well, they just had answers towards it. And is this going to be something where, you know, premonition, preparation, not a shy map for either of these two teams, but there is a sort of success story to it. Furia, with a recent sort of play of 4-0 on this map, including against teams like, you know, Team Falcons 5 months ago. At the same time, Team Liquid Alienware, not the best recent history.
will say, the first time that we've seen the opening kill not result in the round win for whoever got the opening pick. There has been a break in the mold here. It's not all what it makes out to be. Okay, how? I just want to say how. He just ADS him a blitz and he's been able to kill him. I mean, oh, he's called him a bot. Oh dear.
Yeah. Wouldn't you?
Yes. Wow. Well, I mean, if you're gonna give stuff like that away, you're just asking to lose. I mean, an opening pick for absolutely nothing. I mean, Furia have not had to dump a single bit of util into that. I mean, that wall was opened up via the mirror window anyway. You know, that was opened up by the defenders to sacrifice KZ.
Well, now then, they've got themselves one less body than Aussie. Obviously went through his own sort of changes not too long ago, ones that made him a bit better, but not quite as good as some others. And that is not the way that you sort of want to have a utility operator that gets stronger as the round gets longer. They've got themselves the tracks thing is set up. They've got themselves cornered around here on the back. They've got themselves that sort of eye on the prize. But can they try and, if anything, get themselves in towards the plant itself? It's something that's kind of avoided and evaded this entire game, right? There hasn't been an successful plant. This is a deep dive in towards the right position. We can see a bit of destruction done, but has the Warden been sort of removed from the fight itself? Yes is the answer. The post-plant comes together, but so does the post-mortems. 3 versus 2. They have some in the Shumika launcher, a couple of impact grenades. They can try and get themselves put together a final 30 seconds, and look at the separation of these two players. Erds, though, he's able to win his 1. He wins his 2 as well. Flip the script back round. Holds on to the bottom of the stair set itself. Look at the new positions they're in. Refires the angle, slips their way in. I mean, at this point, it has to just make it towards the kit itself. Nothing to buy themselves any sense of safety. Just has to wait. Play on the audio. Perfect little bait there. Now knows he's not on the kit. Knows they've won the round. And knows his map and potential point.
Wow. Furia, I mean, I love the idea of running deep there. And also, Boxer on the Ying has to be credited for that round. Using the Yings to blind that Solus, who, as we know, for that bomb site, everyone and their grandmother's going to be playing upstairs, right? That's just how that bomb site goes. And using the Ying successfully to block off that Solus, to not allow them to see where that plant's going down, that's what makes the big difference. Using the utility wisely. And look at that. The Ying's being banned away now. Probably because of that round and the impact that it had. It just stopped that plant from being denied. So, yeah, really good round from Furia. I like the idea of rushing deep, using the utility. Very impressive. And, yeah, rightly so, a match point. I think Furia, especially Lawyer and Herds. I mean, again, we're still in the top-heavy scenario. Both of them on 11 kills. Credit to them. They played a blinder. Obviously, a little bit more condensed there for Team Liquid Alienware. But just those two players in Furia are just hitting their shots.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, at this point, it's still possible, right? It's still got the chance at looping their way back in. The removal of the Clash, the removal of the Ying, get themselves changed up just a bit more, but 3 chances. Put this one background. To be fair, the Clash hasn't really been, I think, at all an impediment towards the approach here. So have a quick glance over. I don't think it's been picked once by the defense on this half. They're happy to just play towards their pace. We'll see there if the Ying, that sort of punchy operator, you got a sort of singular run out before, even with the Warden bans, even with the removals. She hasn't really been as monumental as she can be. She's often described as being a bit of a cheese operator, one of the ones that you can sort of force gameplay out of your opponents just from the pick, but even with that, there hasn't been punishment.
Yeah, I think maybe Ying isn't as potent as what she used to be, and I think that comes back to the buffs that maybe Ella and Thorn got. We're also using Candelas, and the instinct is use the Candelas, rush in through a doorway, jump in through a window. But oh no, you've been Charisma mined, you've been Razor Bloomed. I think that also plays a part of it.
At this point, You're looking towards that entry kill, and it goes into the favor of T-Lau. Means by Demo's theorem. On the numbers.
The only hard breacher, no?
That is the only hard breacher, yes. It's going to make things tricky. Is a polite way of putting it.
I mean, this is the thing. Even if you're able to get it, 10 openers, even if you're able to get into ops, how do you then get into the site with no hard breach now? That's a big, big blunder, but it doesn't even look as though they're going to get anywhere near the site. This is very reminiscent of what Team Liquid Alienware went through on their first attack up here.
Yeah, at this point, you know, Boxera's underneath trying to cause some damage, but nobody else is alive outside of Diaz, who's stuck outside ops. Is worried about being swung. I think this is a bit of a failure to launch round. Furia won't be able to push this one. I mean, there's always a chance. They've got a minute 10, but the skill of Team Liquid Alienware makes you think they won't be able to put this one over the edge. All the Shimmiker, the C4, the smokes, the keeper barricades, between that alone, they can take this one to the end of its sort of natural lifespan, but, well, they'll want the kills. We know what they're like. They have the, obviously, pings. The Deimos is just sort of forcing the player further and further back. He's actually going to see if he can try and go underneath, but nobody's really in the direct position for the fight itself. Now they might know that there's a single player. Isolate on the top. Oh, they don't know it well enough. There's one. 30 seconds, though, and that is only one.
Being an easy swing here. I mean, no trade. Actually, I think that Zami bar is actually more detrimental. It kind of stitched up JV92 there, so his teammate didn't get the trade. It has done a lot of damage, but just look at the time. 10 seconds. You've even got 2 smokes as well. Smoke up in a really good pause where they can't really move him. Yeah, an easy one for Fleetbox. There's Nade with the final pick. Team Liquid Alienware still in it. Still fighting back. The main worry, though, that I see going forward here, Emmy, is that is the only bomb site that Team Liquid Alienware have successfully won. They now have to go into labs, or they have to go in towards that mid floor, both of which they have not been successful on. So that's the worry now, I think, for Team Liquid Alienware.
Furia are going to use the timeout. They think, right, there's 2 rounds in it. We just need to push one over the edge. Let's talk about it. Let's maybe try and pull a direct sort of site. Let's maybe try and pull a direct sort of play, or maybe let's just make sure that they don't get anything on the back of it. Yeah, they'll have a conversation themselves, but as you said, they've only been able to win that site. So what can we change? What do we think they're going to change? Maybe we give them a false sense of change. Maybe we take this time out and then we do what we did last time and see if we can make it a success before we find ourselves... I mean, you know, we talk about 6-point games. Nobody wants pity points out of this game because they know that this is 2 teams that are probably fighting for first and second spot, and there's a handful of teams doing exactly the same thing. Those split points might not be the thing that just dedicates one of them towards the top of the board, but it might also relegate one of them to third, might also be the divide. We've seen single point be the difference maker many, many times. Back down towards the basement.
What are Team Liquid Alienware going to do differently? I mean, last time I thought it was an issue where they had the util, but they just weren't really using it. I mean, Goyo canisters not being popped, it just kind of allowed Furia to hit backstabs just to walk in. I mean, it looks to me that they're going to go pretty heavy in towards a mid-floor hold. You can see reinforcements upstairs looking to take away vertical options from Furia if that's what they want to go for. And certainly with Boxera on the RAM, you would assume that's going to be the case. Also the Monty as well from Volps, who hasn't had a great game. He's 3-8 right now, but... And again, whenever he is the kind of resident shield player in the team, it's a hard life. You know, it's...
For us.
Yeah, exactly. It's like cleaning from Miss Hannigan, isn't it? It's not nice.
For us, and we say...
You started, haven't I?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to... I've always been trying to get the musical back in towards Rainbow Six.
Siege, the musical.
Siege, the musical.
How have you not done that yet, by the way? That's right up your alleyway.
We wrote one once. We wrote one once for the opening of an EML split, and we couldn't get it put together, which is a shame.
Oh.
4-6. Maybe that's why I don't do a lot of content nowadays. So pitch musicals. 4-6. Now this first kill, this entry has been a dictator for pretty much the entirety of this game so far. So what was the conversation from the side of Furia? What bit of control do they think they weren't quite able to get? They were very direct last time. This time they've got a bit more control of the verticality. Instead, they've stretched for a slightly different approach. Probably because they assumed, well, they'll expect the direct, right? We cannot just send ourselves right back in for another direct. We have to make sure that we have a bit of a change, a bit of a swing, a bit of a difference of approach. There's some pressure. There's the steady reveal of the Montaigne. They're just going to try and bait as much attention. He doesn't want to entirely turn his back, but as long as he's crossed the divide of that window and he has someone to support, well, they have this position. And they have some control, but they don't have a kill out of it. They don't have anybody that was otherwise watching it. The pipe kill's gone. Unquite fired some ankles, a minute on. They've still got the watch above, but at this point, it's been well played from Team Liquid Alienware because they've just peeled back to site.
Yeah. I like the fact that they went for the reinforcement too over towards Boiler Wall. It kind of funnels Furia into going for the doorway. There's nowhere else that they can really get a push from. He's going to open up the connector wall, but I don't think it's going to be enough to actually jump through it. I don't know, is that going to be good? I mean, this is the issue. It's a vault hole, though. It's not great for a month if he jumps and he just dies instantly to Philippox in that corner. So it's not the easiest of things. And oh my word, look at that. Philippox, oh, with the SMG as well. He was naded in the corner, just walks out and finds two.
Oh, KZ gets a third. And we are about to be probably within 1 round difference. Volps is doing his best inside Boiler and does get the head off of 1. That is all 5-6. Team Liquid Alienware not quite done yet.
Yep.
Holding on towards the precipice. The chance at some pity points and the chance at essentially even that win, that jump over Furia, gets something for all the troubles.
However, have to go to the mid floor. They were not successful here the last time. And again, they weren't successful in the basement the last time, and they were able to win that. But this is what it comes down to. Can they complete the full rotation? Can they win this mid-floor site? Last time, it was a really well-played execute from Furia. They utilized the Ying really well. What's the difference? Ying has been banned since then. It was banned specifically, probably in Team Liquid Alienware's thought process is, we're going to go back here again. We will get there. So we'll need to remove that operator that makes it so difficult for the Solus to do their job. So, obviously for Maya, he's not going to have the same woes as what he had last time.
Furia desperately wanted to try and put some distance between them. Obviously, we've still got a lot of big contender games, a lot of big matchup games as well. And our final one of the day is that FaZe versus NIP. That other two teams that are sort of sat in the 2 wins bracket, but the difference is round difference. Well, they kind of are going to be wanting this one to be 3 points because round difference isn't anything that they can sort of get as their boon right now. The fact that even if they win this, it's gone all the way, means that the divide that kept them in 3rd rather than 1st means probably a bit of a slip away.
I think if you're FaZe or NIP, you want split points here, don't you? You don't want a team to get the full 3 points. So the fact that it is really close is good, but they are still relying on Team Liquid Alienware to push it into OT, so it will be shared points at that point. So, yeah. As we said, we're into the mid floor. Last time, it was a very strong push from Furia, strong arming their way into the site, looking for the plant, utilizing the util. They don't have that. What's going to be the game plan? What's going to be the difference? It looks as though they're going to put a lot more pressure onto the roamers above. They actually might try and fight the players above. That might be what they're going to go for.
That first kill, that first moment, that first step in towards the approach. He said they want to try and take the fight upstairs. The change of tact didn't really work massively for them last time. It was the first plant we've seen, but they do have this, the Nook position. Not for very long, though. Didn't get that opening killers and instead decided to get out of there, find a bit of safety elsewhere. There's all of the read. 4 bodies, and Herds finds the first. Philippox immediately trades back. Massively important to keep the sort of pressure back in. They've got eyes over the top of the ARP window, but they can't quite get anywhere further with it. Instead, still calls, still pings, still awareness. and what's being watched and what isn't. There's the hop in around the side of the window itself, but they double down, and again, it's another trade out, 3 versus 3. A minute 10, and they're inside, but the utility that's otherwise been thrown and removed as well. We talk about the pressure of having hard breach. They have a second option. They have themselves their banners, and they have themselves a force of those players slightly further back. Now, KZ with these mirror windows has a nice position as long as he does not get a bit of split pressure, especially here from the outside door. You can see they're just trusting Snake. Snake for all of this is the read-through. There's the pressure on towards the mirror window. There's the pull back, and there's a big rotate KZ on towards green. Look at the spread as well. You've obviously got Felipox on the far side, alone with a sliver of health. They're hoping they drop the hatch. There's the first. The sound of the boots as Volps is going for the plant. They need to activate. They need to swing. They need to operate at this point. The first engagement goes away from them. They pull off the plant as well. They're sort of baiting them in towards the fight with 10 seconds left. The rest drop down. They're going to see if they can try and keep this as a double watch. Felipox caught out by the spray because of the little bit of health left, and that leaves Maya the sole hope of any points from this brawl, this brutality over the past hour. The impact impactless. They're close on the corners. They're going for the swing. They're playing a delicate game, but the game is Furia's to win.
Furia able to get it over the line. Liquid almost made that comeback into OT, but it was not enough. But just that mid-floor. They've played it twice and lost it twice. So, yeah, Team Liquid Alienware, that's where they've kind of lost it. I think on a map like Lair, you have to be comfortable defending all 3 of those bomb sites. Furia were, maybe Liquid weren't.
It becomes that sort of element, right, of they've done Lair back-to-back. They've been able to sort of grow a lot from it, but no points. How much are those no points going to hurt them? Something I guess we'll have to see in the future. But for now, our future is full of handsome hunks on our desk.
Thank you very much, Emmy. Thank you very much. That really made my day. I'm not going to lie. It takes one beautiful lady just to make your day even better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here we are, though, Leo. And I guess our day is continuing in its own right. Team Liquid looking comfy. Furia really pushing it to the edge, but still the whole point of such a close game that at any point in time could have swung one way or the other is one team is walking away with all points from this and denying a singular one for the other squad.
I think that's the biggest story here in this matchup is I feel like it deserved to go to overtime with how close it was. To be fair, like Furia played incredible. And so at the same time, I can't say they don't deserve the 3 points. I just feel like, just from a viewer's perspective, the level of siege that we've seen from both teams was absolutely incredible. I think that Furia was here today slightly still the better team. I think that overall their attacks look more in control. I think the defenses, especially like Demo said on that last bomb side, on the Bugs bomb side, lacked on the side of Team Liquid. And in the end, it's the difference, right? Between a 4-2 split and a 3-3 split. And that's how you end up in that 7-5. Realistically, it could have been an overtime game. I think it deserved to be. But that we're going to have to wait till playoffs because I have no doubt that both of these teams will be there.
Absolutely. And I think there's going to be a lot in the Team Liquid psyche in this saying, you know what? This was a best of one. We don't have to overthink it. Let's just move on. Okay, we lost to Furia. We didn't get a point out of it, but fine. It did show, like you said, that Furia were the better team today. In a lot of rounds, even though they got really close, they were in control a vast majority of them. And that has to feel good just because Furia themselves, they're kind of this hodgepodge that were put together when, like we talked about it in the pregame, where, all right, everybody went over to Team Liquid Alienware except for Hertz. The roster had to be rebuilt. It's personal here in this game in one way or another. And at the end of it, you, Furia, the new kids on the block, are the ones that are taking down Team Liquid Alienware that so far they have not been able to show the clear big results. Yes, we have the expectations. They're playing well and all, but they make kickoff. They didn't qualify from kickoff into Salt Lake City. Right now, they're looking good gameplay-wise, but is that translating to points? Will it give them a higher seed going into playoffs? We're really not sure of it as of this moment. But that's just kind of how the story goes. Furia locked in. They were on match point for so many rounds in a row. And it was on Team Liquid to close the game out, which clearly they could not bring it back and take it into OT. I think Furia are going to be incredibly happy, not just with all 3 points, but on top of it, taking down a team that is looking to contend for the top 4 and even for the top 2 positions in SAL, Leo.
Yeah, I think that this matchup in general was summarizing the clear gap that we see between two teams at the top of their game, or at least looking like they're at the top of the game of SAL, versus the previous matchup that we had seen. I think that even though it's going to be disappointing from the side of Team Liquid, you know, it's in one way it's 2 losses, right? It's Furia, the organization that they left and had to rebuild from scratch a whole roster, went to the major, they didn't. They played each other, Furia won that game, they didn't. So like right now, it can feel from one side that Furia are winning. However, like I've said, in this story, I believe that with the level that Team Liquid is showing so far, they will manage to go to the playoffs. I think for Furia, it's pretty clear as well. And so that's when they reach that moment in the BO3 to really guarantee they're going to make it to EWC. That's when we're going to see the real matchup that matters the most. But you said it best. Even though it was close, it is a 3 points on the side of Furia, one that is well deserved. And if you look at the players on the screen here, Loira, Hertz, the two that are stepping up. Loira, the new import coming back from Europe, honestly, such an important players. In all of these defenses, when I said that they needed a trap operator to try and slow them down, he's the one that played Thorn 2 rounds. He's the one that played Ella 3 rounds, played Denari as well. He's the one that played all of these trap operators to try and like crowd control and slow down Liquid. And he's the one that got aggressive just before the execute, getting the most important kills. And Hertz, in a critical moment, playing against his former teammates, delivers double digits. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Very impressive.
And you're seeing it here in spades for the team. It's actually crazy that the 2 players are, other than Kizzy themselves, but or Hertz, sorry, that are playing really well. Loira coming back after his stint in Europe as the MVP is today, and Diaz Lucas, another person, Diaz, that we talked about so much, playing even better now that he's back in Brazil after his stint in North America. Honestly, I don't know, maybe the Cope wants me to say, hey, they learned to be better players competing in other regions and came back to SAL to really give it their all.
No.
But that's just my EML Cope that's speaking here for just a moment. Regardless, both good for both Loira and Diaz that they're performing so well. Good for their entire team and for Furia. And if anything, if Loira were to win the next major, it just means that EML has won at the same time. That's the level of copium that we're working with here.
Okay, yeah, you are working on that level of copium. I'm not associating with that whatsoever.
Look, when you start off over many years, almost a decade, being a VP fan, there's something that changes within you, Leo, and one of them is an insane over-reliance on copium. Regardless, our MVP here, Loira, great from him, but as you know, if Furia win means that we get to talk to the one and only Diaz. Bring him up. Diaz, welcome yet again. We're getting used to having this conversation every single playday and every single week. Congrats on a massive win against Team Liquid. Going into this game, what was the preparation like and what did it mean to you to take down Team Liquid? Because there's a lot of history between players on both sides and between the organizations here.
To be honest, the prep was pretty simple. We scrimmed the same map against them a couple of days ago, and we got absolutely destroyed. So we knew that they weren't going to change anything, so we just demolished them. Yeah, and it means a lot to everyone here, to be honest. Me and Reduct got replaced for hers that got dropped, but it's just the best of one. It's just the beginning of the tournament, so it doesn't really mean that much. Just feels good, you know.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my follow-up question because, you know, playing your former organizations, for your coach, same story. I obviously felt like this one had, even though it's just a BO1 in the middle of the stage, and I expect you guys to make playoffs anyway, I think it carried a lot of emotional weight. Do you think that this is going to help us, help you guys with the confidence and the momentum to feed that into your season now that you've beaten, you know, some of the old teammates of Hertz?
100%. Liquid is a great team. We've won everything, and beating them in the beginning of the stage gives us a lot of confidence to keep moving, keep working, and doing what we're doing, working hard.
And just a quick question about a comment that Miloš made, actually, is that, you know, I feel like we've seen you at the top of your game ever since you came back from NA. I think you were always a good player in NA, but then there was that revelation when you went to Liquid where you were the standout player with Maya, and then in this roster, you know, going into this match, you were the best rated player on the team. And I look at Loira, for example, with his last year with G2, he was always a standout player, but he had, you know, on and off games. I feel like he's way more consistent with you guys. Do you feel like you and Loira perform better when you're speaking in your native language, when you're back home in Brazil, when you have a culture that's Brazilian? Do you think that's helping you guys perform better?
110%. It makes a big difference. To be honest, it was on Liquid. It was my first time playing on a fully Portuguese-speaking team. I played like when I was a little kid, but like Tier 1, it was my first time, and I felt the difference immediately. It's just it's more natural, it's more comfortable in the server, outside of the server as well. The culture is what I'm used to, so it feels great to play here.
Very good. And I kind of want to move this to the next and final bit of, well, you had a tough game to prepare for and to play today against Team Liquid. That's one thing. Tomorrow you play against Imperial. There is a difference, I guess, in between level and results between both teams, but how do you hold yourself as Furia, as we expect to be at the tippity top of SAL, from not getting, I guess, having ego take over you or getting too high on your own supply when you face off against a team that maybe is not on the same competitive level?
It's same posture, to be honest. On paper, they're weaker than us and weaker than like the top teams, but if we don't go in with the same energy we came in today, we might lose, you know.
Very good. Keeping it humble. Yes, thank you very much for our interview, and thank you again for this beautiful matchup that we had. All 3 points are yours. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
See you. Good night.
There it is. Diaz joining us here on the interview. It's good to hear from him and good to hear about specifically this transition from different regions down here into Brazil and how things are going on. I'm very happy to see the results. And as a Siege fan in general, I'm here only to watch good games. And this definitely was a really good one. If you're Furia, you're absolutely happy with those results. However, my friends, that is game number 2. We still have 3 more to go, which means we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, it gets loud. Because loud play, INTZ. See you in a bit.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos. Dois loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma. Tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda. As 3. Fui no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes não tive sorte principiante. É isso.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando. Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Um cara da Liquid que quer meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV? Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Eu sabia que era pra esse. Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano.
Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu vou colocar da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí. Pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que dar?
Formou Aura, hahaha. 0-3 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. JV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vai tomar no c...
É de alguém da Fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano.
Vai,
Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris.
Norris?
É. Que ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
Isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Olha, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e fala, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê. Tem 6 anos, mano. Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querida STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
I am muted, yes, but I fixed it, and if anything, I was just laughing because these segments are way too funny. Anyways, Leo, we went in serious into funny and back into serious as INTZ take on Loud, and I think we have to have a chat about these two rosters, starting off with INTZ. Now, INTZ stands for intrepidity in Portuguese, but so far, their intrepid, I guess, gains have been almost non-existent in the stage, falling short of things in their first 2 games.
Yeah, I just mentioned that we've seen 2 of the best teams in SAL, a level of siege that honestly can rival with the very best, and I think that in the long term it would not be a surprise to see Team Liquid and Furia reach, a major grand final or aim for title, even reach a trophy. And who did INTZ play in the first 2 play days? Liquid and Furia. So as much as we can judge the fact that they don't have a single point, I will retain myself from judging them too hard, because I will refrain myself, because I think that it's tough for anyone, any team facing such strong ones to provide a good showing. And I think on the side of Loud, the story is similar. The opponents are not as strong, maybe on paper. They played Lost and played NIP, but they made it much closer than INTZ did against their previous opponents. The players on the screen, they made it very close against NIP. It could have went to overtime. It was a 5-7 loss. Against Lost, it was a 7-8 overtime loss. It was a crazy game. All the way through play day 2, and that went all the way. The only overtime that we had last play day, and we all felt like both these rosters, didn't make a single change despite a very disappointing kickoff. And I think they took the time to really cement together, to learn to know each other, because both of them had been created from scratch. And the 2 guys on the screens are the real standout players from both of these rosters. 2 players that deserved, I think, our praises, because they are the players that so far have had the best EPS, have had the important multi-kills, have brought the missing rounds that these teams needed to make it at least look close, despite them not having won a single game yet. So if I'm looking at 2 players on each side, trying to make sure that, you know, they're going to get their final victory, I'm looking at the 2 guys on the screen. Legacy, who's been there for more than a year, but is still one of the players that didn't ever get a shot at being on a big SAL team, despite being the most consistent player on his respective roster throughout the mini seasons he's had here. And Gabu, who was one of the only rookies coming into SAL this year, a full-on rookie who started and surprised everyone, I think, with Loud. I think a little bit of a box zero in himself. You know, I think the last big revelation of SAL that landed a job on the side of Furia. I think Gabu is that player, and if Loud can retain his player and can really make him flourish, he will be the main stakeholder of their victories.
That's a very good way to describe things. This is how you get to see this sort of young talent still developing in the region. There was this conversation that we had over interview last week. I don't remember exactly who it was with, but one of the players that was telling us, I think it was maybe Pino, was saying, I guess tier 2, tier 3 player talent in SAL is maybe not developing as quickly or as strongly as we'd like them to be. It's coming from someone as experienced as Pino in the region that also came from these lower tiers of competition. So it does hold some stake in that statement. And Gabu is definitely the one, and Legacy is also, both of these players to show off that, hey, it's there. We can be the future that this region requires. Though, let's pull up our map, Vito. Let's see what map we're going to be playing on in this series. As last time, Loud got that 1 point on Clubhouse. And on the other side of INTZ, they went to Lair, a complicated map against their opponents of Furia. Nighthaven out. We're going to go to Clubhouse. Fundamentals, as always. Even someone like me who knows nothing about Siege can tell you all you need to know about Clubhouse. All about fundamentals. You really test yourself and your own skills individually and as a team. Teamwork, cohesion, callouts, comms, all of that is there. What do you ban? What to deal with? This is as basic as it gets here in Siege. But the pick here goes to INTZ, who took us there. So Loud have gone for defense.
3 play days and 3 clubhouses for Loud. Very surprising for them. But I guess, you know, I like it for them. They're not showing a lot of strats. And to be honest, I said it before, they made it close against Lost. They made it close against NIP. They should have arguably won the game against Lost. So for them, it is a comfort map. Now, the interesting thing is, INTZ, they had a whole week to prepare this match. And why is that interesting, Miloš? Because this is actually their permaban. They have banned it 7 times since kickoff. And so the fact that they bring it on, especially for Loud, after Loud has showed, maybe like almost more than 30 rounds of it? Now, that makes sense. Almost 30 rounds of it showed last week. I can see why they're trying to pick it. It seems like it's obviously a counter-strat in a BO1.
It absolutely seems like it. I would be surprised if it isn't. And this is a perfect opponent to try to play against, right? Loud is this one team that could crack into the top 6 should somebody slip around here and there. INTZ wants to be the one with the advantage over them. And our game is set immediately on to Clubhouse. We'll send it then to our casters. Flug demo, all yours. Get loud.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Dun, dun, dun. That's your kind of music, right? Dun, 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 dun. No. You're a club guy.
That's not. No, that's not.
Sorry, you like Scooter. I forget. You met Scooter, didn't you?
I did.
I know this is one of your most treasured stories.
How much is the fish?
Iconic, that man. Anyway, enough about Scooter. We are getting loud, but we're getting loud in the same place that they've been getting loud for the past week, which is Clubhouse once again. A 5-7 loss to NIP, a 7-8 loss to Lost. Will this one be the one that breaks the mold? Or can INTZ, who have otherwise been on a bank and a lair so far against a Liquid and a Furia, find themselves hurtling up the leaderboard?
I think, again, it's not bad showing from Loud's, you know, I think going here in the club. Obviously, even what Miloš was saying, it's your fundamental map. You know, it's all to do with your basics, isn't it? And I think certainly for a team like Loud, who haven't had the best of times, I think, since coming in as a partner team last year. You know, I don't think they've made the same waves as what maybe we were expecting, because I think they had a pretty good showing all the way back at Reload, but we always said they were always the bridesmaid, never the bride, you know, throughout the past 2 stages last year, where they were so close to making it into the top 4 and going to the major, but just never got there in the end. So I think that there is an element that we have to look at from that perspective, where, you know, they were a team which just lacked a little bit of something in the end game. But no, I don't think going the club's too much of a bad thing, considering that very, very close games, both times, against NIP and against Loss. So it's not as though they've been absolutely dreadful. And this is, let's be real, a weaker opponent compared to NIP and certainly Loss.
Well, they get themselves in here, well rehearsed and well practiced for a hold on towards this, well, map in general, really, at this point. They've been able to get the full cycle round there. See if they can try and get a steady approach, starting from the top itself. The removal of the double electrics is going to mean that they shouldn't be too slowed and hastened, but they're actually going to see if they can pick up the pace anyway. Just quick blitz blind through on towards the secret stairs, and then, well, back across. Nobody was loose, nobody was catchable, and this sort of play, this punch in through stock, almost feels like some of that best of one counter prep that they were talking about, right? Almost feels like this is responsive towards the holds that we've seen this team do on this site over the past sort of recent week. So instead, see if they can try and hit that heavy and hard, but nobody was home.
Yeah, this is kind of what you expect to see in the basement, isn't it? Don't really see much variation these days. A lot of teams will still like to try and take in towards bar, get the hatches opened up, obviously get the bit of vertical work doing. They have the buck there for that exact reason. There are a few roamers though. Well, actually just the one, and it is going to be Gabby all the way up inside of bathroom. That is something that obviously INTZ needs to be careful of, because a roamer at this point could be detrimental, and it's just, do they know that he's up there? I mean, the way that they're playing, it doesn't look like, you know, typically we would see somebody have a bit of a movement towards that. So yeah, I think this is where Gabby could have a lot of value.
Oh, Gabu. How unknown is he? How cautious can he be? You look at the timer, look at the position. Now, they've got a bit of a half watch on, right? They're still sort of keeping them aware, but can he get the right body? No, he does! He gets the double down! Oh, he can't quite secure the third, but look at the drop, the momentum taken out. Fine, they don't get the kill. That's 10, 15 seconds removed out of that. The sort of dedication towards the drop has to be pulled out. 10 seconds. There's a 4 versus 2, but how much of that was that young superstar that was so heralded when he first came in? As now the finals tick away and Loud tick up their first.
He done enough. Very unlucky not to get the second, but it was just the fact that he's wasted a good 10-15 seconds based on just sheer panic. You know, at that point for INTZ, everyone had to stop what they were doing and deal with that threat. That's the issue. Everyone kind of stopped work in the site and then instead had to deal with a roamer. The question is, how has that been allowed to happen?
Yep.
Again, as much as what we can see through walls, because we have that ability here,
we do.
We sadly can't hear what they say. And even if we could, we would not understand it. That's a whole other problem, but we'll not get into that.
No one's ever made that joke before.
It's the fact that, is that being calm? Do they know he's up there? Do they not know he's up there? I mean, if they knew he's up there, it's a big old risk, right? And it didn't feel as though they knew, just based on where they were on the hatch. Like, if a guy's upstairs, he's going to walk down main stairs, you're going to know that. But how are they not droning it? I think that's probably the better question. How are they not droning it? There's mute jammers, yes. There's mute jammers, but if there's mute jammers up there, what does that typically mean?
That someone is up there, or they're trying to waste time. And this is the element.
Common sense.
They had air jabs. They had Nomad. This could be the idea that they just put too much faith, blind faith into an air jab that obviously didn't operate in the way that they wanted. Whether it got taken out, I can't quite remember. I wasn't quite watching all of it. But it's almost that other side. When I said it, the direct punch through into the middle seemed like INTZ had done homework onto how Loud likes to hold. Fine. You change the recipe. Add in a little bit of spice. Change things up. And suddenly their trust is built on a thing that isn't quite a network as solid, as reliable as you once thought. Here, I guess we'll see if that turns into a progression. Because it's also the split of the idea of, you know, it is Clubhouse. Is one that gets itself further through. STK is able to get the first. There is Gabu. On there is those keeper barricades removed as well. Is an early bit of removal for a very powerful bit of utility.
Swapping mags.
Yes, a good operator to get rid of early on. We know that Zami is one of those regenerative operators where the gadget will take a while to get the full use, the full charges out of her. Good to get rid of her early. Right now for INTZ, it's just doing the basics, right? Getting these walls open, starting to put a bit of pressure on these windows. Minute 30. Plenty of time. I think in terms of time management, it's really solid. This should be a freebie onto the Mira. No, somehow Raps loses that, but is very swiftly traded out. So it's still okay. But look at this live. No way. Oh my word. He could be on for two here, maybe.
I mean, are we on for another big backstab there? In the meantime, getting one. There's the swing. He's able to somehow secure two. Great. And then he pulls away. Brilliant. It's a 2 versus 2 now. They try and put the man onto the side. Doesn't matter because they get dropped either side. Loud. They keep things going. 2 rounds in a row.
Well, I mean, that is a round that's just kind of been flipped on its head. I mean, live being able to... I think he must have came in through Gym Rotate and then just got perfect timing as they've walked in through the breach. He slipped in through the Gym Rotate and has been able to flank them. I mean, it's a bit crazy that he's been able to pull that off, but it is just one of those perfect siege timing moments. Brilliant if obviously you're alive, and you'll be absolutely puzzled if you're INTZ thinking... But how's that happened? We had a guy in bedroom. Where's he came from? Is he teleported? No. He just got the perfect timing on you.
That's 2 for 2 now, though, right? 2 for 2 on somebody making a punch around that time left in the game. You know, 40 seconds, 30 seconds left. Just getting around the back of INTZ's approach. And, you know, you have to sort of look towards what you want to change in that situation. Find different site, find different location, but... you know, some track stingers, a little bit extra width in terms of what you're holding, so you have a bit more awareness, maybe. That just something that gives you a bit more of an avenue of control, rather than trusting either the drone game that isn't quite working out, or the Nomad that we didn't see for the second time anyway. Otherwise, Loud, there is an element towards it where they haven't always been... you know, the sort of ones off to the strongest start, right? They haven't been the ones that have immediately got themselves up towards the best possible foot. And with this 2 rounds and that not the best start, you sort of wonder how much momentum is going to build up for them. Look at this pace, though. Angels is in, knocked right back out, as is STK.
Hello?
Well, actually, STK... Angels survives even. The smoke canisters will stop them immediately chasing up. Great take. They're inside the site, sort of. I say sort of because the pressure is encircling them. They're going to go for the plant. Rolling the drone out. Arthur's just going to hold on for now. They're sort of baiting the utility, but nothing's been cemented. Instead, the C4 just comes over the top, and now it's going to encircle the 4 versus 2. They have the idea on where the player is, but they're just going to try and force the fight, but they can't. There's the shotgun, there's the lockout, and there is 3 rounds, Demo.
Well, it's a lash out, isn't it, of a round. INTZ have tried something really off the cuff. They've tried to flood their way in through main stairs via the main stairs window. I mean, they were successful in getting that diffuser down, but I think with a rush, if you initially just lose 2 players right from the get-go, that's not fun. And then you're dealing with a 5v3 and you've got no map control because you've went for the rush. And very easily cleaned up from Loud, as we've seen. Yeah, this is feeling like a bit of a runaway game. Really good start for Loud. Haven't really looked phased. I think they've been in steadily control. I think they've been catching, obviously, INTZ by surprise quite a bit. Those flanks have worked out well for them. No, it hasn't been good for Ents. I mean, even if you look at the kill spread, it is big old difference. I mean, what's that? 5 kills in the side of Ents. Live has got 6 kills just on his own.
I'm out as well. I mean, yeah. Yeah, they need to talk about it because, as you said, the kill spread isn't great. The control hasn't been great. That third round, they went for a particular smash and grab play, and you know you can sort of see why it started to fall apart. But even then, getting the kit down, the closest they've got. But at the same time, it's a particular kind of play. You cannot just knock those out time and time again. You cannot put a huge amount of sort of money in that bank and hope that it holds on. Get themselves that sort of fresh reset. Loud at this point, obviously they've, you know, done this distance, got themselves here. But with the split of how things have sort of come out in terms of recent performance, obviously Loud on this map, they're sort of 0-2 on the losses. Fine. They've technically been better on their attack, right? This is their weaker half for all of Vince's money, and that is that worry right now.
I mean, obviously it's Siege, game of 2 halves, isn't it?
I've heard that said.
You've heard that many a times, I'm sure.
No, once or twice.
Once or yeah, that's it, yeah. I do think there is an element though for Ints where you get onto the clubhouse defense. It's a little bit more easier, I think, in many circumstances for teams who are maybe struggling at a point. I think clubhouse as a map. It is the easiest map. Is that crazy of me saying that? I mean, I think Border is the easiest map to play, but then again, I'm a psychopath, so what do I know?
Well, Border's easy in that you can play it without a brain and somehow find success. Clubhouse needs a little bit of a brain, but it's sort of like a my first ABC's brain.
It's more, you've played it enough, you should know. I mean, Clubhouse is the longest standing map that we have.
Yeah. Like, it's the fundamental, it's the basics. It's
that's my kind of thought process with it. But then again, I think if you know how to play Clubhouse, attacks are simple. Like there is, you say ABCs, I say easy as 1, 2, 3.
Oh, and that's the book, and you can buy that at all average bookstores. Loud. I'm curious to see if they feel they need to adapt. Obviously, at this point, you know, they've had a decent bit of control, but they've lost some of the opening engagements. I say adapt. Can Live get away with this? Surely not. Rotated his way around. There's a bit of pressure coming out. He's onside the window itself, obviously. He's actually just going to draw some attention in 2 minutes, and you can see, you know, he's got the hatch to drop. Oh, is he going to make it? Resets does get STK in the meantime. They're going to see if they can close down. They've got the drop. They've got the escape, but they don't have the kill. Arthur had to send for it with the grenade because they needed something out of that.
Let's say that Ints have a particularly strong lineup, and they don't have a lot of util dump operators. It's very off the cuff, kind of more flashbang nade orientated, but they can only last so much. You know, this is where like a Ying would be fantastic. Even maybe a Capita would be really good to have, I think, for the basement execute. So they might have a bit of bother getting some of these players funneled out of those strong anchor positions that we like to see. I mean, you think about obviously this downstairs. You've got the boxes. You've got obviously the AK position in towards church. All very difficult positions if you don't have the utility to kind of clear. So that may be a bit of a worry here for Ints. All the hatches open, so they can start thinking about, okay, where do we want to go? What about the Goido canisters, though? Are they in a good position? Do we have any maybe for the Moto drop? Any for blue?
I mean, you would assume that they've got something on that side, but then you look towards what they've got to remove utility, and it's not a huge amount. Obviously, the 2 frag grenades to bounce around if they want to try and get it out early, but what is early? When you have 30 seconds left, right? What else is there that can try and stop it? At the same time, the defense is set up for what has ever sort of pre-placed. Their eyes on towards the bottom of main. The flash will get them a drive in. It's a trade out on the other side, but it's resets and Flashtree and Gabu that get the rest. 4 in a row now for Loud.
Yeah, it's cruise control, isn't it? On the motorway, just sailing through. No issues at all for Loud. Ints, on the other hand, need to try and do something because this could very easily be looking at 5-1 or dare I say the 6-0 the way it's headed. Definitely need to try and get a few more on the board. Where do we go? Go into CCTV room and cache. And look, obviously I think right now that it's the worry that Loud have been successful on every site that they've went to, so they've done the full rotation. They've just done Church again. What's to stop them defending this bomb site again in the same fashion?
At this point, it's one of the sort of worries where the kill game is still popping up. Obviously, it's something that develops as it goes on, but yeah, you have live and resets. 12 and 2 between the pair of them. It's a huge opener.
It's like Lawyer and Herd's last game, no? It's very top-heavy on one side.
It can sort of dictate it, but as momentum goes on, the fact that they're free to do this when they get onto the attack, those two players are going to be feeling so confident. It just takes one bit of your defense to fall away, and suddenly you might be in a bit of a sticky situation. Getting themselves, obviously, on towards the default. It's eyes on Garage. It's eyes on the take here on the opposite side. And the approach, obviously, you know, has a decent little spread of the hard utility, but the Thermite's the one that needs to get himself and get his job done on towards the main breach first. Obviously, without any electronics, without the mirror window, it really needs to be the thing that's easy. The Tubarão can slow it down, will not be able to stop it, they'll not be able to trick it. See, they're just doing their best, but at the same time, that is all the bands do. That is the operation. Beyond that, outside of maybe the mirror getting some pressure inside, it needs to be a lead-in potentially from the Blackbeard here onto Rafters. It needs to be pressure on towards the breach, or maybe even bottom red by the looks of the positioning. Has to come from INTZ's guns. Oh.
Almost. And obviously for anyone playing inside of Rafters, can be very difficult. There's a lot of guns are going to be aimed at you, but Rafters doing a pretty good job at fighting back, but not the case. That's going to be a big old Blackbeard staring down with a big old heavy-hitting gun. Able to finish off with the nade. Gets the red ping. Should be confirmed. It will be. So that's the Rafters players dead. Need to try and get a hard breach to rotate it. They're trying to open up Rafters wall, which has been fully reinforced. And really, once you get that open, you can just start working a plan almost immediately. I mean, they've got that exterior breach open. You can cover off all the crosses. This is where it's very important for Loud to make sure that their util is hitting the mark. You've got 3 smokes. You've got 2 C4s. You have to make them count.
Bit of a hold. As you said, 3 smokes, 2 C4s. That's enough to carry them over the close, but the crash seems to start turning into a bang and a wallop right up red stairs. 4 versus 3. They make sure that they at least trade out the body, but as Cabot suffers the next bit of damage, have they done enough to get themselves towards the plant spot? More blinds. Oh, that C4 almost got 2 of them, but not quite enough. Big swing round on the top. There it is. The plant are down, but 20 seconds they can still convene and INTZ get themselves their first round.
Yeah, fantastic work there from Legacy. I like the fact that INTZ took the initiative. It's all well and good having Rafters, having that breach opened up, but look, we've cast it before. We've seen teams just stall out at that point because the util is just so heavy. But they take the initiative. They've used the ink to fly up red. You're then putting pressure onto those players who, quite rightly so, are probably thinking, I have to try and stop this plant. They're going to be sat there with their C4s in their hands, with their smokes ready to go. But all of a sudden, there's now a Ying breathing down their neck. And they can no longer focus on trying to deny that plant. They have to focus on, hang on a minute, I can't see. I have to deal with that first. So I like that adaptation from INTZ. They didn't sit back and allow Loud to play the game that they wanted, which was obviously util denial. So I like that. Much better from INTZ. Can they pull off a pretty reasonable half here? They could go 4-2, which isn't bad in the grand scheme of things. It's not too bad. 5-1, yeah. But 4-2, I think it's okay considering how they started. A good recovery, but they have to go win this round.
At this point now, with Loud having done the damage that they've done, the timeout used as well, as you said, it has to be this round for them. They'll get themselves the half-time to have a conversation. They'll get themselves that sort of position, but still, Loud, technically on paper, have their stronger half coming up. And INTZ, you're doing your sort of preparative work. How much of it is focusing on the defense? How much of it is focusing on their attack? It's going to be one of those sort of situations. We'll see when we get there, but for now, we're not there yet. They have. Now there's a stronger drone network. The Nomad's back on board. 2 rounds have in a way been dictated by a single player finding a little cheeky punch around the back end, and as the Timberrow just tries to slow things down on the approach, I mean, you're just buying, what, 15, 20-second increments, really. There's the breach over the top, and there's another slow, but he knows that that will blow in a minute.
No rush here for INTZ. The basics done right, that is the main concern. Angels is obviously in, looking to cover off those flanks. He's still got this hefty amount of... Oh, almost. C4. Pretty close to Legacy, but able to dodge away just in the nick of time. It's just this clear out. Oh dear, what you hate to see. You've got a gridlock for flank protection, and he's climbed up the oil pit ladder and killed your teammate in rafters. Oh dear.
So I said that, you know, I wanted a gridlock. They doubled down on it. It doesn't matter. No, that doesn't matter. Angel's able to get one more, but that's 3. Gabbard, he opened up with that sort of flank round on the main stairs, and then things changed. At this point now, waiting and watching as SDK tries to pop a couple of shots either side, but does not go in the same sort of distance. INTZ find themselves the wrong side of a rotten half, and we find ourselves eagerly anticipating what the desk has to say about it.
Well, thank you very much. It's always good to be anticipated in one way or another. Well, I'll tell you, this is some sort of horror picture show, as Loud have taken control over INTZ 5-1, and it seems like, Leo, every time something is slipping away from INTZ.
Yeah, it seems like every single attack, they're missing one critical piece of information, and every single round is an example of that. If we look at the first round, they're attacking the basement, 30 seconds left, everything is going well. But why is there a player in main stairs that they're not aware of? And he gets 2 kills on the moto hatch, and he could eventually have gotten 1 from main stairs as well. Had he gotten that main stairs kill, the round would have ended there, but to be honest, just enough damage was made. 20 seconds left now. They need to execute with 15. Realistically, there's no way they can do that. They're all anticipated. They're disjointed because they don't have enough time. And that single flank was enough. And then we look at round 2. And who do we see lurking Jim? As they think they've cleared the entirety of the master top floor. Well, Live is there and ready to backstab them. And he gets an incredible double kill that is just enough to put them back right into the round. And at this point, that's it. They've lost it. They've lost the control. Next round, they try a rush. And through the windows, who do they forget? A player that can be in construction and can get a double kill on the window jump in. That is critical information, once again, that they're missing. Should you want to do that rush, you need to flash him again. And it's the same story over and over and over again when they either attack way too late, they don't have enough control, and they're missing one critical piece of information. And that's the biggest difference between INTZ and Loud right now, is that Loud, they know how to exploit these gaps, and INTZ, their intel game is just not up to par. The only bright light there is, again, the same name on the scoreboard. Every single game, 3 times more kills than anyone on his roster. Legacy, and the most of it, doing it with a Ying shotgun to bring them their only round. That's just a sad win condition.
There's a lot to work through in the second half. If anything, you might be happy to know that you're on defense now, INTZ. Maybe something that won't complicate comms in the middle of this round. We'll see how deep those mistakes will go. Monty's INTZ's first ban with Loud taking away. Not surprised. What will we get on the other side? Mira and Thermite. Fair enough. A heart breacher and a shield. The other side, 2 powerful operators to deny breaches and get you up on the advance. So let's send it back to our casters then to see if they can get loud enough for this matchup. Enjoy.
Let's get loud, shall we, Demo? We find ourselves going back in towards it. It's also worth talking about the other results that we have had this evening. Obviously, well, we had Imperials lose out to Fluxo W7M, which means that that 10th spot team stays in 10th, now with 3 losses towards their name. But if the same happens to INTZ, then the divide of 9th and 10th versus the rest of the board just gets horrifyingly wider for those two. It means the flip has to be one of 2 games rather than just 1. It means everything is doubled in terms of intensity, and I mean, with this result and round difference hurtling them further and further away, yes, it is still one of the early games in Split. Yes, it is still based on who they've played so far, but oh no, now 2 games are required of the remaining to be able to flip your way up the table. We will see how things start as they mean to continue in towards the strip club on the far side. Let's see if they can try and just get some, I don't know, held control.
I think let's try and start off with the first round, win the defense. That'll start, you know, to kind of settle the nerves, get the momentum rolling. The main key here for Ints. Get that first round on the board, because sometimes that is the most difficult. For Loud, a lot of breathing room, we must add. I don't think Loud are going to be worried about, oh, let's finish it up quick. They'll take their time. As long as they can get the 3 points, that is going to be the only thing on their mind. Look at the lineup from Loud. Pretty standard of what you expect to see for your basement. Got a bit of a mix of everything. Maybe lacking a little bit of soft destruction. That's probably the only worry you would have. I suppose you've got the breaching charges on the recruit, and that's really it. This from Live, though, straight down dirt tunnel already, and oh, it's a rough one. He thinks he's kind of taking the initiative. I'll get down there quick. I'll try and catch somebody by surprise, but nope. Arthur's just taking your head off.
Holding on now. Ooh, I say holding on. There's the take on towards Angels. Gone, removed. Trade out, but obviously, it's not entirely the one that you want. The Blackbeard is with that sort of front of the spear, the tip to drive in and just press the control of the site itself, and instead, sitting out as they're steadily just clearing through utility here. They're concerned about strip still. Concerned about whatever that was. Resets! Drops SDK, and I mean, what a boon for them to take on the jukebox.
Well, this has been kind of a turnaround. You think, okay, great here for Ints. They've been able to pick off the Blackbeard. You've got that man advantage, and then you've lost it instantaneously. Now you've got 30 seconds if you're Loud. You've still got plenty of util. You've got the Capital ready to go with all of the arrows, and in goes the flames. Anyone going to try and capitalize off that? Doesn't look to be the case. 30 seconds. Maybe this is where not having the shield is going to hinder them a little bit. Now it's just going to be guns up, and that's an easy one for Steppa. Oh, big old whiff. Never mind. Steppa for the for dead. The rights and legacy finds another. What on earth has just happened?
A drift on through, a drop and a body, and a 5-2. Not quite the end of the world, not quite the big problem so far, but and I guess seeing how things can try and progress there, unfortunately. A bit of that drop and that worry before, but still they've been able to get themselves that first, that very important reset, that very important time to breathe. Now, from this sort of find on towards it, how will they change? How will they develop a bit more? The fuse is a pick that I'm kind of eyeing a bit curiously, Demo. Whether it gets stuck out for the rest of it. The double shields with one of the shields otherwise removed. The limitation of the hard breach. It's almost two different tastes. A buffet of ban possibilities. It's just a little bit more awkward in a couple of different ways.
Necessarily hate the fuse here in Clubhouse, especially whenever you're kind of looking towards that top floor. You can remove a lot of utility from the just putting on the reinforced walls, and then it'll get a lot of util in towards the site. Not an overly bad thing per se, but instead, look at the lineup. They've brought the Sense in. So straight away, my mind is thinking towards you're going to use that to kind of jump in through gym window. You can block off the line of sight from construction and kind of push it from there. So they've got really good options here for going for plants. It's up to INTZ to see how they want to deal with this lineup. Very interestingly as well from INTZ, they've actually reinforced that single con wall. A lot of teams, if they extend in towards cash, they'll leave that open because you can get a disgusting angle from sitting inside a cache right all the way over towards gym window, so you can stop anyone from jumping in. So it's pretty strong.
Maverick making quick work. If they can try and just get that sort of catch, that surround on anyone that wants to make their way through. You've obviously got STK potentially able to cause some destruction and damage underneath with the C4. A lot of cams, a lot of the read-in coming through it, right? It's almost a hands-off intel. They've got the Fenrir mines, they've got the Valkyrie cams, they've got the BP. They're just making sure that if somebody tries to enter somewhere, if somebody tries to slip away in somewhere else, they'll be able to put the damage in. There's a quick breach through. And as I said, they'll know that the motion is coming, but they still need to try and do something on the back of it. And the worry is underneath. The worry is the chance at the swing in. So instead, Gabbett finds Arthur. Finds that swing, the 5 versus 4. There goes the first of those INTZ holders. Still not fully confident about going for the plant yet, Demo.
I think they're just going to wait until they can try and stabilize. It's as though that Lastry has used the Synth's gadget to try and block off anyone swinging in towards CC, but his Synth's then left, and now Reset's going to try and take up the mantle of hunting below. So this was the call. They've heard that there's 2 players below a C4, so that's where they're waiting. That's why they don't want to go for the plant until they deal with that. But whenever you lose resets, those 2 players are still going to be a bit of an issue. Like as he finds another, and Loud, they've obviously slowed down to try and deal with these C4s, but because of that, they just stalled out entirely. They need to try and get this plant stuck.
Well, they weren't able to get it stuck. Everybody has fallen apart, and yeah, the sort of sit back and retake plan has worked wonders. 1 versus 2 here inside the middle of the site. Now, I say they know roughly where one is, but it doesn't matter. They're able to just thread those bullets and get themselves that take on towards the fight there. INTZ, round by round, brick by brick, bit by bit. They are now from 5-1 to 5-3. A way less worrying scoreboard.
You can see Loud, naturally they're going to be worried if there's players below with C4s, right? I think they make the correct decision. We have to try and not necessarily fight, but at least drag the attention from those players below and try and drag them on to the guys kind of hunting them. But if you lose that first player, it takes you a very long time to then get people rotated around, get somebody else ready in that position. And that's where the round kind of stalls out for it. Just nothing really comes off it. Again, I think it's done the correct play. Give them the site. Play with the C4s. You've got a Valkyrie there, for example. You're going to have the information in the bomb site. Obviously, for Loud, you're losing 2 in the trot. Is a little bit of a worry. I don't think yet. Because I think this, if they lose this, then you worry. Because then it's a full rotation coming in from INTZ. We've always said this. If a team takes a really strong lead, especially if it's like a 5-1, all you have to do is win 2 of the weaker bomb sites. You can let the opponent have the other 2. As long as you can win the 3rd bomb site choice, that's the main thing to keep in mind. And this is the 3rd bomb site choice. This is our CCTV and cash. If Loud win this, and they're in a very, very good spot. If they lose this, then yeah, I would say the timeout will have to come in.
This point, INTZ, INTZ, their knowledge game, their game of growth has been one that, you know, in the first half, you'd be like, have they done their homework? I guess the second half shows that they maybe studied for the different test. I sort of hope that this is the one that gets them that passing grade. Maverick will get some work done here on towards the main wall. Get itself open and at least get the preparation for the trick as it will all fall soft. Not always the be-all and end-all. This wall in this position. A little bit of a scrape. As the bullets scratch on through, but a Flores drone just removing all the pockets utility. Get themselves some options for later on. The surprise tool will help them later.
Not much happening on SDK side. He should be able to communicate that to his team. You know, they're not interested in clearing towards bedroom. It's just going to be a straight direct take coming in from garage. So this is where you would expect INTZ to start gearing up ready for that. One thing, if team isn't pushing it, make sure you call that out. Let them know that it's probably going to be the other way. It's, I think for Clubhouse, especially for this top floor, you attack it two ways, and if it's not one way, it's going to have to be the other. How do they deal with the clash, though? I mean, Arthur is in a very precarious position. It's not often you'd see a clash down beside the motorcycles, and he's going to get flamed out with a Capitao, now forced all the way into a corner. Another bolt goes in, but not going to be onto the clash. Oh, Legacy. Just a nice little tap onto the Blackbeard. Massive pick. And for Loud, is this the worry where without that shield, do they lose the pushing power?
It's always that sort of, you know, troubled situation, right? As soon as the shield is gone, how much of the approach is gone? How much of the sort of first step in? Was it a reliance or was it just an assistance? And here, as the second body drops and, well, not quite the thirds, they scream their way up red. They've at least been able to wrest some control. They forced them back in towards garage. They realized they couldn't take it against the clash, retook some of the ground instead, but at the same time, that's just been a second strike. Swung around, a bit of a cross back and forth. There's still these trade outs, but the clash has this power position, has the shield up, has the kit down at their feet, and has 8 seconds to try and survive. There's one more. SDK holding on, all that's left, drifting through the plant. On the other side of the clash shield, they've got to drift across the opening, and Flastry gets Loud's round. Massive for them to win that one.
Yeah, it's a round they shouldn't win. The actual fundamental of the attack from Loud didn't work. You know, it was pretty direct. They were trying to get that Blackbeard up in through rafters. Just typical things. But that was shut down because we see a clash holding in towards motorcycles. Lounge walls behind them, fully reinforced, castled off the doorway too. That clash was firmly in that position for a reason. They wanted to protect that shield to deny the attacker shield. So at that point, you lose that shield, you're down to about 40 seconds. And really, for Loud, they had nothing. The whole play was based on, we have to walk up red stairs and get these picks. And somehow are they able to do that? So for INTZ, this round, they'll be kicking themselves at because Loud didn't have anything going for them. They were gifted those picks, and they played off the back of that.
6-3. 6-3 at this point, and INTZ, that momentum, that sort of roll has drifted away because either way, if they get these 2 rounds, the 2 sites they've been able to take, the 2 sort of swings they've been able to knock out the park, you know they've still got to return to that 3rd one, right? They know they've still got to return to a hold that didn't quite get it, and it was close. But now it's anticipation. Now it's that game of knowing by the time you get there, there's lessons you've learned might have been forgotten. Those changes might have slipped away. Whereas Loud is the other side of that. Loud can sort of look at these first 2 rounds with the opposite of dread. Fine, they might lose this, they might lose the next. But they know they're going back to the site they've won. They know they've done the legwork. They know. They've already sort of grabbed that round by the scruff of the neck and said, this one is my round. Sitting there is the problem, though.
I always worry whenever somebody sticks their head out that window immediately. Because it can go wrong very, very quickly. I mean, I should know. You ever played ranked with some people? They never learn.
Very wide phrase, yes.
Never learn.
Never learn.
Obviously, I'm going to come back to the point that I made last time. That was the Tier Fury bomb site that Loud were able to win. Yeah, that's the 3rd bomb site choice. So, for INTZ, even if they're able to repeat what they did in the first half, or the second half, and win the basement, move in and win the gym, they're going to have to go to cash one way or another, which is perfect for Loud because they know they've won that. I would say, though, for Loud, they'll probably try and adapt and learn from the mistakes that they had last time down here. I think timing, I think they weren't quick enough in this basement the last time, so they probably want to try and pick up the pace. I mean, this is quite a good position for the Solid Snake to be in, because all it takes is one little ping, and they're going to know where Raps is. So this should be pretty free for Loud.
Bash is just trying to propose a statement on the stairs of difficulty. It's the snake that might have the surprise strike. Now they have some awareness. That will make a bit of noise and Well, they're aware they're being watched, and now they're aware they're being tracked. But where do you go? Do you try and slip your way out? You're wasting utility. You know they're just going to track you further and further. Go back to that fight. That was the worst. Oh. Well, there's a swing back and around. Live is able to get wraps on the say that's just going to try and force the clash further down. Do they know about the man in the bathroom? That could be that swing possibility if he can activate. Perfect possible time. Well, there's the perfect possible time. No, crossed out. Instantly traded the clash, trying to put some distance in. Just slip their way around. At this point, with Live taking half the damage, with what damage they've already taken, Demo, where can they try and find this approach?
Might just have to try and force their way in with the Ing, but with that clash being up, it's going to be really difficult. Ing goes to Candela, is going to be able to blind it out. Little shotgun through the wall. Yep, an easy pick on the SDK. But still, that clash, that's the issue. How do you deal with that shield? Flashery, really nice, but still a 1v2, and Clash can just work this like a mirror window. So easy for him. Player down. Flashery has to make a move. It's just going to be slow. He has to just try and find this pick, but Clash can just wait for the perfect moment. Yeah, very, very simple for Arthur. Nice 1v2 cleanup. That shield, I'd be surprised if that shield isn't going to be targeted a lot more. Like, I'm expecting to see nomads on board immediately.
I mean, it has to be, right? They have to sort of drive towards the focus. The clash was consistently a problem, and it's a timeout gets called. Maybe that'll be a topic of conversation. But you think about how they started at the top of the sort of main on the brick stairs. They slipped their way down. They were always at the front of the engagement. They played it very well, but they weren't quite gettable, but they were always a problem. There has to be some sort of response. And then that situation as well, it must have been the tough drive of, well, if I try and get you up, maybe that will draw the clash in. Either way, 4-6. Loud. Again, 2 more rounds. And again, one of them they know they've been able to pull before, but do they want to risk getting there?
Yeah, I think it is that debate, isn't it? And again, it comes down to what the coach sees. You know, we've talked about in depth, you know, why do coaches call timeouts? When do they call timeouts? Why do they call timeouts? Who's calling the... You know,
how do the timeouts feel?
But I think there is certainly an element where coaches will know their players better than anyone. They'll know if things aren't going well. They'll know how players are feeling. Okay, he's not like himself. I better get in there and sort this out. That's the element they look for, I think, for coaches. They know their players better than anyone. And is it a case where maybe there's a little bit of frustration kicking in, saying, "Come on, we just need one round here. Can we not get that?" And again, the coach has to get in there, pull things down, say, "Look, we've still got breathing room here. They are gonna have to go CCTV room and cash room at some point." Surprisingly, it's earlier. I thought it would have been the gym and bedroom here, but hence they're gonna go to the bomb site that they lost. Maybe they're saying, "Oh, well, we'll not prolong the inevitable. We'll just get it over and done with."
I think it's sort of the inevitability, right? As you sort of said
at some point, so
yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the longer you play it, the more of a worry. You've obviously got the idea that they've had their timeouts. Maybe they don't expect to come to this. Maybe they've talked about the other map.
Yeah, really good point.
So whatever you're gonna do, you can throw them off, and you can get yourself just that little bit more. And well, now if they win that, it flips that entire coin. It, in a way, almost puts the nail in towards OT of like, oh, the one that they won, we won it this time. There's a Blackbeard though that's immediately trying to make a friend, and well, the coverage is there.
It's like a deer in the headlights there for Angels. Just seen a train coming straight at him. There has been a bit of a shift though for Ints in terms of what they're doing in this defense compared to last time. Remember they had that clash playing inside a garage? All the way towards the top floor and towards construction right now. So even Ints have changed up what they did last time. I don't know if that's the correct decision. We knew that Loud just about won the last attack. Probably shouldn't have won this attack in towards that top floor. And because they were able to stop that shield pushing in through garage because they had the clash, that could be now the difference maker. You could give Loud the attack that they originally wanted in that first time.
Now, with that early body gone, with the fact that they can try and put the pressure on towards this, they've still got the clash to deal with. They're getting themselves the angles. They couldn't quite get the rafter side last time round. They weren't able to cement it, but it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But with this sort of switch round, with this change of pace and pressure, a little bit more. Obviously, if Loud are able to take the full 3 points here, they will jump up towards, I think, about 5th in the board. Push loss down and towards the bottom 4. That separation just gets felt even more in terms of future games. You can see the clashes sort of holding on as best as they can. They're drawing focus. And towards the back of the site, they can try and play with these impact DMPs underneath. That's going to be the attempt round. Hits the ADS. The Kiba goes up on towards the door itself. The Clash drops down. They're going to swing out and try and put the pressure on towards the Capitao, but not quite able to get the full read on it. Instead, Blastry goes down, as does Resets, but it's traded out. They're going for the plant, though, Demo. They're going to see if they can try and get that stuck in. They drew all the focus elsewhere, and they've been able to do a little bit of a daylight robbery here.
Yeah, really smartly played from Loud. They've realized there's 2 guys in rafters, 2 guys in towards garage. Let's just flood through the breach. Remember, they've reinforced both of the walls. They don't have the head holes and rafters to try and hold those players rushing the breach. You kill the guy's site, and all of a sudden, the site's yours, and you can go for the plant.
Legacy does get one. The 3 versus 2, but they still have the Blackbeard, and they still have the cross being watched outside. They can just utilize this position. Gabri does brilliantly, and that just leaves a Clash alone, but not for long. Loud! Oh, they do everything they need to on the one site they needed to do it. A strong opening half dictates how this game has gone. And a CC swing dictates how it ends. Tight as you like, Demo.
Yeah, it's a very close affair, right down to the bitter end. But it's Loud who get the win. I think it's deserved. Obviously, that first half was stellar from them. A 5-1, set them up nicely. Sweated a little bit, I would say, but not enough. It's not as though they're drenched in sweat. I think it was okay from them.
That's 3 clubhouses in a row. They might put a break on it. We're not going to have a break because instead we have 2 great friends to meet.
I don't know if you mean that they're 2 great friends together, like as in they were roommates or just friends, or are they just good friends with you? That is a question to answer on the next episode of Siege's Heated Rivalry. Maybe the next season. That'll be for later in the year, I hope. Leo, we're back into it, and it looked pretty comfy for Loud. Yes, there were some rounds that slipped away, but in terms of strategy and execution, they took it today.
Yeah, I think 2 very different win conditions, right? On one hand, you have INTZ, the main condition being A, Legacy popping off, B, having Clash, which was, I think to a certain degree, a bit of a shallow win condition. Whereas on the hand of, of Loud, they were incredible exploiting the gaps in defense. And realistically, if you win 5-1, your defense side, there's no excuse to lose the match. So yes, they struggled when they switched to attack. Yes, it took them a little bit of time to figure out how to deal with that Clash, how to deal with those execution. However, I love their I guess, the depth of play in attack in the end. That last round in particular was so smart. Bait everyone into, we're taking rafters. Here's Kepto sending EMPs and fire. And hey, I'm here. And then at the same time, all 3 other players just flood the bomb site. That's beautiful. That's depth. That's creativity. That's playing well together. And that's exactly what Loud had to offer. And we were waiting to see it. And it brings them 3 points. So it's well deserved.
They're absolutely going to be happy with it. And I think there's one question that I need to ask to start, because that's going to be my one for this one, Leo. I'm just going to say it. Let's bring up Resets and have a quick chat with our player from Loud. Come up. Come on in, Resets. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Love the hair. It's all there. It's just, I'm so jealous of it. Anyways, congratulations on the win, all 3 points. And I have to ask you, the elephant in the room, why Clubhouse a 3rd time?
Because it was like their permabump. They never played Clubhouse, and we already played 2 on the last games, and we know like what was our mistake, something like that. So yeah, that's why.
Is it also an opportunity to not show any extra strats for any future matches you might play?
It was like more for because it was like their permabump.
just for that.
All right.
Yeah, I guess we could see the difference in depth in play between the two of you. And I don't know if you heard me before as I was stating, like, that very last round I was impressed by. And if you can just rewatch that one more time, I thought that you guys spotted the weakness perfectly well there, like baiting that you're going to take garage here. That's you. You're the bait. So can you talk to me about, what was the play here? Was it all a bait? Were you supposed to grab attention so that the guys rush site?
Yeah, sure. Because in Brazil, we say like it's like an alien threat. We never saw nothing like that, like Clash Garage, something like that. So live, just say, guys, let's bait Garage, and we rush bomb. So yeah.
Very good call from live here. Like, is he the main IGL that makes this call all the time, or all of you can make this kind of shot call?
It's live. It's live. Most of the time, it's live.
Honestly, I was wondering what was happening in your head when you're going from a 5-1 lead and then INTZ wins round 7 and they win round 8 and then they also win round 10 and the comeback was starting and then you have the tag timeout. Can you tell us more about what happened in the tag timeout? What did you guys discuss to make sure you were closing the game?
We was struggling in the first attacks because, as I said, they start to it's so very, very weird. Like the gym, the clash is very weird. So we had a tactile pause because we just need to play our games. We are seeing a lot of things in mid round. So yeah, just play our games. We need to talk what we are seeing. So yeah.
Very good. Resets tomorrow. Might be able to see you play against Team Liquid Alienware. Would you like to say anything to them ahead of that game?
Yeah, just good luck. Have fun.
There you go. Former team, I guess. Former team in the day. Thank you very much for Resets. Congratulations on all 3 points today. Have a good night.
Thank you.
There it is. Good to hear from Resets and good to know about kind of how the IGL moment really happened, who really is IGLing in moments like that, but also specifically what the strategy was supposed to be to deal with that clash. Good calls, as you were saying. Leo, at the end, solidified a win for Loud. Despite the hairy second half, they still retain all 3 points.
Defesa alien do caralho, mano, da INTZ, mano. Esse bagulho, mano, de idiota, mano.
Into Playday 4. Even, you're playing Liquid, it's fine if you lose that. At least you got the 3 important points against INTZ.
Yeah, and I also got a point the week before. So I think they're doing what is necessary for a team with such a big name on their shoulders, which is obviously Brazil is such a hard region. SAL overall is so stacked with if you look at the top right, I see it again. You have Furia, you have FaZe, Liquid, NIP, Fluxo, W7M. That's 5 teams that you could see lift a major trophy, honestly. Or at least see on the grand final stage. And so to try and make it to EWC or in international events when you only have 4 spots is just so hard for these guys. So for Loud, necessarily, it's not the expectations, realistically. I think the expectations is let's do better than last year. Yeah. Let's make it to playoffs. Let's show that we can at least contend with some of these teams. And then step by step, they try and replace them. They try and beat them in BO3s. And I think by beating weaker opponents that are supposed to be their rivals, they're slowly but surely cementing that they're different from INTZ. They're different from a team like Imperial, for example. And that they sit right now in the middle of the table for SAL. And that they can contend with the playoffs. And so this is exactly the kind of win that they need in terms of building their confidence, building their momentum, and making a statement for all of the weaker teams in that SAL region. Playing Loud will not be an easy feat.
Absolutely. Never underestimate your opponent here. And Legacy going up 14-9. That is pretty comfortable for INTZ. We talked about him in the pregame. He's the one that's really showing up, the only one on the team. Gabo on the other side was not the only one, right? You got Live, who's also doing the shot calling, leading the team during every single round, and Flasher putting up numbers. Still, Resets and Stemp, I mean, they're doing well themselves, but they don't need to show up as much as the others on the scoreboard. Job's already done by that point, but Legacy on the other side is still the one that's doing all the work. Live, as you see, he's taking a little nap. But if he can do all of this, lead and top the scoreboard as he's napping with his eyes closed, then I think he's going to have a good stage.
Yeah, that was a really important game for him, really important for his confidence, playing flex support roles, IGLing, playing the Maverick and opening up those walls, and then he was able to lead the team into that very last round call, which was, hey, resets, I'm gonna send you in garage, make as much noise as possible, let's hit site. Really good, smart play from a player that has so much experience. And yeah, looking at Loud, I think that it's a team that has been built the right way. I am just waiting to see these guys perform more consistently and especially start to create some waves. A little bit of an upset tomorrow, for example, could be the good start of that story.
Well, you want to talk about making waves. There's two teams that are coming up next that look and actually try to make waves within the top 6 here of SAL. Will come out on top after a loss and a win for both of them so far in the opening days. It's Black Dragons versus Loss after the break.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mas eu vou engolir. Pô, mastigar acho que é mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de snake. Fora de snake. Stop. Isso que eu faço. Stop. Não tem como não.
Thanks.
Oh.
Flores. Tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Foi? Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê?
Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o time reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê?
Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal.
Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você excluiria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou!
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3.
E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Oh, mas isso aí... Oh, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô. Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. Ah, é que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, peraí, pô. Peraí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta e só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como.
Welcome back to SAL, my friends, and it seems like some aim work is needed here and there, as you can tell with our games, but again, always fun to see through them here in SAL. Though, we have to continue with our matches on game number 4. It's 2 teams that are punching up higher than even they were expecting, I guess, if you're looking at the past year, both playing better than ever, and the opportunity today is to punch the other one down so that you can move up and be more comfortable throughout the stage. It's a big game, and the win today, those 3 points, are extra important.
Yeah, I think I would call them the contender twins. I think in the sense that both of these teams are punching, I wouldn't necessarily say above their weight, in the sense that Lost impressed everyone at kickoff. They made it to Salt Lake City. So they were already expected to at least be one of the teams that would contend for a playoff spot. Whereas for Black Dragons, they had such a horrendous kickoff that it was not a given point. If we look at the standings, you're actually going to notice that we're looking at teams that can maybe fight for a playoff spot here. You look at Lost, you look at Black Dragons, they're just there, just close. This is obviously the updated standings, so Loud has jumped over them because they have won the last game, but they still have 1 match to play. And as you can see, with 2 points, whoever wins here will get into playoffs contention so far. And so this is why it matters for these 2 teams, is realistically, when you look at the top of the teams, it's going to be hard for them to take them down. But for Lost, they managed to beat Loud last week, which gives them the head-to-head to them. For the side of Black Dragons, they managed to create an upset, beating Fluxo W7M. So in reality, we're looking at 2 teams, Milosh, that have it in them to go and grab those victories to create some upsets.
Absolutely. This is really the moment for it, where you have these 2 squads that really want to advance, both Lost and Black Dragons. And honestly, we can start really with a conversation around whatever team, but I think Black Dragons, especially on the opening day, they surprised everybody, right? That overtime win against Fluxo W7M is absolutely not something that anyone was expecting. I think it caught all of us off guard. It definitely did Fluxo W7M. So collecting 2 points against Fluxo W7M is going to be a very good time going deeper into this stage. Maybe we'll separate them from, I don't know, 4th and 5th. We'll get to see what happens. Now, they had a tough time last week. There's no 2 ways around it. The game against NIP was not good, I think, is a good descriptor.
Not good.
Didn't start well, did not end well. When you get 7-0, I think you can just say it was an awful game from their side.
You are testing the limits of my English vocabulary, but I would call that last playday for Black Dragons being not good would be a euphemism. In a sense, so you see the vocabulary. In a sense that obviously a 7-0 loss is the worst thing that can happen to you at any given playday where, no excuse, even if you play the world champions, you don't want to get 7-0. If there is anything to look at, is despite getting 7-0s, these 2 guys on your screen still have incredible EPS and still are amongst the best SAL players out there. So on Black Dragon's side, you have Outlaw, a player that surprised everyone when he joined Team Los at the end of last year and was one of the best rookies that we've seen so far, just a little bit like Boxzera. And then Guto, who was one of the only 2 rookies alongside, well, not really a rookie, but more so a player that returned to Tier 1 and never really had a big shot, at a consistent top team. He did participate to his own S-tier event. But wow, what an entrance. What a way to come back from Tier 2 into Tier 1. These 2 guys, they are like the lifeline for Black Dragons.
Absolutely. And we'll remind everybody again that Black Dragons is the only team in SAL that has made any player transfers. Guto being one of those two. It's pretty incredible numbers that are being put up. But today is that big test. How do you fare against the team on the other side? And that is loss. Loss, I mean, you want them to continue off there that run in kickoff. You want them to just keep it going, right? Their win against Loud last week, still overtime, but that collected them 2 points. They lost to Furia, but who isn't at this point? Which is why we're putting these two teams so close and even to one another in every way, shape, or form. I think your description, Leo, is very, very apt. And even more so once you're looking at their most recent track record. Los want to continue growing and going on the up and up, not to fall back, not to stagnate like we might be seeing from other teams in SAL.
Yeah, Los, the one team that surprised everyone at kickoff, that took down Fluxo W7M, the FaZe Slayers, and then made it to Salt Lake City, and then I don't think really lived up to the expectation. However, I look at this roster and I think that there is no weak link. Everyone has a definite roles and plays really well. Dafo, Perez, super experienced players that we've seen, doing some incredible numbers for SAL, players that have been there for a long time. Dash, who came back from an incredible year with Wildcard, and Dark, who was, just like Outlaw, one of the standout players also on the side of Los. So, I look at this roster and I think, again, it's one of these teams that are right now not clearly into the top 4, but are just there, scratching their way to the playoff spot. And so I'm looking this time at these two guys. If I had to pinpoint the 2 players on Black Dragons, I did it. Where follows, it is Dafo and Perez. The 2 players that I'm looking at, the experience on their shoulders, the ones that have performed the best so far, they are the guys that I'm counting on to see Los prevail here today.
Absolutely. I mean, we had this, I guess, on prep phase last week, or I think it was on week 1, where Dafo is kind of this unsung hero in many ways. I think a lot of people are sleeping on his strengths as a player.
Remember Dafo at Reload with Loud? How good he was?
Incredible. Definitely the highlight of the team back then, and that earliest version of it on their first trial ever on the international stage at Reload in Rio. But to see his skill at this point, it just makes you want to see more of it, to get more of it, to see where does this line end? Is it here and it stops here, or does it continue growing like you want it to, because you're just looking out for what's best for this game and for this esport, which is more players competing at the top, more tighter games, closer matches, and just entertainment central in general. Though I'm at veto, Leo. Let's bring that up and see where we shall go to in this next matchup. Remind everybody, last Playday loss, they went to Clubhouse. We got a lot of Clubhouse. And on the other side, of course, that was Black Dragons, and they went to Cafe. What happens here?
We're going to a Bloodbath map. We're going to Border. Now,
very different than Cafe.
Yeah. Pretty different one. And a nice way to come back into it for Black Dragons. I guess the question for Black Dragons is, you just went on and upset Fluxo WCNM, and then the next game you have been 7-0. So I think it really is for us a moment where we check the temperature on Black Dragons and really think, was it a fluke or is there really potential in this team? So today is important. And why is Border interesting? In one hand, it is the favorite map from Los. They used it in phase 1 of the Salt Lake City Major. They defeated KAG on it, which is a big thing, because KAG are incredible on the map because they can play chaotic, they can play aggressive, they can do their rushes. So for Los to beat them on that one, they must be really good. And they also took down the CNL team of 4 Angry Men on the one. So they're right now on 100% win rate with 2 victories at Salt Lake City. Now, if we move to Black Dragons, it was the map that they always banned in the last 2 play days. So it is entirely new for us to see them on it.
Well, let's see how we explore through this one. Again, 2 tight teams that are looking to break into the top of SAL. We'll get into it. You were talking about Fluke. Well, she's waiting on the other side. Let's send it to her and Demo. Enjoy.
Hey, it's me and Demo, and we're going to enjoy this. I'm so excited. I love it that I have a online pseudonym that very often gets dropped as a word people use in serious points. Demo gets used sometimes.
Sometimes. Most of the time.
Sorry. Well, it's like, demolition. It's part of a longer sort of said thing, but
when's the last time anyone dropped a Harry, eh?
That's true. Or the full Harry Demo Dempster.
Yeah, that doesn't. It's never just Harry.
Just Harry.
Yeah,
You
you're a wizard, just Harry.
You want me to use that for a while? Can we take it back?
Oh no.
Roll the years back. Listen, just Harry, just Emmy, just Siege. Just Black Dragons are lost on just Border. We talked about this a bit earlier. Being a map that, obviously, we know it as a Bloodbath map. We know it as a battleground. We know it as a map that sometimes you can brain off a little bit on and just sort of throw yourself into it. Is that really the game that you think we'll see here between these two?
I don't know. I fancy Loss. I actually think Loss during kickoff were also like pretty impressive. Especially whenever Loss, I think, never really got the recognition that they're like, you know, a really, really good side. Because typically inside of SL, we would always kind of see them hang around the kind of bottom end of the table. You look at stage 1, they finished 8th. Stage 2, they finished 6th. But then kickoff, obviously going to the major was a big turning point, I think, for this side. So yeah, I think for Loss, they're a team which just keeps getting better than the up and up. Very similar to the kind of the trajectory almost of NIP last year.
Well, Barrows is able to get the opener here, and although they might be on the up and up, obviously early losses in this split so far. One against Furia, the 3-7. One against Loud was the win, actually, but it was all the way in towards max OT, so probably not as confident as they want, especially with Loud's success that's just happened before. As you said, if they're a team on the up and up, they really want to make sure that they can try and make this a little bit more on the up and up above, keep themselves a couple of steps ahead and make Black Dragons fall further and further away. Obviously, Black Dragons, they lost 0-7 to NIP. The teams were still having yet to play. They're going to try and do everything to reclaim some of that confidence here. Otherwise, the fact that the others was an OT win as well, only sure they try and keep things competitive. There's one.
Eastairs position.
Yeah.
Pretty strong if you can just sit there and not be pestered. So, Uto able to find one, and comes a bit of util, out goes the smoke, but still for Black Dragons, I think they're in a position where, obviously being a man down, they're going to be sniffing to get that kill back, and this is where you can maybe see the aggressive plays. I mean, Rare is thinking about maybe going a little bit gung-ho, and he still might do that, but look at Loss, they're actually in the bomb site right now. Daffo has just slipped his way in with that DMR. Yes, they're able to get the kill back, but it doesn't matter. They're out of the bomb site.
At this point, the 3 versus nobody. At this point, the round's over, Demo. That's sort of how it works. Everybody's dead, and if you know this, the round ends.
I always love whenever you're ready to go full caster mode, and it just, it's nothing.
And it just ends. Car won't start. Turn the keys, nothing's happened. All right. I'll call the AA and see what happens next. For those who don't know, actually, because that reference might not be, I'm not talking Alcoholics Anonymous. The AA is who picks you up when your car breaks down in England. I said out loud, I was like, I might have to clarify that one. If I can imagine Leo looking confused.
My name is Emmy. I'll not say the age. I'll not say the age. We'll leave that
experienced 27. No, I'm not. I'm 34. It's on my Liquipedia. Listen. 34 is the new doing her best. Leo's just said, look
34 is the old 33.
Okay, Leo's pulling a face. Leo's confused. He's confused. It's like a dog. It's like when he tilts his head and he's trying to like... Oh, okay, you all can't see this at home right now. This is actually adorable. You'll have to imagine it. That's my esports MVP. My name's Emmy. I'm 34 years old, and my car is broken down. And that was how that cast went. Anyway, we are 15 seconds in towards the next round. Make that 20. Lost were able to get themselves off to a solid start, but it, you know, when you look towards the history of this map, Lost have a pretty decent recent sprint against it. Most of that is generally on their defense. Especially Black Dragons one recent play against Shopify Rebellion, and they weren't really able to get any teeth in towards it.
A little slow start here from Loss. Waiting to see if Black Dragons are going to stick their heads out. I think really for Loss, they know what they want, and that's a great pinch onto that player inside of Brazil. Using the Dokkaebi call, push them out, get the pinch. And Perez, that's just disgusting. That's just an SMG-12 shot, which, I mean, SMG-12 shots, if you hit those headshots, that feels so good, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, the sort of feeling of any of the secondary SMGs, I think, even back towards the English one, is just, if it hits the English one, you know exactly what gun I'm talking about.
Why?
Yeah. Ooh, C forward. Bye-bye. Pulse get caught. 4 versus 3. 3 versus 3. There goes the Nomad. There goes one more. Okay, hey, there's that English SMG I was talking about. Ripping heads. Nox is able to get one and slow the roll. Gadget knows what I'm talking about. Now it's 2 versus 2 with a minute on.
Yeah, still one Dokkaebi call, which he's going to be using that pulse. They can hear that. It's clear as day. Is he going to go for the switch or just tank the shot? He's going to tank the shot. It's a little bit of damage done to that pulse. Flashbang comes in and the pistol comes out.
Why?
Great shot. He's had to play aggro there because he couldn't really sit where he was. Those flames were hindering him over towards half wall. Now Guto, 1v2. Got 2 smokes though. Can maybe try and smoke through the drone hole, perhaps. And again, it's very, very risky. They're going to go for the drop. But he's not moving. Here we go. Smoke through the drone hole. Misses it. That's not going to clip. Is it going to clip? I don't know.
They've
misses a second.
That one's definitely not going to.
Definitely missed the second, and good cover in the hatch.
I mean, yeah, it tried to go through the hatch. It did force the player off. Try and move on towards a different plant spot. But otherwise, they went from the push round, 2 rounds in a row. Lost, they've been able to get themselves in. But think about how the round started as well. Lost were able to get themselves, you know, opening 2 kills. And it was some great masterful work done with the English SMG. I kind of just want to keep calling it that now. I do legally know what it's called, but I think every time I say English SMG, I irritate you.
Bomb located by attackers.
I'm trying to watch your camera, but you put your mic in the way of it. I can't actually see your reaction. I'm just trying to disappoint you now that I can see your camera. This is a power that we shouldn't have been giving each other. They've been able to build themselves up, and even with the attempt to pull it back halfway through the round, it didn't quite net anything.
Yeah. I also want to just note how quickly the opening kill's been found in the first 2 rounds. With inside a minute, loss of straight away, they have that man advantage. And I think for Border, a lot of the time, it is very much like a Jenga tower, where if you remove one defender from a certain position, everything else around you will just collapse. I think that can be said mostly whenever you're looking at the kind of security holds. If you're able to eliminate the player inside of Brazil, who protects the guy in Fountain? Who stops anyone walking long? All those positions just kind of come to a halt. So it is very, very important on the defense to not give yourself away. And look, I know it can be very, very difficult, especially with operators like Dokkaebi who make those pinches very, very easy. You still have to try and find a way and just not give up the opening pick for as long as you can.
Well, they've been able to almost get themselves in towards that opening minute, but we're not a million miles away from the first confrontation. They've got the drones sort of rolling their way around. They're looking for that immediate bout of pressure here on towards it, and just using the Thorn gadget, try and put pressure outside the building. Seems to be a bit of the MO on this round. Wider control, wider lockdown, wider confidence. Will Lost be able to get themselves another opening kill as this continues? You can see the flashes come through. They're really trying to contest it, but there is actually one elsewhere. Gudo, in the meantime, is cooked and removed by Dash. Great combo with the utility. Again, the usage of pressure and then the power points with these guns seems to be a very well-threaded story here from the side of Los. Now at this point, 2 bodies in towards their favorite. Took a little bit longer than it has. They do still have a minute and a half to work through, and look at what they've removed. Obviously, no smoke towards the final throws of this. The Thorn is gone as well. Probably use most of the gadgets, if not all. See if they can try and be a little bit more of a follow through. Where will they punch next? Ooh, outside.
Ooh. Oh, a bit of an overheat. Good trade though, but still for Dash even to get one in that situation is pretty good. And Daffo able to take down Swag, and well, the 1v3, 0v3 loss. Making this border look really easy right now. 3 in a row.
It's a solid sort of swing, right? It's the introduction towards it. As we said, they're a team on the up and up. They want to prove something. And I think based on the previous games, yeah, they really want to prove something. And I don't just mean their ones, right? I don't mean the fact that obviously they've been able to win one, lose one. It was an overtime win. It went all the distance, and sort of pity points in a league where every single drip matters the most. It's that trade out. But the results that have otherwise come through today, with the fact that you're looking at Loud and Los both sort of jumping their way up, and you know, not Loud and Los even, they are Los. Loud and Flux, so W7M, jumping their way up. If Los can get themselves 3 points, they stay ahead of the curve. They stay ahead of those two teams. That bottom three might be separate. That sort of triple of Black Dragons, in INTZ and Imperial, they could be far away. But there's a fourth spot. There is that 7th place that unfortunately keeps them out really of the contention, out of that sort of fighting chance. You want that top 6 finish to keep the dream alive.
I mean, this is very, very important. I think for Black Dragons, they need to try and break this deadlock like right now. So they need this bounce back. You've been able to go for that extra ban, of course. You've removed that Dokkaebi, which we know was giving Black Dragons quite a few headaches in that second round. So I think removing that Dokkaebi, it should help if you want to try and play a little bit more anchored in some of those positions. We'll see what they want to go for. I mean, at this point, where do you really go? I mean, you're going to go Vincent and Workshop where you haven't went yet. But the fact that you haven't defended Armor, you haven't defended back from Tellers, who's to say you're going to win this bomb site? It's typically seen as the third pick.
5 seconds to insertion.
At this point, I mean, you're sort of eyes on towards the struggles that they've had in terms of just getting bodies down in the aggression game. I think, like, the proposed statements have been a little bit soft. The way that they've been able to get themselves, regardless of the site pick, has been ones where they're folding in these places that also just been able to sort of smash through. It's not just a matter of, I think, the site rotations, but the fact that over them, you know, Guto's been able to get a couple of kills. 2 of those, I think, on the same round. If not, yeah, 2 of them, not all 3. It becomes this risk. Dash is almost immediately caught, but isn't killed. Can he survive? Or is he now bait?
Well, only time will tell. I mean, they do know they are going to have to go and get him at some point. He doesn't just stay there the whole round. Like, he will die. And already I'm seeing his timer's down to about 25. He going to get picked up? Is he... I think Daffo's going to try and attempt it. Here we go. So he's up. A minute gone and 2 players from Black Dragons are gone. So, again, we're kind of running into the same problem here for Black Dragons where we're just getting outplayed and Lost are just continuing on. Perez is on absolute tear right now. He hasn't even died yet. That doesn't look as though it's going to change. Rare. And if he can maybe try and find a kill back, that line scan will just stop his movement momentarily. Dash, no. Does he hear him? He should hear him now. Oh, great little shot from Daffo, but yeah, not aware that Dash is right beside him on the door.
Baited.
It's a really good trade. Yeah, it's quite ironic, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's the second. Swing around to the SMG-11, but Perez. That's the final punctuation on the round, and Lost now have 4 in a row. Oh no. It is after the timeout as well. That is 100% success rate with the opening kills and 100% success rate with the rounds.
Well, this is a worrying scoreline right now for Black Dragons, because Lost are making this look very easy, and they're gonna need to do something to change that. Obviously, Perez is on an absolute monster run right now for him. He's 8-0. Or 7-0, sorry. It doesn't look as though he's gonna slow down.
It becomes that sort of, I mean, how do you shut down a player on their day? I'm not going to say that we're just having top-heavy games, but Dash is 5-2. It's not a million miles behind. Those two have just sort of defined the pace on a map that loves being defined by killing.
It's a rough one. I will say also that Black Dragons, they haven't really changed up their lineup a whole lot either. Like, they haven't went for something different. You know, we've seen a Smoke and a Zami and a Tub every single round. Now, obviously, Swag is blatantly playing that operator for the DMR. There's no two ways about that, because you ain't tubbing no walls on border, first of all.
No.
So you're blatantly just playing that for the DMR, but you're in 0 kills. You know, there has to be a conversation where this operator lineup just is not working. It just feels very, I will play this operator because I feel comfortable on it. There's no real method to it. You know, we're not seeing the same kind of heavy util denial lineups that we're used to seeing on border. You know, all these operators, I suppose they all fit their kind of like niche roles, but it's not as though, you know, you're dealing with like mirror window, something to lock it down. You're dealing with ADSs, one eye disc, something to stop the onslaught of util. I mean, Lost are always bringing like a hefty amount of flashbangs and nades every round.
Esther out though. Taking a decent chunk of damage at this point, but still standing, and we know what he's capable of, so we can always still sort of operate as a round continues, as well as, obviously, the Keepers. Meantime, Dark's gotten himself underneath, gonna just sort of hold out. Obviously, the Deimos can put a lot of pressure here towards the hole, but he needs the players to be baited potentially a bit closer. He wants to sort of get this drive at the same time. You can see the E1D pops out, knows the players at the bottom of the stairs on the far side being pinged out pretty continually, but in terms of putting pressure on towards East, nobody else is currently going for the wraparound. And Lost seem, I'm not going to say lost, they haven't been able to get the rewards that they've often reaped for the pressure that they've applied at this point in the rounds previous. They've not been able to find a body, they've not been able to find ground, and they've not actually been able to force anybody truly out of position, whether it's temporarily or not. They're still happy to play on towards East, bottom of it. They're still happy to stretch into office a bit. They're pretty well covered right now, Black Dragons.
Ooh. So not ready for that swing, and Melissa Zami over towards East is causing a little bit of issues, but again, for Lost, it's the confidence. It just looks as though they're just going to try and walk in anywhere they please without really doing their due diligence in terms of drone work, and also they have been punished, so this does feel as though it's kind of the closest round we've had. Well, maybe for Black Dragons, this could be a round that they can win. And where are they going to come from, though, for Lost? I mean, all three players are pretty separated from one another. Two of them still outside on balconies. Swag's going to pub himself, so it stops that Deimos track from happening, and is going to punish that Deimos. And Perez, now in the 1v2. Just doesn't have enough time, doesn't have the kit. Is he going to get any exits? Are they going to kill him? No, nothing comes off it.
There's a round. There's one. They'll at least guarantee themselves something on this half, but we're probably going to see if they can try and get themselves two. The two on their defense, it's not the end of the world. The tricky thing is they've got to make it work on awkward sites, right? They've got to make it work on sites that they've either lost, or they've got to try and push the boat out to, well, nothing. They've lost every single sort of split round unless they really want to go for the dreaded fourth site on border. It's not the worst fourth site, but Dead by from Tellers, where, to be fair, it wasn't a million miles away.
Well, maybe for Black Dragons, this can be the start of a bit of a comeback. I mean, you don't want to go 5-1 down. I mean, if we do... This could be, what, the third game out of the 4 we've had this evening where it's going to be a 5-1 split. And typically the team who's... literally every time, whoever teams had the 5-1 split have just went on to see out the rest of the game. So, very important now for Black Dragons that they don't let that happen and can try and pull it into that 4-2 range. Been going for Bathroom and Tellers. See how it works for them. Again, I'm seeing the same 3 operators. I'm seeing the smoke, the Izami in the tub. No real variation. Seeing the pulse be brought in again. They had this for Bathroom and Tellers. It does feel as though they're just doing the same thing over and over again and expecting it to be different.
Wondering if they're going to see if maybe proposing an earlier body that obviously got themselves to cut through and not exactly subtle about it, but it's actually Daffo that finds the first. There goes the pulse. There goes the read, and that is a flawless swing of opening kills in towards their favor. But in the previous round, it wasn't the sort of mark and end all, though the previous round, theirs was in a trade, right? Theirs was in a sort of back and forth aggression. It's back to another one happening within that opening minute, which gives them so much time. Keep building that additional pressure here. The air jabs run deep. Surround and isolate that player on the bottom of the eastern stairs. They're going to see if they can try and just get this pinch on as the blinds roll out. The flashes too. They're right on the window, trying to just propose multiple bits of pressure, but it's Perez that finds the head of Swag. Driving in. There's the cross either side, and there's the down in the middle of the site. But in the meantime, his team is picking up all the pieces around him. It just leaves Gudo left. I said they isolated him, but apparently that was a decision to leave him till last. And now, as the plant gets secured, so does that final kill. A 5-1 half is their opener. As we go to the break, let's see what the desk think about that.
We got another 5-1. One good thing for Black Dragons, though, it's better than last week. Can't get 7-0'd twice in a row, right? I guess 7-1, we'll see. That's something to talk about in the second half. But what's been going right for Los and not as much for BD?
Well, I think let's just start with the obvious, right? When you lose 6 consecutive opening engagements in a row on a TDM-based map, where the map advantage is the main thing that helps you snowball into an actual execution, when the objective-oriented playstyle doesn't really matter, but really killing the opposing team is the main target, I think that is the main cue as to what you're doing wrong. And I'm not saying in particular that it's the playstyle that's wrong on the side of Black Dragons. I believe that they're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to play border in a way that you're supposed to play it, which is trying to deny the early insertion into the bomb site, or into the building, sorry. But realistically, the way they're doing it is just not good enough. They're not doing it based off utility. They're not doing it based off intel. Whenever they try to do it, there's no one there for a trade. It's just solo aggressive move. The very first round, the opening kill is one guy just running out of CC door without any trade potential and dying. And so, realistically, it cannot be your sole win condition. And then I would hate to throw anyone under the bus. But when 2 of your players total 5 opening deaths in the first 6 rounds, that's a bit much, right? Romeo with 3 opening deaths, Swag with 2 opening deaths. I think, Swag especially, it's in the first minute of the round every time, surely there needs to be a trade at some point. It just never happens. And so I think overall, they didn't change their play style. Most of them play the same operator every single round. And yet there isn't any adaptation to what's going on. And it feels like every round is a slap in the face. And that's why Paris right now still hasn't died yet in this match. And he's 9-0.
Very good for Perez. Very good for Los overall in their performance so far here on a border. Looking super comfortable. Black Dragons now on the attacking side. We'll see if they can swim the momentum over to their end. But it is a question that we cannot resolve with pure theory. BD have to put everything to the test in person and drop it in here on border, or else they're going to have a rough time. We're expecting this game to be as tough as these 2 squads, as tough as we want them to be in this near future. So far, Sloss running away with it. Let's set it in.
What's going on? Sorry, I'm entirely the same cadence there as Leo. Gaid? Mute? Mute I get a lot more, I think.
Are we on bank? What are we on?
Yeah, this is a weird section of bands there. Don't worry, Leo, I'm with you. Gaid? I'm assuming that came through. It's a strange sort of...
I'm surprised he didn't drop like a wow.
It's not... He just did. It's a shame that didn't get picked up. 5-1. It's a weird set of bands, Black Dragons. Let's be real. The Mute has usage. Obviously, limitation, drone, plays in the Kaid.
I don't hate the Mute, but the Kaids are very weird.
Yeah.
Because we've always talked about Border. It's not the traditional get the wall open, look for a plant. It's, you know, kill your opponents by any method possible. And again, you know, Lost are trying to remove some of those kind of dark art operators. You go down goes the Ying, down goes the Dokkaebi, which is a lot more on brand for Border. But look, I still think for Lost, they're in the driver's seat. They just look on fire. We've mentioned Perez. He's doing an Iron Man challenge. He's going to try and go flawless. But yeah, I don't know. I just look at this Lost team and they just keep getting better every game that we've seen them so far this year. And yeah, they just keep on moving. But Black Dragons, it's just a big capitulation. And I mean, maybe does the Cade band just kind of sum up what they're feeling on Border? Just don't really know what to do.
I think it's a very fair way of putting it. It's very rare to be like they've won or lost the ban phase, but I think
it's not the map ban phase. It's the operator ban phase, which we typically don't say a lot about.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can sort of try and, I guess, prove a lesson here. It will make some of these angles slightly different, but it's also, you know, it take a little bit of going through and seeing how often it really gets played in the defense here by Lost.
He missing half his gun, by the way, with that skin. You seen that?
What?
That F2's look missing like half its gun. Look,
you know,
it's
you
like
don't need that bit.
It's a weird one.
Let's get one. It's all traded out though.
Good start. I wonder if they're just going to try and maybe angle up their office take now. I mean, you've got a solid Snake who obviously can ping out, and on a very small map like Border, you're going to get a lot of value. We know that is going to be the case. Gonna pop the mirror window. Oh, be careful. There's a player inside a 90, but we'll just force them back. Now, I think for Lost, is this where maybe you try and go a little bit aggro here, try and get the kill back? Don't allow Black Dragons to have this minute to fully set up with 4 players and think about what they want to do. Here we go. Making the move. Big ping. Down fountain. Mirror window, though. Has to try and avoid that. Player inside of Brazil should be called out. And, I mean, you know where he is. Should be an easy pinch.
And it is. I mean, we've seen easy pinches fall away. There is a bit of a team kill in amongst it. And Dapper gets swag. So suddenly there's been a bit of a sort of flip of a coin, and we're back the other way. 2 versus 2 here. Black Dragons. They are unfortunately still on the pressure of attack. They have at least a smoke and a flash left, and as the Twitch drone is able to remove some of the mirror window. The C4 pops a bit early. I say that, 15 seconds. What is early and what is late, and what is just a final mad dash here in towards the site. The pressure, the pinch on the player on the back, but there's a hold. There's a 1 versus 1. Rare has to do the drive, has to do the dive across. He knows he's got to go for the kill at this point. He cannot just hold and plant, but where's the man? Hiding around the corner. And that'll push them on towards map point.
Oh. I mean, we have to talk about the TK.
Dude.
It's a moment where Black Dragons are in the driver's seat. 4 players to 2. You think, okay, should be the lockout. Solid Snake did really well with gaining information, spotting out where players are, win the fight against the player inside of Brazil. 4v2, you just start working a site at that point. TK happens, player over towards, I think, Armory Valkyrie, goes for a swing by himself, he dies, nobody here for the trade, 2v2 all of a sudden, and it's a very sticky end. So, yeah, Black Dragons look good, and then it just slipped through their fingers.
At this point, 5 rounds to get themselves to OC. Black Dragons. I mean, it's possible. Everything is possible. But with a team kill being the lead-in, it's not exactly the thing that fills you with the most confidence.
No.
10 seconds left.
I guess at this point now, from a continued drive forward, 6-1. Lost the BD. They just need that singular last round. Put this one to bed. As I said, their competition has already made their statement games earlier on today. Just want to make sure that they make one just as loud and Fluxo W7M did. They don't want this to get back in. If they can just put a game to bed quite early on, get that round difference in towards their sort of favor, the thing that's already been so decisive towards both the top and the bottom of the board. Be that sort of trial.
This point pick would be a big point as well, Emmy, because it's currently 6-1. Which, I mean, I don't have to tell you, that's not very good.
No, I think that's bad.
You're correct. Only lost the one opening pick, and that is it.
At this point, if they can try and make that 2, well, who knows where the sky is for Black Dragons, but it's almost rare that almost gets caught out. By his own grenade? Was that? Well, who hurt you, Rare? Because none of their explosives were used on the bottom right. Well, everybody else is dead, so everybody else is being hurt. The 4 versus 3, but look at the health on Black Dragon's Summer.
See how they can try and get themselves back into it, but you just look at the HP, it's not very healthy, Perez. Oh, what a game this guy has had. I think he finished on 11 kills lost with an easy cleanup. Didn't even break a sweat.
Didn't need to. Perez 11-1 and absolutely dictated the flow of the game here, but to be fair, every single member on the team was positive. Fortunately, you can't really take a positive away for the side of Black Dragons. A very, very rough day at the border office for them. But, well, still sort of in some ways to play for. They're not a million miles, and at least they already have points. But let's hear some great points made by our wonderful desk.
Thank you very much, my friends. And from great points from, well, 3 points, I guess, to no points. The Black Dragon side, at least they'll be happy with an improvement over the last week. At least, like we said before, can't get 7-1 or 7-0, sorry, 2 weeks in a row. Happy is doing a lot of work in the sentence, Leo. I know, I accept it. But in the other side, Los, they're just handshaking all the way to the bank. That was beautiful to see.
That was a cleanup. That was honestly a massive cleanup. I mean, realistically, you know, when you start off the game with that momentum and the amount of overreaction that you see on the side of Black Dragons, I think I started to see it in the first rounds of Border, where they were moving way too much. And honestly, props to Lost, you know, bringing in the Demos, bringing the Nomad, bringing the crowd control operators, having Perez as a kind of lurk, switching between the Lion, the Grim, the Dokkaebi, the Solid Snake, everything he could have used to punish any kind of movement. He had it in hand. And props to him. Incredible play day for him. I think he's got an 11 KD at this point with 2 and 3 kills. But I think it's a classic, you know, testament of BD just really struggling to have one voice, call a freeze, a reset, and actually, you know, change the tide, bring something new. They weren't able to do it, and congrats to us about this.
It's one of those moments where, even though I know my Portuguese is terrible, I would love to sit and listen to the Black Dragon comms just to see what it's like, right? It's one of those moments where you love to be.
He must be dead.
Fly on the
Trust
wall.
me.
You said it. Anyways, we got Perez on the line. Let's bring him in. Perez, thank you very much for joining us here. I mean, incredible day for you and the team. 7-1 victory, all 3 points out of all of it. Talk to me. Last week, you had a super close game against Loud. You beat them on Clubhouse just barely to get the 2 points. What did you feel you had to fix up or change in order to land this massive victory today?
Hey guys, first of all, thank you. To be honest, today BD tried to play your best map, so like we changed some things about the last week, but nothing on border. Border is your best map, so to be honest, I don't know why they choose to play border.
Yeah,
So
I was
we
so
changed some
surprised when I
things.
saw it.
Yeah, we changed some things about other maps that we thought that we should play, and when we saw that it was border, it was okay. Yeah, and this, this match was kind of personal because Swag likes to trash talk, but I think he was 1-7, so. Yeah.
Actually, he was 1-8. I think he's got like 3 opening death, and I think
he's already dead.
I think he team killed someone as well. I honestly, I just felt bad for him because it's like you can have a bad day, but then you team kill 2, and it's just like everything that could go wrong just went wrong for the poor guy. But you know what? Let's focus on the positives here, follows. I think when we talked to Dash last week, you know, he was exhausted because that was a crazy game that you beat Lord on. But also he said something that struck with me is that I think you surprised everyone at kickoff. You made it to Salt Lake City. You beat some great international teams there. I thought that the victory on border actually against CAG was really good for you guys at Salt Lake City. And yet, when you arrived back in the stage, it seems that you were struggling. And he said, like, the scrims have not looked as good as before. And it looked like you were still trying to find your groove. With that convincing victory today and 1 week separating us from the last play day, do you think that form is back there again? That you're back to your prime and you're ready to qualify to playoffs?
I don't think we are back to our prime, but I know we are improving. We know that we are capable of being so much better. So the way that we were playing, like on the last days of Salt Lake City and on the first play day of this stage, was not the way we usually play. So on screens, like Dash told you guys, we were not. I don't know. We were not playing with our DNA. We were playing like. I don't know how to say in English, but we are not playing like we are used to. So we talked a lot about this week. We need to put your DNA on the things we do. We need to be more like try hard on some things, on some clutch rounds that we have the advantage. So we are find your prime back, let's say.
Well, I don't know if the team is not at its prime, but today, I mean, the last time I think I saw you in an interview, you dropped 25 kills or something like this. I don't know.
Yeah,
I remember that one game where you dropped 25 kills. Well, now I see you in an interview and you've got an 11 KD and you're the MVP of the game. And I see you play all of the broken stuff like Solid Snake, Dokkaebi, Lion, Grim. Is it gonna be your playstyle? Is it gonna be yours to take to always have the cool lurk role?
To be honest, yes. I have like so much, how can I say, opportunities to play with the operator that I want, or let's be honest, the best operators. So I need to deliver too. So it's good that they trust in me and that I trust in them.
The last question is kind of an obvious one here. Do you think you have what it takes to take down FaZe tomorrow?
To be honest, we didn't beat them on kickoff, but I usually on my career I always win against them, so I'm really confident.
We're gonna ask for a graphic of that, Joao, our wonderful producer.
Okay.
Keep that in mind. We're gonna try to play
I
that up.
that I'm good. Okay.
That's all we need to know.
See.
Perez, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Maybe
go
just
ahead.
my mind, but I'm gonna trust in this. Tomorrow,
I
hope
like
to see
the
you guys
confidence,
again.
Perez. I like it. I want to see it tomorrow.
Hope to see you guys.
Thank you very much, Perez. Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Well, KD, immaculate, vibes, immaculate, energy, immaculate. That was Paris from Loss. I'm here for it, Miloš.
Absolutely. I love to hear it, and I think it sets up a segment that we'll have tomorrow with Loss versus FaZe. In general, great performance by Loss today, great performance by every individual on the team, and it's something to look forward to in the future. Disappointed by Black Dragons. Obviously, no two ways around it. We're expecting them to do better after what we saw on day one. Like, we've seen them even making it to big events over the past year. So there is that little kernel in your head saying, oh, they could pierce through. You always want to cheer for the challengers, I guess, the dark horse, the Black Dragons. In this case, it's not working out. They'll have to go back to the drawing board. We'll see if that'll be quick enough for tomorrow's game. As of course, they'll go up against INTZ, an opportunity. But for Loss, they're going to be feeling so happy right now. The morale is sky high, and they're going to need every bit of it, Leos. Tomorrow they play FaZe Clan, and that is not an easy game.
Yeah, but you know what? They just used the easiest possible step to really feel confident, which was delivering a 7-1 victory, and their main fragger on the main good rules, delivering an 11-1. So I think overall, if they needed one moment, one game to build the confidence to take on the world champions, then this one was perfect.
Absolutely. I know for you, Leo, it reminds you of your competitive days when you used to top all the scoreboards.
When I used to drop 11 kills.
11 kills in an entire
time.
tournament. For the entire stage, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I remember a game on Villa when I had Ibana and you were glazing me, and I dropped 13 or 14 kills in a BL1.
Yeah, that's true. I think it was maybe your first or second day in Pro League, EU Pro League back in the day. That was a good game. I mean, not to brag or anything, but I did watch a lot of French League and Tier 2 in France. So I was very excited to see Monsieur Alfama that goes globetrotting. Speaking of which, we're going to take a quick little globetrotting break to refresh ourselves for a final game of the day. We have hit the marker. FaZe versus NIP. I'll repeat it one more time. FaZe versus NIP. It's coming up after the break.
It's the World Cup, baby. Okay, take it easy. We are trying not to get the video copyright struck here. Anyway, we are here to talk about a World Cup, just not that one. We're talking about the Nations Cup, or in its full name, the Esports World Cup of Nations. First things first, let's go over the basics. For Rainbow Six Siege, the tournament will take place from November 18th to November 22nd. 24 national teams will compete, including both invited squads and qualified teams. With one spot, the so-called Solidarity slot still up for grabs. The teams will be divided into 4 groups of 6. They will face off in a single round robin of the best of 1 matches, with the top 4 teams from each group advancing to a single elimination playoff bracket. From round 16 onward, matches will be best of 3, except for the grand finals, which will be played as a best of 5. Pretty easy to follow so far, right? Well, here's where things get interesting. Because if you got national teams, you've gotta have a call-up, a roster announcement. So let's take a look at Team Brazil. We have Vita King from FaZe Clan Support, Palo from Fluxo W7M, Handy, FaZe Clan, JV92, Team Liquid, Cyber, FaZe Clan, Loira, Furia, and last but not least, KZ from Team Liquid. And the masterminds responsible for selecting these 7 absolute demons were our coaching staff, Igor CTG, Rafael, and Eudinho. Now, instead of us doing all the talking, let's hear directly from the people involved and find out how this roster came together. Professor Igor, take it away.
De uma forma resumida, basicamente o processo da seleção foi, eles selecionaram um manager, que foi o Eudinho, depois de algumas conversas e tudo mais entre eles, eles acabaram me entrevistando e eu fui o selecionado para ser o treinador principal da seleção brasileira. Eu já tinha bem claro para mim, caso eu fosse selecionado, que a pessoa que eu queria estar ali comigo era o Rafael, porque, sendo sincero, pelo histórico recente, acho que é o que mais merecia.
Basicamente, a gente tinha uma lista bem grande de jogadores bons, que a gente tinha que conseguir enxugar a lista para 7 nomes, né? Foi bem difícil de conseguir reduzir essa lista, para ser sincero. Tinha pessoas que estavam em uma fase muito boa, tinha pessoas que tinham uma história muito boa no R6, tem pessoas que estavam com um momento muito bom, então reduzir a lista foi um trabalho bem complicado, então a gente acabou fazendo entrevista com alguns jogadores. O sistema, né, que eles apresentaram para mim, eu tinha que montar uma line com 5 jogadores e 2 reservas. Eu acho que eles fizeram um formato ali de 15 jogadores e cada um montou sua line.
Eu dei a entrevista deitado na cama e a galera tudo no PC, com a webcam. Fizeram umas perguntas lá, aparentemente respondi o que eles queriam.
Well, there you have it. But of course, no call-up is complete without a little controversy. And in this case, it seems like the fans weren't exactly thrilled about the absence of Siege's resident Giga Chad.
Sobre a seleção, acho que eu fiquei chateado, mas mais comigo mesmo. Seleção é momento e realmente eu não estou no meu melhor momento da minha carreira. Mas fiquei muito feliz pelo Loira, que é do meu time aí, foi chamado. Eu vou torcer pelo Brasil, sem dúvida alguma. Tenho certeza que ele está muito bem representado. Seguir trabalhando aí para quem sabe no futuro poder representar essa camisa aí.
A gente vai avaliar como eles vão estar jogando nos respectivos times, como vai funcionar o encaixe dentro da seleção e tudo mais, para aí sim a gente montar a lineup titular.
Fair enough. Now, before we wrap things up, let's talk about the favorite teams. France looks scary. The United States looks scary also. But what about Brazil? Aren't we the team to beat?
Olha, estamos trabalhando para que seja, mas obviamente vai ser um campeonato bem difícil, existem outras boas seleções, mas a gente sabe que a gente está levando todo um peso de uma nação e o favoritismo. Existem bons times e é a nossa preparação que tem que fazer a diferença, né?
Eu acho que o Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, sim, e tem boas seleções também para competir, mas eu acho que a gente vai estar bem sólido, a gente tem bastante tempo para se preparar e já estamos nos preparando, então a torcida pode esperar aí que nada mais, nada menos que um baita show aí do Brasil.
O Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, né? Eu diria que hoje em dia, a gente comparado, assim, o roster, fala, né, que é a line-up do Brasil, é comparado ao roster da França do futebol. E eu sou o Olise.
Fair point, my man JV. And honestly, if there's one guy you remind me of, it's Olise. Because man, that French dude is an absolute pain in the bottom. Start getting your watch parties ready, figure out where you're watching the games, and while we're waiting for the INTZ to kick off, I guess we'll have to settle for that one little tournament called the FIFA World Cup. And of course, keep hanging out with us here on SAL. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, my friends, to what it is the ultimate matchup of today, the final one and the ultimate one in terms of what it has in store for us. I hope I'm not jinxing it. FaZe versus NIP are up against one another in this next matchup. The two-time back-to-back world champions continue their run. They had a great run. Still, for them, great run is winning the entire tournament, but they had a great one back in Salt Lake City. Will it be enough today against NIP to at least slow them down a little bit? Because they're looking so good, Leo.
Yeah, it feels like anytime any team takes on FaZe Clan, you have to be perfect. And I just remember watching all of FaZe's games so far, and I felt like you needed a certain amount of, I would say, between perfect team play, incredible aim, and a little bit of luck to even dare win one round against these guys. That's just how perfect they've been playing. And if there's one team that can do it right now, it has to be NIP, right? Because if you look at the standings, before we went into this play day, it was the #1 team and the second team of SAL facing each other. NIP, who had just, came out of a victory 7-0 on Cafe. FaZe, who have looked absolutely incredible. At first, on the first play day, they 7-2 Imperial. Might think, it's fine, it's Imperial. But then they take on Fluxo W7M, and it's a clean 7-3 victory. The first side was a little bit close, 3-3, but then after this, FaZe Clan just delivered everything that they could. And honestly, Saber is just always on top of his game, every single year. Absolutely. I mean, he was already the best when I was playing Milan Pro League Finals in 2019. Yeah, he was in 2019. How come he's so good? How come I retired 4 years ago, and this guy is still out there, best performer on a double world champion roster. It's just insane. Him and Handy, by the way, like the consistency is just insane. I just feel like it's so rare to see these guys stumble. So I'm here for it. I'm waiting to see. And I remember Pino was like kind of excited. He was like, yeah, I think we have it in ourselves. So I'm just, I'm like a happy kid right now. Maybe waiting for an upset to happen.
I mean, this would be a great opportunity for it. If you're NIP, it absolutely might be the moment to get it over the line. It's NIP or no slouches on their own really way and side and whatever you want to call it, because looking back, last week they destroyed Black Dragons, right? 7-0.
Yeah.
Didn't even let them step into Cafe. Then before that, they defeated Loud. They took all 3 points. They're undefeated so far, 14-5 in rounds between those 2 games. They are a huge surprise roster. They've always been a team that performs well, but the biggest challenge has always been, can we punch up to the bigger teams, and can we get over the hump to qualify and play more consistently at LAN?
True.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think that's such an accurate statement for NIP. It felt like in SAL, for the longest time, it was a team that would go on and consistently beat all of the mid-tier to low-tier teams in SAL. And then when it came to the big matches, the big playoffs moment, they would struggle to take on the best SAL teams and beat them in BO3s. I think that has evolved through the years. And I think looking at Kickoff, they went in and they surprised everyone. And they actually were one of the first teams to qualify in a BO3. They showed they had that potential. Hates being in particular the backbone of that side, the flex player that is the one abusing the current Dokkaebi right now, and always such a strong DMR player, by the way. And I think we're waiting to see the last part of that evolution, which is them performing on international event. Until then, we're still in SAL. And what better way to build your confidence than to take down the world champions, to take down the one team that made it close to Dark Zero, because no hate and no shade on Shopify Rebellion, but I think the one team that was the closest to actually taking down Dark Zero at Salt Lake City was FaZe, not SR. And so if there's one team that you want to beat to build your confidence before you go to EWC, it is FaZe, because there is nothing like beating a two-time world champion.
I think there's one thing that was said in the lead up to the playoffs at Salt Lake City and really into the semis, into the grand final, and as kind of a debrief after the major in Salt Lake City was, Dark Zero knew that they would win the whole thing after they took down FaZe Clan. That is, if you're brand new to Rainbow Six, welcome. But that is the level of confidence,
domination,
morale boost, and domination that FaZe has. That if finally someone is able to beat them in a straight shootout in a best of 3, they're probably going to win the whole thing. It means you have mastered the game at every level. And if you look back at Salt Lake City, that's exactly the domination that we got in that grand final with Dark Zero and the way that they played. It is all, we can basically compare any team in the world to FaZe, and there will always be the end boss. The moment you're going in, there is boss music, and it's always the invitational theme music whenever you load up into a match against FaZe Clan. So to say NIP, they have a lot to challenge today, but at the same time, there are no slouches. They have the opportunity, but they must not fall into a trap that a lot of teams fall into. Be it here in SAL or internationally against FaZe, you try to outplay them on fundamentals. You cannot outplay FaZe on fundamentals. It is that simple. They are the best at making sure they will always do the checklist perfectly. You cannot outdo them that way. And if all else fails, they have the aim to back it up. Don't you worry about it. You have to surprise them, throw a wrench in their systems, and NIP have what it takes to do that. They just have to have a bit more of that confidence to play up. Though, our map veto will play a lot into it. You cannot take a team like FaZe to any map they're comfortable with, which is why I'm going to tell you here that they're comfortable on every single map. But which one are we going to get in the series? Consulators removed, we're going to go to a lair. And FaZe are starting defense with NIP. The onus is on them on the attacking side, Leo.
Yeah, we've seen this team play it again and again. As a reminder, I remember one certain FaZe versus Team Falcons game all the way back to Paris, SI 2026. Hopes in my heart, hopes in my eyes about Falcons performing well there. and they got 7-0.
Yep.
Boom. And so that's the map on which we are going. FaZe 7-0 Falcons, 7-2 Team Liquid, 7-5 Shopify Rebellion. If an IP wants to take them there, good luck. It is a huge gamble.
Beat FaZe Clan, and trust me, we're going to be applauding you all the way into tomorrow and next week. Though, the casters are ready. Let's get into this. Cam, Fluke, and Demo, all yours.
And ourselves hurtling in towards one final map of the evening. Demo, will it be a long slog or will this be a tight fight?
Ooh, I think it should on paper be a close game. I mean, whenever you kind of take in consideration the kind of legacy both of these teams have kind of built up. I mean, obviously FaZe have got their own kind of, you know, two hammers, whatever it is. Whereas for NIP, I think the legacy they were able to build last year, kind of from where NIP were, where they weren't really a team who were making the events, they weren't in towards that top four. 2025 was a great year. They cemented themselves as a top 4 team in this region, which, as we know, it's not an easy thing to do with how many great players are in this region. So the fact that they were able to do that, they could just keep building from it. And I think for NIP, it's just maintaining yourself as that top 4 side and start making deeper runs now at international tournaments. That should be the goal for NIP. So, yeah, I think both teams very, very strong. Still, at heart, I'm always going to fancy FaZe.
Let's see if they can sort of get themselves set up. Obviously, both these two teams, brilliant runs so far up towards this point. Almost the best that they could possibly be, but obviously, NIP, they've got 7 rounds in a row, technically, towards their name from the 7-0 dropping they gave the other day. So instead, maybe this will be a little bit of a different pace, a different team, because their opener against Loud was a much tighter fight, 7-5 on towards Clubhouse. In the meantime, FaZe, 2 sort of handy victories, but against Imperials, against Fluxo, it's 2 different paces, 2 different setups. Here, they're going for a bit of a fully attention played through. The blinds go out. The mirror obviously has the watch on towards Ops. There be any further pressure from this point? We've seen a lot of teams struggle today on towards getting control and getting themselves in. As NIP try and dig up underneath, you can actually see FaZe. They're almost pining for the fight, and they almost find it too. 8 though lives to tell another day.
I mean, this angle is obviously very, very good at denying the Deimos, who can just kind of walk in and try and kill the guy who could be playing in towards top mezzanine. And the fact that they tried to counter this angle from going into the basement and shooting up, I've never seen that, and it's absolutely mental that they went for that. Cyber takes a lot of damage, but he's still alive. He's still a bit of an issue. All 5 players have been revealed, so that means Hates has his pick of the lot. He can choose anyone that he wants to couple up with and see if he can try and get the kill. And using that Deimos, making the holes, using the util. A minute left. This is the issue. It's the time now. And don't forget for FaZe, they've got smoke on board. Oh! Souls, fully blinded, able to stand up and find Fantasy.
I mean, hey, sometimes the stars align and sometimes you're being shot by the stars. There is FaZe getting away with it once again. They've put the pressure on them and try and drive up. The shotgun gets locked out and they can't even connect with the secondary. No, Handy does. 3 on the stairs. Failure to launch that rocket. And that leaves Bishetto alone. Oh. Not for very long, though.
Oh, well, a flawless to kick things off is, yeah, pretty strong. I mean, I think for FaZe, can you now just build on this? I mean, that's going to hit NIP pretty hard. And really, I think for NIP, they were so hungry of finding a pick in towards Mez. They were really hoping that Deimos was going to be able to get the opening pick. And the kill just never came. It just never happened for them. So for NIP, it certainly is a round to forget. But, hey, look, we've seen this on Lair already today, where teams may struggle a little bit in the defense. Or on the attack, apologies.
All right, I forgive you.
Thank you.
Listen, it's been a long day.
I don't think it's been that long to be. I've seen
actually,
longer.
yeah.
I think it's ran on pretty well. No delays, no nothing. Just bang, bang, bang. Game.
Game. There was a 5-1 that obviously almost pulled itself all the way back, but outside of that, it's been a pretty handy result.
No OTs today. All
No
3-pointers. Yeah.
If there was one that could go there.
Oh, it would have been the Furia Liquid game. It was 7-5.
Yeah. This one could also, I think.
And I think on paper it should. But then sometimes I think the matches where you look forward to, think, oh, it'll be a great game, turn out to be a bit of a one-sided sweep. Handy with his second opening kill. Even a Goyo. I mean, he went for that before putting that down, by the way. He's a maniac.
Listen, that was a celebratory Goyo. He's only allowed to play that Goyo if he gets the opening kill. He's 4-0 now. Over the opening 2. Could be one of those days where Handy just does handy things for a while.
A lot of people said this is the best player in the world.
Yeah.
I say
fantasy team today?
Apologies. He actually is. So this
there you go. Good start for you.
It smells good. A lot of people had Perez in the team as well that I've seen. So that would have done really well because Perez was stellar earlier. But hey, I went for the Handy, and maybe Handy could outdo Perez the way he's going. Who knows?
I'll see if he continues as he means to start. Apparently got themselves still a steady hold here. Obviously, without that snake, without Fantasy being able to lead yourself in, your utility's a bit more costly, but also just trying to get round onto this swing position. Handy has been playing it aggressively. He's going to filter his way slightly further away. They haven't been able to remove them really, truly from Garage. The smokes to cover their pass just to get themselves in the building here. And with over half of the round gone, that this is happening now sort of shows that, well, this definitely isn't plan A, but that isn't how they wanted that to go. Caught out. Great trade, Bitter King. An important one to stop there as Wizard wanted to keep on driving through. Handy gets himself a second for the round. He's still holding on to the position he opened up in. Across from lockers, across on towards the approach. And now, what do you do with what you've got left?
Gonna have to try and get himself in towards barrels, but and you mentioned Handy in that position. Just gonna deny that from happening. Vita King, that's his second in the round. And very similar to the first round, it is just gonna peter out here for NIP FaZe. Two very strong openers. Unless Hates can do a bit of a madness, but with 30 seconds left, 4 players to find, and it doesn't look as though he has any intention of moving right now. He's just going to try and pad the stats, see if he can find a kill, and maybe get Cyber, because he's eyeing up a swing with that shotgun. He's going to jump into Cyber's hands, who knows? Oh, sees Handy. Handy going to get his third. Able to get the X on the Cyber, there's Handy. Back-to-back free Ks.
Gets his third, gets himself locked in. Back-to-back 3Ks. And the fantasy team. You're probably pretty happy. Ooh, NIP are not, though. Early timeout there called and makes sense. 2 rounds in a row and 2 kills to show for it.
I think it's needed, the timeout at this point. I think NIP know this isn't themselves. This isn't the NIP that we know. They need to try and get in there and slow the bleeding. Now, obviously, if you're NIP, you think, okay, that's the top floor, that's the bottom floor. We have to win that mid floor. We have to win that tertiary bomb site. Obviously, you look at the Team Liquid Alienware versus Furia matchup. That game was won and lost based on the tertiary bomb site. It was based on that mid floor. So this is a very important round coming up. If FaZe are able to win this and they go 3-0 up, they've won every single site. NIP have used the timeout. It's going to be a very, I would say a long day, but then it would actually be quite a short day for NIP because things have spiraled out of control very, very quickly.
I think it's always that sort of element, right, of FaZe clans sometimes just do this. As weird as it is to make that the statement, you know, for all their accolades, for everything that they can do, they are undisputed. They are that team that can turn it on. They're a team built of world class. I'm not saying NIP aren't, far from it. But it's terrifying when the players of FaZe activate. Because it's always the statement. It's what can teams do on their day? What can players do on their day? What do you do when FaZe are on their day?
Not much you can do.
You just kind of panic and hope. Or at least I sure do.
And I think whenever in that flow state, we've seen it how many times. I think there. I mean, I've also heard arguments where people say this FaZe team should win more, which I suppose it is a fair statement to make. Which I know sounds crazy considering they've won 2 hammers, but that's all they've won. Yep. I mean, don't forget that Furia side, W7M/Furia, they've won a lot more silverware than what this FaZe team have. It's just the fact that FaZe can say they've won 2 hammers and also back-to-back at that.
Yeah.
But still, in terms of silverware, that W7M team, they done the Grand Slam. They won the reload event. So I get that argument. I get that.
This is I'm not going to say a do or die round, but you're on towards the tertiary attack. You're on towards using your timeout, and you're on towards trying to just stop FaZe, getting that snowball and running away with it. Getting that entry and then trying to be able to capitalize upon it is going to be an important part here. Is Pino's trying to sneakily drive their way up. They've obviously got themselves the blitz. They've got the chance at smashing the way through, and the breach happens with a very risky position, but a risk pays off for 1 and 2. Souls can't get the 3rd. Fantasy stops the bleeding. Think about what they've just removed there. I talked about the blitz. The thermite's done some work, but still, now, how do you plant when you know they're playing the Solus? You know they have this presence above.
It's really difficult for them. I mean, a minute 15, not a lot of time to work with. Really good pick, though, from Fantasy. Able to take down Cyber, but the trade is there from King. Big old C4. Hits him right in the noggin. Phone call comes in, too. Let's see, gonna have to try and make a play, but look at FaZe. Look how quickly they try and support one another. Fantasy, though, what a shot! With that SMG! Could be on for the ace. But instead, doubles up with his teammate. They're going to try and look for the plant. Only 45 seconds. There's a lot of time to work with, but it's that question, where do you plant that's going to be safe? And again, Wizards is almost...
And dropped the hatch. They didn't see.
What? How does he do that? KDS right in front of him. Goes down. 1v1 now. Fantasy on for the ace. But look at his HP.
Yeah.
A strong breeze could kill him.
And there's all the risk of the verticality, so instead he's going to take the fight. Fair enough. You've had a decent drive. He has 2 more calls, but he's not going to opt to use them, Vidiking.
No call? Did the phone blow up?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Oh, I need to VAR that. Hold on.
Leo's typing. VAR, Leo.
Yo, over to the 4th official.
He's typing out something else. Typing out halftime.
He's 4th official's gonna have a look.
4th official.
Just gonna wait for the on-field decision.
Please. Oh, 3-0. But growth. I think it's fair to say. The awkward thing to say it though is obviously before that incident, right? Before that sort of round, before that timeout, they had 2 kills. Now they have this 1v1 showdown final, but how much of that was Fantasy getting 4K? Almost an ace. It would have been huge as a mental boon. But now it's the other side of it of, well, he was the one that sort of almost made it happen, right? He was the one that put all the pressure on.
Does anyone know what number King uses on his jersey? Does anyone have that off the top of their head for FaZe? Because whatever it is, I was going to do like number 14 has committed no foul, the phone was blown up.
Yeah, please share that on the board.
Yeah, phone was blown up.
Thank you, VAR.
Problem.
But NIP, they can still sort of work with this, right? They can still work with it. They were close. Regardless of the fact that it was driven by 1 player, they, it wasn't...
Still a worry, though.
Don't get me wrong, it's still a worry.
Yeah. I mean, it needs to be a strong second half of these attacks now for NIP.
Yeah. I guess we'll see.
See how start of this goes.
Time will tell. 3-0. At this point, as you said, it has to be a strong back half towards this, because otherwise, you know, FaZe will be leaning on towards their attack. If they get themselves the 4-2 split here, if they get themselves a solid position, well, then they have to make it land twice on the same site. Lair can play very well too, depending on the preference of the team, how they want to do it. But these are two teams that can have a strong preference either side, right? These are two teams that can have a developed thing. The thing about NIP, though, is I think traditionally they're a great defensive team. They'll want to clutch those two before they sort of swing the pressure around. Point, eyes on Op. Oh, and eyes on Vidaking leaving the game.
Dear.
That's a shame.
Maybe get him back in ASAP. So a little bit unfortunate here, of course, for FaZe. Of course, it would have been past the time of when you could have asked for the rehost, and well, there's Fantasy, as always, leading the charge for NIP. However, we have a reply here from FaZe, but two. Look at where Wizard is. He's inside of Art, uncontested. He can just try and walk his way into the bomb site with his team, and he's going to do that. But look where the kit is. They don't have the diffuser.
At this point, the 3 versus 2, they've got loads of time at least, but obviously no kit, so instead they can sort of maybe try and recapitulate, rebuild on the approach. It's an interesting selection of operators, and the Glaz was the most interesting. I'm glad we got to see him put the point towards the proof. The dance with the shotgun does get one, but it's going to be a post-plant situation. Instead, KDS takes a second, reloads, tries to reap some rewards, but they've peeled themselves off. NIP, on the back of a disconnect, do get one.
Yeah, I think unfortunate though for FaZe, had that drop there. Especially considering the operator that the Vidaking was on. It was the smoke. He would have loved to have had a smoke knowing if someone was jumping in towards Art window. So, I think for NIP, a little bit fortunate there with that. But thankfully, Vidaking's back in, so we don't have to wait for him. He's ready to go. And also, because he's actually disconnected, it means he still hasn't died this game.
I think, you know, sometimes we do things to protect our scores. Sometimes you'll see people pull off a plant. Sometimes they'll have a premonition, like in Final Destination, see they're going to die, and go, no. Don't want that. I want to protect my perfect record. Hey, it gets NIP 1. You said they have to have a strong back half of this, right? Yeah. 2 would be nice. 3 would be full reset. 3 would be, okay, now we're onto our stronger half. Let's put this one to bed. How much of it was that disconnect? How much of it was Vidaking with a premonition of his own death and he refused to have it? Who else do you have in your fantasy team today? I know you have at least one other player in this game.
Cyber.
All right, Cyber, pick it up.
He's not representing.
Yeah, well, Vidaking and Handy, to be fair, the pair of them have...
Yeah, you wouldn't expect the 2 supports would be the... What? I will say that. I don't even think FaZe have roles. They just do everything. They've always been the Swiss Army knife for this game.
Yeah,
they can do everything.
Yeah, there's not a single player where I go, this is what... I'm like, oh, this is FaZe. Cyber, in the meantime, might be the first point of call. Holding on towards green stairs and looking for some attention. But NIP... actually going to be a... Ooh, Handy gets caught out by a Claymore. The hop out, punished. Wizard cast a spell. The spell was small explosive at the feet of a run out.
Good opening pick. See if they can convert this one. Minute gone. All quiet at the moment. NIP with that Thermite looking to open up that main exterior breach. So it does kind of feel as though it's going to be probably your ops take. Probably looking to see if they can push in through ops and look for that default plant position. They've got the shield too to help them gain control of ops and also take in towards Mez. Back below, always something to keep an eye on. And again, whenever you maybe go for a green side at take two, and this is the power I think that you have as an attacker in this top floor is you can go for that split take. You can go for the split pressure and just try and apply pressure from everywhere on the map. But the fact that the Blitz with the diffuser is headed towards green, looks to be that's where they want to try and go. So that exterior breach will be used as a bit of a worry for defenders saying, hey, you could get shot in the back at any moment, so you have to watch that. And with that man advantage, NIP can certainly play that exterior breach. So it will force Souls 1 to stay in this position.
This point, obviously, without Handy, with the early loss, they've been able to put the pressure on the man disadvantage, but as Vidiking levels things up, Pino could not get a response. Smoked that on the doorway itself. They couldn't move on the back of the Grimbees, and that puts us 4-4. That puts us even in the final 30 seconds. Now, things come out at the back end. They are actually just going to swing outside. Maybe Vidiking did see a premonition. He's up in 6-0. At this point, how much further can he go? Sol's able to get one more. Pino does find the side of Cyber, but there's Vidiking. There's one more. There's less than 10 seconds and a 1 versus 3. Basetto hasn't been able to net anything on these shield rolls so far. Just going to see if he can try and bait out one. Does. No time to find either of the other two. 4-1.
Yeah, solid hold from FaZe. And look, Vikings back in and he makes mince meat of NIP. And he still hasn't died. And he's gone again.
You've seen his death again.
He does know he didn't die. He didn't die. He didn't have to leave this time.
No, but in the next round. So this time they'll have to double check it.
Mm.
I mean, if anything, it leaves NIP stewing a bit, but...
Who's left the chair? We're missing. Cyber. Where's he gone? Cyber, give your head a wobble, buddy. You're in the team. You need to get a move on here.
NIP talking about giving heads a wobble. Well, I don't know whose fantasy team they're in. There's a few of the talent team that are in the fantasy league this time around. I'm not. I won the one fantasy league that I competed in with Rainbow Six.
Oh, you're gonna end up like a King George. You'll end on 100% win rate.
Yeah, I think 100% win rate is a nice thing to hold on to.
Yeah.
I won the league, got the t-shirt. Haven't done another single one. I think Jesse does them like... Jesse would play a fantasy league against himself if he could.
The thing is with Jesse, he picks players based on stats instead of picking players who he thinks is going to do good.
Yeah,
that's the way Jesse plays it. Like, it's crazy. Like, I'm pretty sure for like NA, he had like Outlast players in the team.
Wow.
Outlast are at the bottom.
Yeah. You know, Jesse tries to... Jesse loves Moneyball. You know the film?
No.
Trying to build things in the average. But he hasn't done the calculations very well. He's not got Brad Pitt. He needs his Brad Pitt. Leo should have said, I'm going to end up... Is Lax playing fantasy? What's his team doing? What's your fantasy team called?
Big Deeks FC.
Okay. Okay.
Why does one ask?
King George equals Laxing. 1 SI win. And on Xbox.
Yeah, but Lax has played at multiple SIs. The whole thing about George, he played one, and that was it, and he won it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing about King George. He played one SI, and he won that. Lax has played multiple SIs. No, it's like the one Europe season that Fresh had with Chaos got relegated. Just the one, you know?
Just the one.
That's it.
A season that changed how we give out points in competitive esports.
Yeah, back in the 6-6 days.
Mm.
You remember as well, didn't Brazil used to do like 2 BO1s in a day against each other? I'm pretty sure that's the way Brazil used to be.
Wow.
Way back when. But I'm going to check because I'm pretty sure it is. I think if memory serves me right. Let's have a look.
I remember the old days where it was like in a week there would be 2 EML play days, 2 APAC play days, and then CL. We had a regular 9 to 5, 5 days a week. Now it's, who knows, you know? Is the head-to-head of these two teams? FaZe on top, but doesn't surprise everybody. As we filter through.
Yeah, it used to be like that, by the way.
Wow.
In 2020. It used to be where it was 2 best of 1s rather than the best of 3. And you'd get points based on just 2 best of 1s that you play against each other. It's a best of 2, essentially. Wild times back then. NIP FaZe, that's another like long historic kind of matchup with 2 orgs as well.
Oh yeah,
because those organizations have been around for what, 2018, give or take. Same with Team Liquid Alienware. Oh my word, yeah. So this matchup of NIP FaZe, we have seen it 47 times.
So that's a lot.
That's very
My
much
expert
a lot, yes.
analysis. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we give them a little bit of time to think about what they've done. We're going to go to a quick break before we're hopefully back with the rest of this game.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou!
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Oh, mas isso aí... Oh, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta e só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como.
It's the World Cup, baby! Okay, take it easy. We are trying not to get the video copyright struck here. Anyway, we are here to talk about a World Cup. Just not that one. We're talking about the Nations Cup, or in its full name, the Esports World Cup of Nations. First things first, let's go over the basics. For Rainbow Six Siege, the tournament will take place from November 18th to November 22nd. 24 national teams will compete, including both invited squads and qualified teams. With one spot, the so-called solidarity slot still up for grabs. The teams will be divided into 4 groups of 6. They will face off in a single round robin of the best of 1 matches, with the top 4 teams from each group advancing to a single elimination playoff bracket. From round 16 onward, matches will be best of 3, except for the grand finals, which will be played as a best of 5. Pretty easy to follow so far, right? Well, here's where things get interesting. Because if you got national teams, you've gotta have a call-up, a roster announcement. So let's take a look at Team Brazil. We have Vita King from FaZe Clan Support, Palo from Fluxo W7M, Handy, FaZe Clan, JV92, Team Liquid, Cyber, FaZe Clan, Loira, Furia, and last but not least, KZ from Team Liquid. And the masterminds responsible for selecting these 7 absolute demons were our coaching staff, Igor CTG, Rafael, and Eudinho. Now, instead of us doing all the talking, let's hear directly from the people involved and find out how this roster came together. Professor Igor, take it away.
De forma resumida, basicamente o processo da seleção foi, eles selecionaram um manager, que foi o Eudinho. Depois de algumas conversas e tudo mais entre eles, eles acabaram me entrevistando e eu fui o selecionado para ser o treinador principal da seleção brasileira. Eu já tinha bem claro para mim, caso eu fosse selecionado, que a pessoa que eu queria estar ali comigo era o Rafael, porque, sendo sincero, pelo histórico recente, acho que é o que mais merecia.
Basicamente, a gente tinha uma lista bem grande de jogadores bons, que a gente tinha que conseguir enxugar a lista para 7 nomes, né? Foi bem difícil de conseguir reduzir essa lista, para ser sincero. Tinha pessoas que estavam em uma fase muito boa, tinha pessoas que tinham uma história muito boa no R6, tem pessoas que estavam com um momento muito bom, então reduzir a lista foi um trabalho bem complicado, então a gente acabou fazendo entrevista com alguns jogadores. O sistema, né, que eles apresentaram para mim, eu tinha que montar uma line com 5 jogadores e 2 reservas. Eu acho que eles fizeram um formato ali de 15 jogadores e cada um montou sua line.
Eu dei a entrevista deitado na cama e a galera tudo no PC com a webcam. Fizeram umas perguntas lá, aparentemente respondi o que eles queriam.
Well, there you have it. But of course, no call-up is complete without a little controversy. And in this case, it seems like the fans weren't exactly thrilled about the absence of Siege's resident Giga Chad.
Sobre a seleção, acho que eu fiquei chateado, mas mais comigo mesmo. Seleção é momento e realmente eu não estou no meu melhor momento da minha carreira. Mas fiquei muito feliz pelo Loira, que é do meu time aí, foi chamado. Eu vou torcer pelo Brasil, sem dúvida alguma. Tenho certeza que ele está muito bem representado. Seguir trabalhando aí para quem sabe no futuro poder representar essa camisa aí.
A gente vai avaliar como eles vão estar jogando nos respectivos times, como vai funcionar o encaixe dentro da seleção e tudo mais, para aí sim a gente montar a lineup titular.
Fair enough. Now, before we wrap things up, let's talk about the favorite teams. France looks scary. The United States looks scary also. But what about Brazil? Aren't we the team to beat?
Olha, estamos trabalhando para que seja, mas obviamente vai ser um campeonato bem difícil, existem outras boas seleções, mas a gente sabe que a gente está levando todo um peso de uma nação e o favoritismo. Existem bons times e é a nossa preparação que tem que fazer a diferença, né?
Eu acho que o Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, sim, e tem boas seleções também para competir, mas eu acho que a gente vai estar bem sólido, a gente tem bastante tempo para se preparar e já estamos nos preparando, então a torcida pode esperar aí que nada mais, nada menos que um baita show aí do Brasil.
O Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, né? Eu diria que hoje em dia, a gente comparado, assim, o roster, fala, né, que é a line-up do Brasil, é comparado ao roster da França do futebol. E eu sou o Olise.
Fair point, my man JV. And honestly, if there's one guy you remind me of, it's Olise. Because man, that French dude is an absolute pain in the bottom. Start getting your watch parties ready, figure out where you're watching the games, and while we're waiting for the INTZ to kick off, I guess we'll have to settle for that one little tournament called the FIFA World Cup. And of course, keep hanging out with us here on SAL. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
cara da Liquid que é meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram da rede que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV? Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Eu sabia que era pra esse.
Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano.
Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu ia pôr o cara da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí. Pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que mandar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 0-3 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. GV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, é tomar no c...
É de alguém da Fúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano.
Vai.
Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris. É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Eu aposto um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e falar, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos.
2 no-doubts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquina, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda. Faço 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes não tive sorte principiante. É isso.
Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Fala pessoal, tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1. Por quê? Pô, uma mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano, acho que o Palusão. Palusão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos ver aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé. Vamos jogar chalé. O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo. Exato. O KDS vai sorrir. Exato. E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0... Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mano, eu vou engolir.
Pô, mastigar acho que é mais difícil.
O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de snake.
Fora de snake.
Isso que eu faço. Não tem como não.
Saints.
Oh.
Flores. Tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Foi?
Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê?
Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que me reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê?
Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal.
Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Esse é o marco, essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da Fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza, já. Certeza.
O Eds biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. We are back in the game. A little bit of a pause, a little bit of a delay, but that is all she wrote. We hope, touch wood, for one FaZe clan. They are still on the up and up, and if you're wondering how it has sort of balanced itself out so far, well, it's generally been the Vida King show. I think he was 7-0 before the rehost, but you know, it's also the rest of his team. I think the only one that was sort of negative was Cyber. In the meantime, unfortunately, Fantasy almost ace-clutched the entire round, and that's the only round that really they sort of put the pressure on. Outside of the one that, to be fair, they took the time out and won the one afterwards. Still, Not really been an IP's day so far.
No, and this could, again, be a very difficult game for NIP if they're not able to win this round. You know, that 5-1 split that we've seen so much today. I mean, that has been the most common thing across, what, 4 of the games? 3 of the games, I think? Yeah. First, second, first, third, fourth game? I think have all been 5-1 splits. And guess what? The team who went 5-1 up just won the game in the end. So,
what?
Yeah. Pretty scary for NIP right now. There has been no comebacks here today. So we'll see if they can at least get themselves into the 4-2 territory. FaZe in towards that basement, of course, for their last bomb site. They were successful here the last time. Pretty easy for them. Will it be the same this time?
There's a bit of fire that puts pressure on towards top green, but the player that they otherwise want to put the pressure on has since left. NIP hunting ghosts at this point, and you can hear the utility popping, but there's not really been a collapse on the back end of it. They're very held up together, though. This is a full drive, full strike in. The shield of Basetto tries to make the distance, and KDS gets the kill. They turn away for a second. The second is going to swing their way back in, but do they know about the close player on the doorway? The pings are coming through, and KDS... I mean, it's just the support structure. I say they're chasing Ghosts, but the Ghosts are biting and striking back. Pino does find handy. The damage done to Wizard, the utility spent, the shield gone, more players dropped as well, traded out. That keeps the 3-2 balancing towards their favor here, Demo.
Yeah, bloodbath upstairs. And Wizard, look at his HP, not healthy. An impact grenade from Souls will finish them off. Really damn, I hate to see if he can make it happen, but this is a very difficult position now for NIP to be in. They've lost their pushing power. You know, you don't have the shield, you don't have the Ying. You're gonna have to almost wait for FaZe to make a mistake. But how often does that happen? There's a reason these guys are back-to-back world champions. They don't make mistakes.
Wizard massively hurt at this point on the approach as well. But they've still got that track and that split. The flashes are coming out over the top. Got the cross and the pressure in. There's the drive. There's the roll of the smoke canister. But maybe just baiting out the chance at utility. Instead, they swing their way around. The pipe being put together. Wizards going for the plant. They hit the trap. They pull themselves back. They're trying to just bait that movement from FaZe, but they're so experienced. They don't entirely take a full bite. They just do enough to step slightly closer. There's the drop. There is a 5-1 half.
Yeah, this is pretty difficult now for NIP to come back from. Timeout. Here we go. Where's the desk? No desk?
Desk? Oh, desk?
Are they not coming to have a chat?
Oh, desk? I guess not. What can you do?
Why are you doing O Book from Hocus Pocus? You're doing?
Oh, desk.
Yes, we're here. We just didn't know, like, is it worth it? They just did the one round, whatever. FaZe are in control, Leo.
Who would have thought?
And among other mind-blowing updates from the scene here, can we examine the scene of the crime? 5 rounds on the attacking side. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah, and Vita King still hasn't died yet, and we are still seeing the same domination again and again and again. And I think it starts all the way with round 1, you know, like, you have Handy who's getting aggressive just at the right moment. You have, you know, it's just a beautiful story of FaZe domination. All over the first side. And if you, basically, I'd like to take a round watch at the rounds that I just mentioned, because I actually prepared something, but I'd like to go through it really quickly. As you can see, so just a couple of examples, right? Right now it's at 1 minute left in the round, and it's a 5v5, and it's the two of them, Handy and the rest of his teammates, getting aggressive just at the right time. Now they excel at this, right? But then also when it comes to getting aggressive early on in the round, boom, spawn pick from Handy.
And even later into the same round, he still holds that position. It's a 4v2, and they cannot get rid of him. They cannot even clear that side. And it just keeps on happening again and again and again. In this 5v5, a similar situation. You have Souls one that gets aggressive on the bridge, gets a double kill. Basically, we all know and love FaZe Clan for the strategy and the fundamentals. But when they get on and they say, aggression is going to be the game plan here against NIP because they're slow and they're predictable, and we can be unpredictable, there is nothing anyone can do. And that's what makes them such a strong team. Whatever playstyle they choose to play, they will make it work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's where we get from FaZe Clan. Again, if anyone here has the answer of how do you beat FaZe Clan, I think that is the million-dollar question where they would find themselves on any team facing FaZe Clan in a grand final of the Invitational next year in Brazil. Although, with that set aside, we're in for the second half, and our operator bands are Arcade and Bandit, Monty, and Dokkaebi. All right, at least on this map, they make some sense. That's a reference to something we had earlier a few hours ago today, but we're not the ones casting this. It's Emmy and Demo.
It is. It is us casting this. Who would have thought? This time of year. And then you do the entirely in your kitchen. Simpsons. Come on. Give me something.
I'm not within this one.
What are you talking about, baby boy? Come on. It's Simpsons. Skin. Super Nintendo Chalmers.
Spider-Pig.
Hey, that's Simpsons. All right, we saved it. 5-1. Can they save this? Comes the question for NIP at this point. Obviously, they've pulled one round. They almost pulled another one because of fantasy, but unfortunately, didn't quite get the ace. Instead, here is their chance to build brick by brick. Now, as you said, it's not uncommon to have a 5-1 half. This evening alone, nobody has been able to pull their way all the way back, and here might be the toughest opponents to do it on, but it's a map that you can build up because, well, although this might be the strongest side for FaZe, it is the strongest side for NIP. Their defense often has a bit of a drive up in terms of preference.
Well, again, you would expect that FaZe will know that. That's why they've went to this map. So for FaZe, good news is they've got a lot of breathing room. You've been able to secure that 5-1 half. You can just take your time. And this is where it's really important to, again, come back to the point of NIP will need to win the tertiary bomb sites. I've no doubt that NIP will win their top floors and their basements. It's always that third bomb site that we look at as being the decider. Now, look at where FaZe are right now. We could be having a pretty quick little pocket play with the blitz on the exterior. Breaching can possibly just try and run into the bomb site. He's going to do that, though, and there's the power of the Thorn. It stops plays like this. It stops the fast, aggressive micro plays that you can do.
Yeah, it's just such a quick operator. Hard to communicate when multiple people go. Obviously, one can trigger. You've got the drive. It'll punish the player behind the cover anyway, and it's just a beautiful thread. Oh, beautiful verticality as well. There's a take. Now, FaZe, the man disadvantage. Cyber and Vidaking both taken out of this equation. Vidaking can die. Seems to be the MO that has been proven. Apparently only on this half, though. At this point, they're getting themselves a drive over the past couple of rounds with a bit of a slow as well as they just check and recheck. They've lost their hard breach. They've lost their blitz to try and drive themselves in. They've almost lost Handy as well. That verticality is proving so problematic for them.
This is looking really good for NIP, and like I mentioned, I've no doubt they're going to win the top and the bottom. It is that third bomb site, and well, the fact that they went for it first and they've been able to win it sets them up really nicely. In 20 seconds, you just don't see FaZe getting themselves into this round, and yeah, it's going to be that third bomb site. Going to work for them. Souls. Okay. No hope at all. NIP. Fantastic start. Now they should just try and click into cruise control and just get the job done and get a bit of a comeback for the first time here this evening.
What they're good at. It's what they are good at. Just getting themselves reset to their own pace. NIP, they're a team that sort of finds that momentum of their own, finds that cruise control of their own. Doesn't really matter what else has sort of gone away from them. They seem to have the ability to lock in towards rounds and games where otherwise other teams could be entirely shut out, even against a team here like FaZe. How quickly a 5-1 can turn into a 5-3 can turn into, well, just playing around tertiary bomb sites. But there is always that trade-off, right? Obviously, that was Fantasy once again stepping up. We need to see more from the rest of the team in some regards. You've still got a bit of a struggle back and forth. It might not look horrendous for now, but Wizard, Bussetto, and Hates especially are all deep into the minuses.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think we need a little bit more here from FaZe. Some of the players, it's not up to par of where they're used to being. And you look at Cyber again, I mean, it's always the player that you think about kills on this side. He's having a really tough game so far. Just hasn't really gotten into the flow state of what we're used to seeing. But then again, he is on the shields. I mean, he's on the blitz.
At this point, FaZe still got, though a weird way of putting it, the momentum. About how sort of sharp and fast they were before there was the slight tech delays. But it becomes that question of, okay, well, how much was it the drive of single players popping off, and how much of it was NIP struggling to get them approach put together? Being cautious on this first lead in. Pino's anticipating to make a friend on a set of stairs. FaZe Clan, they're not throwing themselves in, right? They're doing their due diligence. They caught the back of the player's fallen off, and now they can enter. You know, they'll have to get themselves through a Goya caster on the other side, but instead, actually, it gets popped before they can even begin to put chase in. And now, one of the power positions of the game. Seen many a big play here from a smoke. And we get one more on the boiler stairs.
Dead as of yet. Slow and steady as it goes for FaZe. Would like to see Handy get in there with that sledgehammer and do a bit more vertical work. Everyone else is happy enough just to sit tight and wait for that to happen. Early usage of the smoke just to try and waste as much time, stopping the shields get down in towards the boiler. See that Viking has been able to move in with the ram. Plenty of vert being done, hatch being opened up, minute left. One more smoke goes out, and Echo Cam 2 to try and support Pino. Oh, look at this, I like this though, using the Thatcher. They'll be able to disable 2 yokai drones. It means that Pino doesn't have the backup. But what was that? He got shield bashed? What hit him? Was it an Elemine? It must have been a Grismot.
I mean, whatever it was, I said there's been many a big play from these set of stairs by a smoke. Add one more to the list. 3 for Pino. Will it be 4? Oh, he can't quite get the connection, but he does a lot of threat, a lot of damage, and another Echo drone. And this is a round that will probably also peel away from them at this point. 20 seconds. Can't quite get another body for it, but I think he's well earned this round for the team. Why not replace him with a different English shotgun? NIP get themselves another round.
Yeah, big for NIP. I mean, this is where they can really just kick it in to overdrive. And they know they have a really nice bomb site for them as well, in towards that top floor. So this is looking good for them to complete the full rotation. I mean, pressure's now really shifted towards FaZe. It's up to them to try and work their way through and get themselves back into it. It's a lot easier saying that than seeing it be done.
At this point, FaZe, they're looking at that tertiary site. If this one goes away from them, I mean, a 5-1 to a 5-4 opened up exactly the same way. They need to have a response to it. They need to stop the momentum. It's the same conversations we had before. And another game almost went all the distance back from a 5-1.5. You have to find that one piece of solid that you can sort of build behind and say, we've got it, we've made it, we're fine. We have the tertiary site. It was back in a clubhouse where the team took the risk and lost the same CCTV site twice anyway, so still the point is proven. But The earlier they can put that pressure on, the earlier they can put that threat into their opponents, the more it lasts, the more it sinks in towards the woodwork and becomes something you can't just get out. Here, setting up there, got a preference of statement, still got a shield on the boards. Always that very aggressive lineup FaZe love to operate with.
Yeah. See how they move in now. Again, like you mentioned, it's a classic thing from FaZe, and we know that the coordination of this team is obviously there in abundance and even more. But it is just about in your moments, choosing where you want to go. I don't know if we're going to be expecting the kind of traditional take where you want to try and go for the plant, mostly because I don't think there's that much hard breach to really go for it. So it could be one of those kind of flood executes where you're looking to get the kills using that utility. They are going to apply said utility with a Candela, but nobody's pushed off that. They're really trying to see if they can find this Tachanka and remove the plant denial.
At this point, it's always that big problem, right? Obviously, you've got the C4s that you could play into the extension of, but a Tachanka in this, the swing positions, the default plant spot, the pressure you can apply, it's often a team's first pick site. First pick run and first pick place, and here, instead, they'll put themselves onto that learned pressure, right? They'll put themselves into it. FaZe, they're a team that learns, they adapt, they'll take your first pick, and they'll find a way. Make it feel like you're last.
Almost as though they've used the util just to kind of unsettle the nerves here of NIP, and NIP are just feeling a little bit jumpy. And now here comes the flood. This is what we're expecting to see, using the shields, using the utility. And this is a great combination. Solid Snake and any shield operator is dangerous. Fantasy felt as though he needed to get a pick back, but he's been punished. Now things have gone from bad to worse here for NIP. And they're going to know exactly where the remaining players are. Wizard was spotted out on the Solid Snake scanner. He has this Blackbeard bearing down on him, and of course Basetto, well, they knew about him a very long time ago. We'll get one kill. Diffuser going down. He's in no position to stop it. Here comes Handy on the Ying, on the Candela. Candela's actually going to get him. I thought it was actually rolling back, so he wouldn't have been flashed, but one of the little pops do come in. Handy there with the kill. That's more like it from FaZe. Match point.
Match point. Plant secured. Now, can they just put this one to bed? Entry statistic has pretty much driven the momentum of this game, only once going away from it, and it's something that sort of proves how these teams like to set up. They like to sort of surround and build and sort of and go from that pressure there. Cyber was able to find the first. Very late compared to that opening half, right? It's finding itself in the dying sort of half of a round. Here, though, 6-3. All the sites open up. I said it before, FaZe, they're often a team that will make a first pick site, as Master Office and R6 Room often is, feel like a last pick. Now they get to go back to NIP's first pick, thanks to briefings. This was led well by Fantasy, got themselves set up. Now hide the clash. Be a bit sneaky about it, Basetto.
Not a bad idea. I mean, the clash be really strong against the shields, and as we know, shields are a bit of a key thing that FaZe Clan like to bring. However, they haven't switched on to any shields in this round. The lineup seems as though it's going to be the kind of top floor clear in towards this mid-floor bomb site. But I mean, the weird thing is, this is the bomb site that was defended first, and it was defended well by NIP. The only round that FaZe have won is the top floor, which is typically the first bomb site. So there is a bit of a switch here with the NIP sites compared to what we're used to. But still a good site for them nonetheless. I think that's the main thing. FaZe didn't really do a whole lot the last time they were here. They tried to go for that top floor clear out. Didn't work for them though. Let's see on the vigil. That boss G2. If he can make a bit of an impact or not.
At this point, they've got themselves, obviously, that chance at playing in towards the pace of the game. As I said, maybe it's the setup, maybe it's the slow and steady that FaZe approach. Vigil might be able to hamper and dampen that approach. Fine, the Nomad will get some control here, but what do they want to do? Where do they think they can get that safe approach? The Clash is also just going to be that constant thorn. Read towards the front, get the pull. We know Basetto likes to play a decent shield up, and this is no exception. At this point, though, FaZe just trying to find themselves a route round onto the first kill. The reveal is there, fine. Nothing to immediately play on towards the back of it.
All Snake. Gonna ping out 2 players. 8 and Basetto. Hit 20. Still no kills on the board. And that first pick could be pretty crucial. The Clash will be spotted out. Oh, there's a very clean shot from Cyber. Fancy with that Boss G. Able to take down Handy. This onslaught upstairs. As stalled out, though, as the smoke will deploy the canisters. Really, you look at Wizard. He's the player in the hot seat. He's going to try and hold on to the door, but his teammate has not helped him, though, as Sauce has just walked in and shot Wizard in the back.
Listen, sometimes you just get your strike round, sometimes you just get your feet in, or sometimes you find yourself battling back and forth. Fantasy's able to find one, gets themselves out of there, but picked up by Vidiking. Watching for the swing, but Pino has the trade out. Blow for blow, both teams making sure every inch of ground is fought for. 20 seconds, and that leaves Basetto in a Clash alone. Hasn't had the biggest impact of the game so far, but could be the biggest impact so far in totality. Just all that's left for fourth finality. They drop the hatch. Swing around on the close first engagement. Finds it. Gets the drop. Looks for the second, and Basetto gets loud. Gets 2. Gets 1 more round for NIP.
Loud? Thought they played already.
Listen, I still had it in my brain.
Blame Milosh for that.
Blame Milosh.
Yeah, fantastic there from the Clash. Great 1v2. Keeps his team in it. And for some reason, that mid floor, which we've seen Team Liquid Alienware struggle with a lot, NIP make it look so easy. They've won it twice, which is definitely not the norm. For NIP, they now get the basement. They won this last time they were here too. So that rotation begins again. It could be the case where we get into... I mean, we'll just say they win this round. And we'd be sat here in round 12. And it could be a top floor that decides it, which... And it's usually the mid floor that we see being common, but... Here we go. FaZe under pressure now. I will say, though, the last time we were here for the basement, it was a very simple thing that FaZe missed, and it was an Elamine. Elamine wasn't there. That blitz could have easily walked down Boiler, and then FaZe are in a position where they can start working a plant. So there were minor things, I think, to look at the last time FaZe were here that they can certainly adapt to. They have decided to forego any shields as well. So that Echo isn't going to get the same value as what it normally does against a shield pushing the player on Boiler Stairs.
At this point as well, there's a trade out immediately. I was about to make a point of how they're sort of both probing. Both teams are trying to find it, and tied into the idea that nobody's been able to get an early kill for a long time, and we get one within the opening 40 seconds for both teams. 30 seconds even for both teams. You think about what's been removed there. The Goyo hates his work is done. Hates his stuff is put down. Cyber in the meantime. Yeah, he hasn't had the biggest game, but that utility, the Snake, being able to get the foot in, the player who's not scared of confrontation, as just seen. Gone early on. Let's see if they can try and cut their way directly. The flash over the top. Just see if they can refire on towards the player on the back end, in towards lockers, and off goes Pino. That Echo drone, too little, too late. There's the pre-fire, but the player has tucked his way around. Still found one whilst flying, but it's over, and it's over. FaZe Clan. They show up strong when they needed to. They pushed that one over to the to the brink and then to bed. when they had to, and then they'll sit with all those points. Thumbs up across the board. That is FaZe. Once again, another win.
That is a blink and you miss it kind of ending there. It just all happened at once. NIP tried to go aggressive and tried to fight FaZe before they get into the building, but FaZe says, nah, that's not happening. And they just win their engagements. Wow. What a finish. And yeah, FaZe walk away with 3 points.
I mean, what a fantastic sort of game day. And it had no overtimes, but everything we kind of wanted and expected. And that is it for you and I. So, for one last time tonight, let's throw it over towards our wonderful desk.
Yes, my friends, thank you very much, and congratulations, FaZe Clan, on yet another victory. I've even turned on the sidelight here to make it as, I guess, strong of a statement as possible, because FaZe definitely showed up today, and they put up the numbers where it was needed. Clean means we're going to have a chat with JP at some point. That's just how it is, Leo. In general, how do you feel about FaZe today?
I'm more excited because I get a JP interview. I'm just looking forward to every FaZe win so I can see JP. Every time it brings a smile to my face. You know what I mean? I guess it's part of the therapy of going through SAL. You know, every play day is gonna be a FaZe win. Whoever they play, it doesn't matter. They can play Fluxo W7M. They can play NIP. Some of the very best in Brazil, and it's still not even close. Not even close. There was a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of struggle on the attacks. That's fine. That's something they can fix. But realistically, the gap was just too big again.
Seems like it. And speaking of which, I'm going to just bring him up. Let's put up Mr. JP, bring him up to the show. Hola, JP. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on a wonderful victory yet again for FaZe Clan. Can you tell me, how can someone beat FaZe Clan? Is there a way for you guys to lose, or does it have to be like at a specific time where all the planets align and Titans are kind of leaping out of the
where are you going?
Where
are you going with that question?
Just to say, how the hell does anybody beat FaZe?
I mean, honestly,
you must know. It's like the Death Star, right? There's like one spot to destroy.
If we were in our 100%, I don't think anyone could beat us. But if we like commit mistakes, for sure, any team could beat us if they like take advantage of the mistakes.
JP, I guess I have a more tailored question towards this, is because you did beat Fluxo WSNM, you beat an IP, but I still think that some teams in SAL might cause more trouble. And I'm thinking of Furia and Liquid. I feel like the two of them are like, it seems to be on paper, just looking at the form of every team, that they are the ones that are developing the quickest and are looking with the most potential. Do you agree with that statement? Do you think that Liquid and Furia are the main rivals of FaZe to take the SL crown?
I would say yeah. Right now, they are the other two teams that I would say they're the best two teams with us. I would consider NIP a very good team too. I don't think they played their max potential today, but yeah, Furia and Liquid for sure.
And do you think, like, I don't know if have you watched the game between the two of them today, or were you preparing the game for like against NIP?
I watched, but not paying that much attention. Honestly, we were talking about our game.
Yeah, I just feel like there's like two clear play styles. I think that when Furia is full on, they're incredible, and it looks unstoppable. They're super aggressive. They're committing to multiple aggressive plays at the same time. It's really, I think, stems from the nature of the player. Whereas Liquid, they've toned down a little bit the aggression, and they're a bit more calculated now. Which play style do you think has the best chances against you guys?
Furia for sure. We used to struggle a little bit more against two aggressive teams, but yeah, we scream against them, and we know like how they play. So usually we struggle with aggressive teams that we are not used to practice against, like when you are in the international tournaments like DZ, for example. Yeah, I mean, they have the play style that we used to struggle more, but Liquid still, they know how to play against us better than Furia, in my opinion. They know how to prep better against us related to Furia, but right now I think Furia is a better team than them. and their play style is a little bit difficult to play compared to Liquid. I mean, for us, both games against Furia and Liquid are going to be hard, but yeah, we're going to prepare for them.
Well, speaking of preparation, tomorrow you go up against Los, and I don't know if you watched our interview earlier, but we were talking to Perez, where Los destroyed Black Dragons, and Perez said at the end, you know what, bring it on. We can take them out. What do you have to say to that?
I mean, Perez is my friend, so let's see tomorrow, bro. Let's see.
Let's see who wins the interview battle. Who do we get to interview tomorrow?
Very much looking forward to it. JP, thank you very much again for joining us. You've at this point, you can just be a co-host of the show. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
See you guys. Good night.
Bye.
See ya.
There you go. Your boy, as you were saying, your man, it's JP. Of course, a FaZe victory in this. And since people, maybe they don't know this, but actually we don't have a delay, so we can read the chat. Giggles, what are you talking about? Ask them why they didn't make it to the major. You know they were making everything. They're always in the top 4. That's FaZe. They deserve the glaze for what they're doing. And today, they ran away with it against NIP.
Yeah.
Another victory.
I was about to say when JP said we struggle against aggressive teams, they were the aggressive team today. Look at these rounds in defense. Look at how aggressive they are. They were always looking for a fight, always trying to push NIP out of their comfort zone. And when you have the players of the caliber of FaZe, you can afford to do that. That's the beauty of FaZe, their versatility, their ability to throw off the book and go super aggressive, go for spawn picks, and then suddenly go back to a more casual, like a more fundamental, slower playstyle. And then when we switch to attack, I think that's where we started to see a few cracks. Here, this moment especially, the moment where they need to attack together, where the blitz needs to come and flash, and then a third player comes in later to trade, and a fourth one as well, and eventually they get the kill. But like a simple clear of blue stairs, like I was expecting more from them. Like utility should have been used before to stun the player, the blitz should have come in later, and then they can play together. Small mistakes, right? But with FaZe, there is so few you can critic that you have to focus on this couple of errors that they made, and that 1v2 from Bassetto here, like it's a tough one, like completely disjointed, that 2v1 the way they played it, but it goes to show me there's like they have to be clutched on, or there is to be a hero move on those blisters to even make it close. Even the rounds that they win in attack are not close. That's just how good they are.
Vita on top. There's a reason why he's got King in his name. Again, the 2-time. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not going to apologize for glazing FaZe. They're here for a reason. This is just a way for them to make it to the playoffs. They expect to be in the top 4, in the top 2, maybe even number 1. That's where you want them to be in there. Vita on top. The rest of the team are no slouches in their own. Cyber having a bit of a slower day, but Vita's just stealing all those kills. 12-3 in this matchup. Putting up the numbers where it is needed. Again, that AK-12 just doing work for Vita as is tradition. FaZe looking comfortable. Tomorrow their game versus Los is going to be one, I hope, for the ages. There's a lot of history, as you said, JP and Perez. They have that history in it. Perez was talking about it in our previous interview with Los and Black Dragons. But this is our standings at the end of this third play. 9 points for Furia and FaZe. And honestly, the day that those two are going to go up against one another, which is Playday 7, is going to be huge. I'm so sad I won't be there for that Playday to watch it in person. But trust me, I am locking in that clean feed on my way to work. Then NIP, Team Liquid, Alienware, they're the big challengers that want to break into the top 2. Lost Fluxo, and then Loud, Black Dragons, INTZ, and Imperial. Still trying to hold on to those 6 and 7 spots. Sorry, I said it, said the numbers. But INTZ might have an opportunity to climb back. Black Dragons, unfortunately today, did not look too good. The Leo, looking at all 5 games for tomorrow, which I know you're going to be on. You're shackled to your desk until SAL is done. What really excites you about this?
I think some opportunities for teams that we noticed right in the standings, right? Looking at the top 5 of SAL on paper, everyone would say FaZe, NIP, Fluxo, 7M, Liquid, and Furia. And so in that aspect, it means that realistically, you're fighting for that 6th spot to get into playoffs. And so Loud, Los, Black Dragons are the 3 teams that are looking the closest to make that. Sadly for them, INTZ, Immortals, the 2 teams that, climbed up the way of Challenger Series, and made it to tier 1 are still looking a little bit weaker than the rest, and so they're still not playing for that contention. For them, it's more so a question of trying to salvage relegation points. So for Black Dragons right now, they're going to play against INTZ. That's a huge opportunity for them to try and climb back in that race for the playoff spot. Loss obviously will be facing the strongest opponent here. So I think it's a moment for them to try and seize that opportunity, gain some points, because they will play against a weaker opponent where all of their rivals are facing strong opponents. FaZe and IP, all of them.
As you say, Carpe Diem, seize the day, or else the carp will bite you in the behind. That's how it officially goes. No? You've never had that happen to you?
No.
When you're fishing?
No, I heard Carpe Diem and I was thinking of your lower back tattoo, but then after that I lost the rest of the sentence.
Please, we're not talking about my stamp, not here on the broadcast. Thank you, Leo. We'll leave that until SAL after hours, though. We actually are in the after hours now, as SAL is done for play-day number 3. Tomorrow we'll be back with all the matches you just saw. Both of us here coming in at deep conversations the entire day. We'll have a lot of fun with our games, and we hope to see you in the chat. Thank you again for joining us tonight. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.